The shrill sound of an alarm clock jolted Qi Dong from his slumber, causing him to spring upright, instinctively positioning his knife defensively before him. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. His hand grasped no thing, no knife. How could this be? After 5 arduous years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, he had never relinquished his weapon, even in sleep. Moreover, his body felt inexplicably heavy, reminiscent of an ordinary person's physique from the days before the cataclysm, unenhanced and vulnerable. What has transpired? As his consciousness sharpened from a haze, Qi Dong realized he was no longer in the dark, damp cave, but instead on a soft bed. The sudden shift in environment did not incite panic within him after enduring the trials of the apocalypse. His nerves had been tempered to an extraordinary resilience. He found himself in a bedroom, approximately 20 square meters in size. An alarm clock rested on the bedside table, and a computer desk stood nearby, adorned with several football posters on the walls. This room feels so familiar. Wait, isn't this my old bedroom? He pondered incredulously. Impossible. Since the onset of the apocalypse, I have only returned once, and at that time, this room had been overrun by 2 high-ranking undead creatures in utter disarray. I merely dared to steal a glance from a distance, never entering. Furrowing his brow, Qi Dong struggled to comprehend the situation. Why was he here? How was this room, previously in disarray and perhaps even lost to time, restored to its former glory precisely as he remembered it before the cataclysm? Rising from the bed, he donned his clothing and ventured into the living room for a closer inspection. Everything felt strikingly familiar. This is undoubtedly the residence I shared with my sister. Could it be? He hurried to the balcony, observing the lively street below, devoid of any signs of the apocalypse. Returning to the living room, he switched on the television, which displayed those familiar advertisements. On my phone, suddenly recalling that he had seen his old phone on the bedside table, he dashed back to the bedroom. With excitement, he picked up the device, which illuminated the date. May 19th, 2014 Monday, 7:30 a.m. The revelation struck him profoundly. May 19th, 5 years ago. The very day the apocalypse began. He vividly recalled that fateful day. His sister and he were attending school in Tai City, was a junior, and she was a sophomore. Their parents resided in Quan City and had rented a 2-bedroom apartment in the heart of Tai City for their convenience. Typically, Qi Dong and his sister stayed in school during the week, returning to their rented home on weekends. That Monday, as he returned to school and barely settled into his first class, the apocalypse unfolded. A mysterious crimson fog engulfed the globe, accompanied by spatial rifts connecting to various otherworldly realms. Creatures from these realms descended upon Earth, and humanity became prey, transforming the planet into a hellish nightmare. Indeed, I should have perished, quietly succumbing in that cold, damp cave. Contemplating this, along with the astonishing sights he had just witnessed, Qi Dong finally grasped the truth of his circumstances. That I have been reborn. Qi Dong was momentarily paralyzed, his mind engulfed in a tumult of confusion, anguish, fury, remorse, regret, and exhilaration. A cacophony of emotions surged through his consciousness. In his previous life, he had suffered immensely due to his naivety and recklessness. When their school was besieged by the Kobold tribe, a misguided friend had pushed him towards the approaching danger in a desperate bid for survival. It was a brother from the same dormitory who valiantly saved him, only to meet a gruesome fate at the hands of the Kobolds. The memory of his brother's eyes, filled with both solace and sorrow in those final moments, remained etched in his mind, a poignant reminder of gratitude for his salvation and the tragic finality of life. In his innocence, upon escaping Spring City, he had left his sister alone in the square to gather information. Upon his return, he learned that she had been forcibly taken by a powerful figure, only to receive the devastating news of her suicide days later. In his quest for vengeance against that powerful adversary, lacking the strength to confront him directly, he had attempted an assassination that ended in failure, resulting in dire consequences for his parents. After fleeing Spring City, he found himself on the brink of death until a demon-hunting team came to his rescue. However, his arrogance had once again drawn formidable enemies to the team, leading to the tragic demise of his comrades. It was only through the secret arts of the team leader, who sacrificed himself to save Qi Dong, that he was granted another chance at life. And yet, the weight of regret and sorrow was overwhelming. He wandered through the desolation of the apocalypse like a soulless husk, having lost everything. No one knew that Qi Dong, one of the top 10 masters of Huaxia, had quietly perished in a remote cave. Now, could he have a fresh start? As memories flooded back, Qi Dong felt a pang in his heart, and tears streamed down his cheeks. After a moment's reflection, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of emotion, and wiped away his tears. This is not the time for excitement. The apocalypse is imminent, and there is no time to waste. In this lifetime, I shall not allow tragedy to repeat. I will protect my loved ones. All past regrets shall be averted. To the alien races and past foes, prepare for my blade. Chi-Dong glanced at the clock. It was 7:38 a.m. The apocalypse was slated to begin around 9 o'clock. In the living room, his sister Chi Lingyun had prepared a warm breakfast for him, indicating she had just left. In his previous life, both he and his sister had attended their respective schools, and, during a military evacuation of Tai City, had fortuitously encountered each other. This time, Chi-Dong could not afford to take such a chance, who knew if fate would once again conspire against them. He picked up his phone and dialed his sister's familiar number. "Hello, big brother. Why are you calling me right after I just left home? I've made breakfast for you. It's on the table." Chi Lingyun's familiar voice resonated in his ear. After a few seconds of silence, Chi-Dong quelled the excitement that surged upon hearing her voice. "Lingyun, don't go to school right now. Come back immediately." "Yeah, what's going on, big brother? Is it important?" Startled by Chi-Dong's serious tone, Lingyun's voice trembled slightly. "Yes, it is very important. Just come back, he'll excuse you from your teacher." "All right, I'll head back now. You have to tell me everything when I return." "Okay, see you soon." After finishing the call with his sister, Chi-Dong let out a sigh of relief. "This time, keeping my sister by my side, I must protect her well." Adjusting his mood, Chi-Dong dialed his mother's number. "Hello, Xiaodong. Hee, why are you calling me so early? Your dad and I are having breakfast." The familiar voice resonated, and upon hearing it, Chi-Dong could no longer maintain his composure. He had endured years of trials in the apocalypse, brushing shoulders with death countless times, remaining calm even in the face of numerous alien armies. Yet at this moment, after so many years, hearing his mother's voice again made him realize he was not as strong as he had imagined. Tears blurred his vision once more. "Xiaodong, is that you? Why are you silent?" "Mom, it's me. How are you?" "Of course I'm well. Didn't I just call you the day before yesterday? What's wrong? Are you running low on money again? They'll transfer some to you shortly." "Mom, no need. I still have funds. By the way, I've heard that the weather has been unusual lately. Something might happen. So, you all need to stock up on food at home." Isn't the weather fine? What could possibly happen?" "You worry too much, my child. Better safe than sorry, Mom. Trust me, you must prepare more food. Please tell Dad as well, even if it isn't needed now. It will be useful later. After breakfast, you should go buy some. There's a supermarket downstairs, not far. Buy it before heading to work." All right, I will listen to you. We'll go shopping once we finish breakfast." On the other end of the line, Chi-Dong's mother shook her head in resignation, acquiescing to her beloved son. "That's good. Take care of yourselves. I'll hang up now." Chi-Dong set down the phone, feeling reassured. He knew that his mother would keep her promise. He had been genuinely concerned she would ask too many questions. He could hardly confess to being reborn, nor could he explain that the apocalypse was on the horizon. That would surely prompt her to rush to Tai City and have him committed to a mental hospital. For now, he was not worried about his parents. According to memories from his past life, the geographical environment of Quan City was rather unique, and thus there were no spatial rifts there. Although alien entities had emerged in surrounding areas, they were swiftly driven away by the military stationed in the Quan City Military District, one of the 7 major military districts of the entire Morning Dynasty. The strength of the Quan City Military District was beyond question. Soon, the base established there became one of the 3 largest bases of the Morning Dynasty, which the aliens had never breached. In his previous life, after fleeing to Quan City with the citizens of Tai City, he had reunited with his parents. Hence, Chi-Dong knew that his parents were quite safe at present. "Brother, I'm back." With the sound of the door opening, his sister's melodious voice reached Chi-Dong. Tap, tap, tap. Watching the petite girl in white rush towards him, Chi-Dong smiled wryly, pondering how to explain the situation to her. Huff, huff. Chi Lingyun arrived at Chi-Dong's room, bending over to catch her breath. "I ran all the way back, and I'm exhausted. Quickly tell me, brother, is there something important? You didn't even let me attend class." The familiar voice and visage captivated Chi-Dong, rendering him momentarily entranced, as if caught in a dream. Chi Lingyun, observing her brother's dazed expression, felt a surge of urgency. "Hey, snap out of it. Really, you call me back in such a hurry, and yet you're here daydreaming. If you don't provide me with an explanation, I won't let you off the hook this time." Seeing his sister's petulant expression, Chi-Dong affectionately ruffled her hair, a glimmer of indulgence in his eyes. "Do not fret. Even if I tell you now, you may not believe me. Just wait a moment, soon you will understand." Glancing at his phone, He noted the time was 8:29. When Chi Dong sensed his sister's curiosity about his surface, he shook his head. No questions for now. Around 9 o'clock, you will discover the reason I summoned you back. Unfortunately, there is only a little over half an hour left. There isn't time for any preparations. Reluctantly, Chi Lingyun suppressed the myriad questions bubbling within her. Chi Dong approached the door, inspecting the security door before stepping onto the balcony to survey the window, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The security door was of high quality, in Taichung. The spatial rifts connected to the realms of beastmen and magical creatures, and just days before the apocalypse, goblins and low-tier magical beasts had emerged. Incapable of breaching this door with ease, residing on the third floor, both his windows and balcony were equipped with security grills, rendering them safe from aerial threats. Fortunately, he had once developed an obsession with the Nepalese cookery, spending several thousand yuan to acquire one, albeit a replica. Nevertheless, it would suffice for dealing with the numerous but weak goblins and low-tier magical beasts, certainly more effective than a kitchen knife. Chi Dong closed his eyes to rest, while Chi Lingyun, feeling bored, reviewed her English. Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, akin to a bomb detonating in proximity. Ah! Chi Lingyun shrieked in fright. Casting her textbook aside, Chi Dong opened his eyes, his expression grave. It's here. He understood that following this deafening sound, a mysterious cosmic ray would soon sweep across the earth. Indeed, mere seconds later, they felt a chilling energy wash over their bodies, penetrating to the bone and inducing profound discomfort. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only half a minute. Seeing Chi Lingyun shivering uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks from the distress, Chi Dong tenderly embraced her, gently patting her back. "Do not fear, I am here." "Ah, no. Help me!" A scream echoed from outside, laden with terror and despair. Chi Dong recognized that instantaneously the apocalypse had arrived. "Brother, what just happened? I feel so unwell." After a moment, Chi Lingyun finally regained her composure, gazing anxiously at Chi Dong. "It's nothing to worry about. That was a mysterious cosmic ray, harmless to the human body and capable of enhancing our potential. However, we will be unable to use wireless communication devices from now on." Chi Dong glanced at his phone, which displayed no signal. He approached the window, peering outside into a murky haze, visibility reduced to less than a meter. At that moment, Chi Lingyun noticed the scene outside and gasped. "What's happening?" It was clear just moments ago. Why has such a thick fog suddenly descended? And why is it red? This signifies the emergence of spatial rifts. Our city, Tai City, is now shrouded in this crimson mist and it is not just Tai City. This phenomenon is occurring globally. The spatial rifts connect other realms to Earth, and the inhabitants of these worlds will traverse these passages to invade ours. Outside, intermittent sounds of bangs and occasional explosions echoed. Chi Dong discerned that these were the consequences of accidents occurring within the red mist. He drew the curtains and continued. "This enigmatic crimson mist will soon dissipate. At that moment, our world will be overrun by monsters. Humanity shall become the prey of these beasts. This is the greatest crisis we face. The apocalypse has arrived." Listening to her brother's words, Chi Lingyun's complexion grew increasingly pale. She did not wish to believe it. She wanted to assert that her brother was merely jesting. Yet, the unfolding events and her brother's grave demeanor indicated that this might indeed be the harsh reality. "The time is nearly upon us. The red mist should be vanishing," Chi Dong remarked, lifting a corner of the curtain. Indeed, the crimson haze had dissipated, revealing a scene that resembled hell on earth. Hell. What manner of creature is this? "Please don't eat me. Someone save me. I can pay. They'll give you all my money." "Mom, where are you? It's so terrifying. I want to go home." Countless grotesque beings, their skin rust-colored and covered in scales, resembling humans. Why are these monsters so terrifying? "We can hide at home. Surely the police and the military will come to our rescue." "The police will likely have difficulty protecting themselves, let alone assist us. The military may arrive, but not at this moment. Right now, there are even more monsters emerging near the military district, leaving them overwhelmed. They won't be able to resolve this situation anytime soon." Chi Dong shook his head, aware that several large goblin tribes were currently assaulting the military district near Tai City. Lingyun, the monsters outside, are known as goblins. They're the most populous of the alien races that appeared in Tai City at the onset of the apocalypse, hailing from the orc world. Despite their fearsome appearance, they're not excessively difficult to deal with. Standing at approximately 1.3 meters tall, they are agile, possess sharp claws, and are notoriously bloodthirsty, serving as cannon fodder among the various orc races. A group of 3 or 4 armed adults can handle one. Regrettably, at the beginning of the apocalypse, most ordinary people were paralyzed by fear, and few had the courage to confront the goblins. Sister, remember that the goblins' greatest weakness lies in their necks, followed closely by their heads. With your current strength, it would be challenging to penetrate their scaly skin. After slaying a goblin, its scaly skin will soften, at which point you must dissect its abdomen to reveal a black crystal the size of a fingernail. This is of great importance to us, as it can enhance our physical abilities. Be sure to retrieve it. In addition to goblins, Tai City will also witness the emergence of birdmen, goblins, and various low-level magical beasts during the apocalypse. The monsters will grow increasingly formidable in the future, and we must continually strengthen ourselves to keep pace with them. This is my reason for wanting to eliminate them now. I understand you are curious about how I know all this, but now is not the time. I will explain everything to you later. Qidong was uncertain how to articulate his rebirth to his sister, so he opted to defer the discussion for now. All right, I understand, but you must be careful. Please prioritize your safety. By the way, how are Mom and Dad doing? I hope monsters haven't appeared in Quan City. Seeing his sister's understanding, he sighed in relief. Rest assured, the unique location of Quan City ensures that monsters will not manifest in the city center. Any monsters that appear in the vicinity will swiftly be dealt with by the station troops. Since you say so, I feel reassured. Having calmed his sister, Qidong began to observe the situation of the goblins outside through a crack in the curtains. After the initial appearance of the red mist, the majority of the alien races that descended upon Tai City were goblins. The spatial rifts connected to Tai City predominantly emerged in areas adjacent to the goblins' territories in the orc world. It is fortunate that Tai City connects to both the orc world and the magical beast world. Had it been the undead world, it is likely that even the mere presence of skeletons, zombies, and ghosts would have been enough to terrify most people into submission. Not to mention the horrific plagues they would bring that in my previous life, several cities were overrun by numerous low-level undead, resulting in less than 10% of the population surviving. Based on memories from his past life, it was evident that large and medium goblin tribes tended to congregate in densely populated areas. Locations such as schools and office buildings were particularly perilous. The remaining small tribes and solitary goblins roamed the streets in search of humans to attack or venture into less populated areas in pursuit of prey. The community where Qidong and his companions currently reside is relatively safe. Being a newly constructed neighborhood, its occupancy rate is only around 60 to 70%. Today is Monday, and most residents have gone to work. Minimizing the likelihood of attracting too many goblins, he bides his time, waiting for the goblins to disperse in their quest for prey upon realizing that there are no humans on the streets. He is confident in his ability to deal with any solitary goblin that he manages to capture. Though he has lost the strength of his former life, his experience remains intact. It is imperative to swiftly eliminate these monsters in the early stages and acquire the black crystals within them to enhance his physical capabilities. As the red mist continues to envelop the earth, the strength of the monsters emerging grows ever more formidable. If he does not strive now, he will inevitably become prey. Ah, help me. Don't eat me. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoes from downstairs, filled with despair and terror. It's Aunt Sun on the first floor. Qi Lingyun recognizes the voice. Her home is under renovation. I saw earlier when I returned from school that they had removed her security door to replace it. Qidong also recalls Aunt Sun, who had shown great kindness to them when they first moved in, often bringing them delicious food. Besides Aunt Sun's agonizing cries, various pleas for help and the excited yelps of goblins can be heard outside. That Qidong's expression darkens. He knows that Aunt Sun cannot possibly be alive. Lingyun understands this too, and tears flow uncontrollably down her cheeks once more. The goblins, newly arrived on Earth and reveling in their newfound role as hunters, have fully exposed their bloodthirsty nature. After a while, the screams outside gradually diminish. Those who had not managed to hide nearby have been hunted down by the goblins. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a furious pounding on the door erupts, accompanied by the goblins' shrill calls. It's the goblins. They are banging on our door. Qi Lingyun gasps in shock, trembling with fear as she looks at Qidong. Fear not. Our security door is quite sturdy. They cannot break it. Remain silent. Their patience is limited. Uncertain of whether anyone is inside, they will leave after a while. From the sound of their banging, it seems there are two of them. Qidong frowns. With his body yet to be enhanced, confronting two goblins simultaneously would leave him severely injured, even if he manages to defeat them, which is unwise. Let us wait a bit longer, we shall strike the solitary one when the opportunity arises. After some time, the two goblins realize they cannot break through the door, express their dissatisfaction with a few angry calls, and depart to pound on the doors of other units. After they have knocked on every door on this level, they will continue their ascent up the stairs in search of prey. Once they leave, Chi-Dong presses his ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside, occasionally peering through the peephole to observe. After the two goblins ascend, there are no further goblins that approach for quite some time. One has come back down, but only one. After a while, Chi-Dong hears the distinct sound of goblins' footsteps. This time, only one is present. He recalls that two had gone up earlier. Did one remain upstairs? The opportunity has arrived. As the creature descended the stairs, it resolved to hunt down the solitary gnoll lurking above. The beast, now immobilized on the third floor, posed a considerable risk. Any loud sound could attract the attention of the gnolls prowling outside. After wandering the third floor for a while without spotting any prey, it could no longer contain its impatience and continued its descent in search of food. At last it's gone. Now, the hunt begins. Chi-Dong grasped his Nepalese knife, drawing it with a flourish, the gleaming blade reflecting his calm and confident visage. "Pray, are you ready?" Peering through the peephole, Chi-Dong scrutinized the outside world, discerning no immediate threat, and stepped out of his room. The hallway lay in eerie silence. Those hiding within their abodes dared not make a sound, fearing the wrath of the savage gnolls. A faint scent of blood wafted up from below, causing Chi-Dong to frown. Such a potent aroma would surely attract more gnolls. He needed to deal with the solitary gnoll upstairs swiftly, or they would all be in peril. The residential building housed 16 floors, and he dared not take the elevator, fearing the noise would draw the gnoll's attention. He resolved to ascend the stairs, searching for the elusive beast floor by floor. Having already donned lightweight sneakers in his room, Chi-Dong moved with lightness, his footsteps nearly inaudible. Holding the knife in one hand, positioned before him, he understood that, despite his physical limitations, his extensive experience far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. No gnolls were found on the 4th floor, none on the 5th, nor on the 9th. A sound, bang, bang, the noise of a door being struck, surely the gnoll. It seemed to originate from the 13th or 14th floor. Chi-Dong's spirits lifted. After a brief pause to gather himself, he continued upward, closer. 14th floor, this is it. The gnoll remained at the door, likely having sensed the presence of occupants inside, thus guarding this location. The previous gnoll must have realized it could not break through and sought prey elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Dong tightened his grip on the knife, cautiously peering from the stairwell. The gnoll was hammering at the third door on this floor. Oh no, I've been spotted. As Chi-Dong's had emerged, the gnoll ceased its assault and turned to gaze in his direction. Startled, Chi-Dong nevertheless remained composed. Even without the element of surprise, he felt confident. Woof, woof, woof. The moment the gnoll spotted Chi-Dong, it erupted with excitement, barking loudly, drool spilling from its maw as it brandished its grotesque, yet sharp claws, charging forward with alarming speed. Instead of retreating in the face of the oncoming gnoll, Chi-Dong advanced to meet it. A glimmer of savagery flickered in the gnoll's green eyes as it let out a roar, akin to that of a famished beast. With less than 2 meters between them, it leaped, its claws outstretched in a deadly embrace, its gaping maw revealing fearsome teeth aimed at Chi-Dong's throat. "I knew you would do that." A cold smile played on Chi-Dong's lips as he swiftly crouched down. The gnoll leapt over him, missing its target entirely. Not yet finished. As Chi-Dong bent down, he swiftly transitioned from holding the blade with one hand to gripping it with both, thrusting upward with fervor without even glancing. At that precise moment, the dog-headed creature pounced directly above him. With a resounding thud, the curved blade pierced through the creature's lower body, impaling it deeply. "Arg!" The dog-headed being howled in agony. Chi-Dong quickly released his grip, causing the creature to lose its balance and tumble several meters forward before rolling on the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to its injuries. The blade still lodged within it. Chi-Dong exhaled in relief, wiping the blood that had splattered onto him during the encounter with his sleeve. Fortunately, he had evaded most of it. In this initial clash with the dog-headed creature, he emerged victorious with ease, despite the apparent simplicity of Chi-Dong's triumph. Had another person been in his place, even a champion in combat sports, they might have struggled against this dog-headed beast, likely finding themselves at risk of losing their head. Drawing upon his extensive experience from a previous life during the apocalypse, Chi-Dong anticipated the creature's movements even before it approached, enabling him to act preemptively and deliver the fatal thrust. The process unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated, as he had braced himself for potential injury. Fortunately, this particular dog-headed creature was not excessively formidable had he encountered an elite variant. Given his current physical state, he would not only have failed to defeat it, but might have found it challenging to escape. Even with a clear prediction of the creature's actions, his physical responses might not have kept pace. The dog-headed creature possessed a vulnerable lower body, devoid of the armored scales found on its neck and head, with its body and limbs covered in tough, scaly skin. Even a moderately strong adult might struggle to penetrate its exterior with a full-force strike. Qi Dong approached, crouching down to methodically extract the blade from the creature's body. Then he gently probed its abdomen. The scaly skin has softened. This blade should penetrate now. With a decisive slice, he opened the creature's abdomen, and its blood flowed forth like a torrent from a faucet. Unfazed, he reached inside, his movements so practiced they seemed as though he had performed them countless times before. Found it. After a brief search, a look of joy illuminated Qi Dong's face as he retrieved a small, irregular black crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail, from within the creature's abdomen. The crystal was translucent, radiating a lustrous sheen, and appeared naturally clear. Evolution Stone. The Evolution Stone is a miraculous substance found within the bodies of the alien species that invaded Earth. It is precisely this discovery that has granted humanity the ability to survive in the apocalypse, rather than being at the mercy of these invaders. Humans can fuse with the Evolution Stone, leading to significant enhancements in their physical capabilities. The effect of the Evolution Stone is most pronounced in individuals who have never undergone any prior enhancements a standard stone from an ordinary dog-headed creature can. Elevate the physical attributes of an unenhanced individual by approximately 50, that when one's physique reaches approximately 5 times that of an ordinary person, a limit is attained, and further growth in physique ceases at this juncture. If a certain quantity of evolutionary stones from other races is absorbed, an evolutionary stone will be generated within the human body, allowing for continued growth in physique thereafter. However, it is peculiar that when a human who has generated an evolutionary stone perishes, the stone within them dissipates immediately, unlike the evolutionary stones of other races, which can endure over time. This realization has dissuaded some malicious individuals from slaughtering their kin in pursuit of evolutionary stones. To distinguish between the evolutionary stones of humans and those of other races, humans refer to the stones generated within themselves as internal elixirs. Given that the newly formed internal elixirs are also black in color, humans who possess them are designated as black iron-level individuals. The newly generated evolutionary stone internal elixir is merely the size of a fingernail, and this stage of strength is termed black iron level 0. As one continues to absorb evolutionary stones from other races, the internal elixir within the body enlarges, and the individual's physical prowess increases accordingly. The internal elixir can eventually reach the size of an egg, at which point it is classified as black iron level 9. Ordinary dog-headed beings also contain evolutionary stones the size of a fingernail. Thus, their strength is similarly categorized as black iron level 0. Although their level is defined as such, their physical attributes are only about 3 times that of an ordinary human, while a human with the black iron level 0 internal elixir boasts a physique that is at least 5 times stronger. Consequently, after a period of time following the apocalypse, individuals of the same class of humans can easily overpower dog-headed beings. Presently, the once feared dog-headed beings have reverted to their tragic status as cannon fodder, plummeting to the lowest tier of the food chain, with even starving humans frequently hunting them for sustenance. Nonetheless, not all races at the same level are inferior in physique to humans. Some possess extraordinary talents, with their physique being several times stronger than that of humans at the same level. In a previous encounter, Qi Dong's demon hunting team faced a tiger-headed royal, which, despite being only of black iron level 8, managed to achieve a stalemate against the team. It is noteworthy that the demon hunting team consisted of 7 members, each possessing black iron level 8 strength, yet they could not best the tiger-headed being, leading to a mutual cessation of hostilities. The first bucket of gold, secured, Qi Dong exclaimed with excitement as he gazed at the evolutionary stone in his hand. Suppressing his exhilaration, he opened his mouth and tossed the black stone, resembling jade, into his surprise, the seemingly solid evolutionary stone melted instantly upon contact. The stone melded completely into Qi Dong's body, eliciting a contented hum from him, followed by a series of crackling sounds emanating from his physique. Strengthening my body is always such a delight. I wish I could experience this multiple times, he mused as he rose, keenly attuning himself to his current physical condition. Remarkable. My physique has been enhanced by 0.6 times, equating to 1.6 times that of an ordinary human. That I feel considerably lighter. My reflexes have quickened, my senses are sharper, and my strength has increased, he noted. Woof woof. Suddenly, an urgent barking from the dog-headed beings below interrupted his thoughts. The sound seems to be that dog-headed creature that left earlier. Has it returned? Qi paused. Could it be that it did not venture far? Humph, just as well. I have bolster my strength. Consider yourself my next prey. Taking a few steps back, Qi braced himself for confrontation. Wait, something feels off. The footsteps do not resemble just one. His expression turned grave as he gazed at the staircase. Point 1, 2, 3. Qi countenance paled. Why are there 3? Could it be that the one that just departed went to fetch companions to break down that door? The one I dispatched was merely a sentinel. The 3 dog-headed creatures that had ascended were now aware of their fallen comrade on the ground, their eyes narrowing with fury, driven wild by the sight of blood. Qi gaze was unwavering as he focused on the trio. There is no alternative. I must confront them. Hedon. I have faced far more perilous situations than this. I will not be cowed by you. Come forth. In the narrow confines of combat, the brave shall prevail. The first of the dog-headed creatures could no longer contain itself, shrieking as it lunged towards Qi. Beholding the bloodthirsty visage of the beast, its mouth lined with sharp teeth and remnants of flesh, Qi scoffed, gripping his curved blade as he prepared to meet it. Hedon. Before the creature could close the distance, Qi lifted his foot, channeling all his might into a forceful kick. The dog-headed creature charged with astonishing speed, surpassing that of a 100-meter champion. Qi well-timed kick landed squarely on the creature's jaw just as they neared one another. Thud. The impact was thunderous. Striking its vulnerable chin, the creature let out a wretched howl as it was sent sprawling backwards. Qi staggered slightly. His foot, having struck the creature, throbbed with pain. After all, his physique was not on par with that of the beast. It was only through his recent enhancement achieving a physique 1.6 times that of an average human that he managed to inflict such damage. Had he not just fortified his body, he would likely have been sent reeling by the dog's charge. Suppressing the pain, Qi remained undeterred, pursuing the creature that had been kicked away. As the dog-headed beast attempted to rise, Qi brought his curved blade down with force upon its neck, executing a swift and decisive strike that severed its head from its body. He had no time to dissect it for evolutionary stones, as the other 2 dog-headed creatures were already upon him. Point 1 creature's claws were less than 30 centimeters from Qi head. After successfully slaying the first, Qi did not look up to assess the approaching danger. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered sideways, pressing against the corridor wall. In a perilous moment, as he shifted, the second creature's claws came crashing down. Fortunately, his timing was impeccable, and the corridor was wide enough for him to evade. Yet he had not fully escaped. A deep gash nearly 10 centimeters long was carved into the right side of his face, blood streaming forth. The second dog-headed creature was now behind him, while the third one loomed just over 2 meters away in front. Caught between foes, with no choice left, he had to fight. He must eliminate the creature before him as swiftly as possible to secure a chance of survival. With a thunderous roar, Qi summoned all his strength and lunged toward the third dog-headed creature. Boom! The impact was resounding. The 2 figures did not separate in that fleeting moment of collision. Qi left hand tightly grasped the creature's head. Man and beast became entangled, rolling like a gourd on the ground. Harnessing a fierce determination and the advantage of his weight, after a few revolutions, Qi successfully pinned the third dog-headed creature beneath him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his weapon down, targeting the neck just as he had done with the previous one. The blade severed. Yet another dog-headed creature was vanquished, leaving only one remaining, with no respite granted. At this juncture, Qi found himself in a dire predicament. The earlier confrontation had felt as though he had collided with a massive boulder. Despite the dog-headed creatures standing only about 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall and weighing relatively little, their formidable physicality threefold, that of an ordinary human far, surpassed Qi own strength, which was a mere 1.6 times that of an average person. The impact nearly left him dazed. During the brief moment they had rolled on the ground, the surviving dog-headed creature had retaliated fiercely, claws and teeth bared. Now, Qi bore multiple injuries, each significant, with blood staining his garments. This is bad. Before Qi Dong could rise from the lifeless form of the fallen creature, he sensed a gust of wind approaching from behind. It was the last remaining dog-headed creature. Initially hesitant to strike for fear of harming its comrade, upon witnessing Qi Dong swiftly dispatch the first, it was now consumed by rage. Seizing the moment, it surged forward, intent on claiming Qi Dong's life while he was vulnerable. Though the creature may not have comprehended the gravity of its instinct, it capitalized on the opportunity. Qi Dong had no time to react, even if he could. His body was too battered to respond in kind. He could only brace himself for the inevitable, but a tremendous force struck him from behind, sending him tumbling forward for 2 revolutions. Pain erupted in his back, which now bore a grievous wound, the most severe of all his injuries. Thank goodness it only managed to rake me with its claws. Had it seized me and sunk its teeth into my throat, I would surely be lifeless by now, Qi Dong thought, a surge of relief washing over him. Unbeknownst to him, the manner in which he had dispatched the previous 2 dog-headed creatures had instilled a profound fear in the last one, preventing it from engaging him directly, lest it suffer the same fate. Without affording Qi Dong a moment's reprieve, the creature lunged once more. Dizzy and racked with pain, Qi Dong was unable to rise. Relying on instinct, he half lay on the ground and swung his blade. The dog-headed creature let out a pained cry, retreating a few paces as the strike found its mark in its abdomen. Damn it! Rather than feeling elated, Qi Dong cursed under his breath. He understood that his position on the ground, coupled with his injuries, had rendered his strike insufficient to penetrate the creature's scaly hide. Had that blow struck the creature's neck or above, even if it did not kill, it would have been left with but a fraction of its vitality. Seizing the moment afforded by that strike, Qi Dong hastily regained his footing, adjusting his stance as he locked eyes with the remaining dog-headed creature. Indeed, no significant harm was inflicted upon it. Not even a drop of blood was shed. Its body bore only a long, white mark. The dog-headed creature clutched its abdomen and hopped a few times in place, realizing that its injuries were not severe, as its skin remained unbroken. Despite its limited intellect, it comprehended in that moment that the human before was no longer formidable. The earlier prowess had diminished. It opened its maw wide, revealing sharp, menacing teeth, saliva dripping incessantly, as if envisioning the human across from it as its next meal. Noticing the dog-headed creature's stillness, Qi Dong could no longer restrain himself. He was acutely aware of his grievous wounds. If he delayed any further, he would succumb to blood loss, without the creature needing to strike him. Life or death hinges on this blow, he bellowed, charging forward with all his strength, bringing his blade down with ferocity. The last remaining dog-headed creature observed the impending strike without fear. It discerned that the blow was aimed directly at its body, not targeting its head. Having previously experienced a strike from the human, it now felt confidence in its scaled skin, believing that the worst it would endure would be a mere sting, as its skin was. Not easily breached, It grinned broadly, as if mocking. Resolute, it decided to endure the blow with its body, preparing to retaliate with its sharp claws aimed at the human's abdomen, eager to extract his entrails for its feast. Had Qi Dong been in prime condition, facing a solitary dog-headed creature, his experience would have ensured an effortless victory. However, in his current state of severe injury and weakness, he struggled to control his body accurately, rendering many of his techniques against the creature ineffective. Thus, he gambled, betting that this dog-headed beast would not evade his strike. With all his remaining strength, he aimed to pierce the creature's defenses, hoping to either slay it or gravely wound it. This was his sole recourse at that moment. Swish! It was a success. Just before the creature's claws could reach him, his full-force strike successfully breached the dog-headed creature's skin. Blood sprayed forth. The creature was not yet dead. It collapsed to the ground, howling pitifully, its cries dwindling. Half kneeling, Qi Dong felt as though his entire body had come undone, yearning to simply lie down and succumb to sleep. No, I cannot rest yet. He understood that the dog-headed creature possessed formidable vitality despite its current pitiful appearance. It could very well recover in a short while. Using his blade for support, he staggered towards the downed creature. In its fearful gaze, he plunged the knife into its wound, twisting it slightly, ensuring that the last dog-headed creature finally breathed its last. Having completed this grim task, Qi Dong exhaled deeply. Phew. At last, it's over. I had thought this would merely entail dispatching a solitary dog-headed creature, yet it turned perilous, nearly costing me my life. With the experience from my previous life, I nearly perished on the first day of my rebirth. How humiliating. Yet this serves as a stark reminder. The apocalypse is indeed treacherous, no matter how seasoned one may be. Death can strike at any moment. I must exercise utmost caution. Should I fall, who would care for my parents and sister? Lost in thought, his hands continued to search through the dog-headed creature's abdomen. There it was, the second evolution stone. He broke into a grin, saying, although this encounter was perilous, the rewards were substantial. A total of 4 evolution stones once absorbed. I shall no longer find myself in such a dire predicament when facing 3 dog-headed creatures simultaneously. Just as he was about to search the bodies of the 2 dog-headed beings for more evolution stones, he suddenly heard the cacophony of barks emanating from the stairwell. Qi was taken aback, his expression darkening. Are they coming again? No, wait, this is the 14th floor. The sounds of our battle should not have reached outside. Why have all the dog-headed creatures converged upon this building? Have I won some sort of dreadful lottery? From the sound, it seems more than one is approaching, and they've already reached the 13th floor. They will soon arrive on my level. Even if it were merely a single creature, given his current state, he could only anticipate a brutal demise. Standing was a challenge in itself, requiring him to lean on his blade for support. Is it truly the case that I've just been reborn only to meet my end? Oh heavens, are you toying with me? The moment approached, as the footsteps of the dog-headed creatures echoed like the harbinger of death. Despair washed over Qi. Just then, the door to a room behind him swung open with a sudden crash. Damn it! Which scoundrel has been making so much noise outside, disturbing my sleep? A portly figure clad in pajamas emerged, likely in his 20s, rubbing his eyes and cursing, clearly roused from slumber by the commotion. A glimmer of hope ignited in Qi eyes. He swiftly moved toward the door of the chubby man's abode. In his dazed state, the man could barely open his eyes when he felt someone shove him back into his room, followed by the swift closure of the door. How dare you trespass in broad daylight? Leave immediately, and I shall spare you. No need to involve the authorities. He huffed. The corridor is under surveillance. You've already been caught on camera. If you don't wish to. The chubby man's tirade halted abruptly, his face drained of color, and tremors coursed through his body as he finally registered the full presence of the intruder before him. The figure stood before him, blood-soaked, wielding a blood-dripping curved blade, leaning against the door with an unsteady posture, yet exuding a calm, penetrating gaze. The portly man nearly fell to his knees, stammering, brother, I was merely jesting. Please, don't take it to heart. What is it that you desire? I shall grant you anything. Qi shot him a fierce glare, silencing him. If he weren't so utterly exhausted, he would have relished the thought of knocking the man senseless. In this apocalyptic scenario, while chaos reigned outside with alien hordes attacking humanity, this man was blissfully asleep in his home. Sleep was a personal choice, and Qi had no right to judge, especially since the chubby man had inadvertently saved his life. Yet now, his loud outburst was utterly nonsensical. Was he not aware that the dog-headed creatures could hear him? Unfortunately, Qi weary body lacked the strength to muffle his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The door shuddered under the force of knocks. It seemed the dog-headed creatures had been roused by the portly man's boisterous voice, perhaps even without his loud outburst. The overwhelming scent of blood on Qi would have drawn their keen noses. Hearing the knocking, the chubby man felt a surge of unexpected delight. Could it be the police? Surely they had come to apprehend the criminal who had invaded his home. After the initial excitement, confusion set in. Why were the police so dim-witted? Knowing a criminal was inside, they still pounded on his door without a care for the potential wrath of the intruder. This man was clearly a desperate soul, and his temperament could not be trusted. I must maintain a neutral expression to avoid provoking this criminal, the portly man thought to himself. Qi, observing the chubby man's countenance, discerned his anxious thoughts. He let out a cold laugh. Do you think they are the police? The hefty man shivered in fear. Forcing a chuckle, even if they are the police, I wouldn't open the door. What is so great about the police? Look at you, brother. With your imposing stature, you must be a man of honor. Did you perhaps kill a corrupt official, which is why you are being pursued? Rest assured, with me around, those officers will not be able to enter. Qi paid no heed to the man's ramblings. He finally felt a surge of strength within him. Raising his left hand, he tossed the recently unearthed evolution stone into his mouth. Moments later, all his wounds miraculously ceased bleeding, and the shallower ones even began to scab over. Indeed, his physique had increased by 0. For times, the effects of the second enhancement were slightly diminished, which was to be expected. Had the evolution stone not shared some of its power to heal him, the enhancement would have reached 0. 5 times. Now, with double the physique, facing 3 dog-headed beings wouldn't feel as daunting. Peering through the peephole and judging by the sound of the door being smashed, he deduced that indeed Three dog-headed creatures had arrived. With his current physique, confronting them would likely result in mutual destruction, should more appear. He would truly be on his way to meet the King of Hell. Qi-Dong's stamina restored. He no longer needed to lean against the door. What he had initially deemed a certain death had turned into a narrow escape, uplifting his spirits. He glanced at the hefty man and said, "Take a look through the peephole and see what manner of police you have been anticipating." The man, thinking Qi-Dong was being sarcastic, quickly shook his head. No. I truly stand with you. When I tell you to look, you look. Stop with the nonsense." Qi-Dong waved the knife in his hand. Could they not be the police, but rather a gang seeking revenge? The hefty man, trembling, approached the peephole, peering outside. Thud! Just as he caught a glimpse, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Oh my God! What on earth is that creature? After a moment, the hefty man regained some composure and, with wide eyes, said to Qi-Dong, "This must be a joke. It has to be a prank from some film crew." "Brother, you're part of the crew too, right? Tell me you're just playing a trick on me." "A prank? Very well. If you believe this to be a charade, then why not gaze out the window and observe the reality for yourself? You could call your friends to inquire about the situation, provided you could get through. There's no mobile signal." "Oh, right. You might check the news. Perhaps the television still has a signal." Upon hearing Qi-Dong's words, the hefty man rushed to the window to look outside. Witnessing the horrific scene, he trembled as he turned on the television and computer. Fortunately, the television received a signal and the computer was still connected to the internet, yet this shattered his last thread of hope. Upon reaching the end, the portly fellow, whose body had been trembling, gradually ceased his quaking. He took a deep breath and ventured into the innermost room. Moments later, he emerged, wielding an outdoor camping axe and some bandages. To his astonishment, the apocalypse was indeed upon them. Fortunately, he had previously procured a survival kit from Taba. "Brother, I'm sticking with you from now on. The wounds you bear must have been acquired while grappling with those monsters outside, showcasing true grit, despite such severe injuries. You remain unfazed. Allow me to tend to your wounds to prevent excessive bleeding." Qi-Dong observed the stout man with keen interest. Realizing that he was not as cowardly as he had initially appeared, it seemed that his earlier bravado was largely an act, perhaps to portray himself as a bandit in an attempt to delay Qi-Dong. The rotund man harbored his own thoughts, aware that despite his newfound courage, he could never contend with the monstrous beings outside. The tremors of his home's security door revealed that although the creatures were small in stature, they possessed immense strength and razor-sharp claws. He surmised that a single encounter would likely lead to his demise. This intruder, bearing such grievous wounds yet smiling, was evidently no ordinary individual. Should the creatures breach his door, following this person might offer a glimmer of hope. Conversely, if the monsters were unable to enter, he could bide his time for military rescue, ensuring his safety upon their arrival. "Well, I must say, you possess quite the audacity. There is no need for bandaging. My wounds have already ceased to bleed." During this period, with the aid of the evolution stones, Qi-Dong's body had nearly healed. Aside from the most severe gash on his back, which had just begun to scab, the other injuries were no longer an issue. He remained noncommittal regarding the portly man's desire to accompany him, fully aware that the man merely sought a shield. Gazing at the battered security door, Qi-Dong pondered deeply. He understood that the trio of ordinary goblins could never breach that door. They would soon tire and retreat. Goblins, unlike the more ferocious and terrifying werewolves, lacked endurance. However, was it truly wise to allow them to exhaust themselves and depart? After all, there were 3 evolution stones at stake, alongside 2 more that remained unclaimed outside. With these 5 stones, how formidable could his physique become? The allure was undeniable, yet he was reluctant to relinquish the 3 goblins lurking outside, even as he lacked confidence for a direct confrontation. After some contemplation and further examination of the stout man's quarters, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Eureka! This method may work. Perhaps I can dispatch those 3 goblins with relative ease. The stout man's door swung inward, so why not create a small opening, just wide enough for a goblin to enter halfway? In that moment of vulnerability, he could strike. Qi-Dong deemed this strategy feasible and promptly acted upon it. "Portly fellow, let us move your refrigerator, washing machine, wardrobe, and other large items to barricade the door. You wish to block their entry? Very well, let us proceed." The stout man suddenly understood the plan. Qi-Dong shook his head and replied, "On the contrary, I do not intend to block the door. Rather, I wish to allow them entry. The gap must not be overly wide, thus we must obstruct it with something. When they become ensnared in the crack, we shall seize the opportunity to strike them down." Upon hearing this, the stout man grew anxious. Why would you do such a thing? What if you fail to kill them? We would be in peril. It would be far better to barricade the door and await rescue. Rescue? Qi-Dong scoffed. Do you know when help will arrive? It is likely the military is currently entangled in their own troubles. If they do not come for an extended period, can your household provisions last that long? Even if you have sufficient supplies, can you guarantee that these creatures will not breach your door? There are presently 3 outside. What if more arrive? Do you truly believe your door can withstand them? Perspiration beaded on the stout man's forehead as he considered Qi Dong's reasoning. What if the door were to be breached? Yet, he was equally fearful, worried that Qi Dong might be unable to fend off the monsters, allowing them to burst in and threaten his life. His outdoor camping axe felt unsteady in his grasp. Qi Dong would not reveal to him that once the dog-headed creatures realized they could not break through, they would soon depart. This was an opportune moment. If he were to acquire the evolutionary stones, he could significantly enhance his physical prowess, thus securing his survival in this apocalyptic world. Very well, leader. I shall heed your words. I am no coward. Let us go all out. Moments later, the stout man piled large appliances and furniture against the door. Qi Dong assessed the makeshift barrier, estimating it would suffice to hold back the dog-headed creatures. He glanced at his curved blade, which had begun to dull after exerting all his strength to cleave through the creature's body earlier. Hand me your axe, take my knife, and step back. If the situation turns dire, take cover. Understood. The stout man, without further hesitation, exchanged weapons with Qi Dong, recognizing that a skilled hand would wield the superior weapon more effectively. I am opening the door now. Qi Dong, wielding the camping axe, unlocked the door and quickly stepped back. Bang! As expected, once the lock was undone, the door was thrust open. The obstruction of furniture and appliances created only a narrow opening. A dog-headed creature squeezed through, but before it could revel in its success, it found itself wedged in the doorway. It lifted its gaze to see the human behind the door glaring at it, the axe raised in preparation. Panicking, the trapped creature shrieked, attempting to retreat. However, the dog-headed creature behind it, oblivious to the unfolding scene, pushed forcefully from behind. In the midst of its terror, Qi Dong's axe descended. With the strength of double that of an ordinary human and the sharpness of the camping axe, the combination met no resistance. It was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. The dog-headed creature fell. One down. The fallen creature's companion, still unaware of the events transpiring, wondered why the front one had collapsed. Yet, it was too distracted by the tantalizing scent of humans emanating from within. The second dog-headed creature collided fiercely with the door, causing the table, refrigerator, and washing machine behind it to shudder. The stout man within the room was startled and swiftly raised his knife, fearful that the creature might burst through. Qi Dong remained composed, fully aware of the capabilities of the goblins, realizing that the strength of an ordinary goblin was insufficient to displace the obstacles before him. As anticipated, the goblin found itself ensnared, albeit slightly smaller than the first, managing to squeeze half of its body through. The same axe delivered the same outcome. The second goblin met its demise. With the fall of the goblin, Qi Dong swiftly prepared himself to confront the third. He harbored no concerns about the goblins fleeing. Under the overwhelming stench of blood, their sanity had long since evaporated. With a resounding crash, the door was thrust open nearly halfway, and the furniture and large appliances behind it were inexplicably shoved back almost half a meter. Qi Dong's expression shifted in disbelief. How could this be? Such items could not possibly be moved by the mere strength of a typical goblin. It was then that he grasped the reality of the situation. As he beheld the final goblin entering, a wave of despair washed over him. This goblin towered above its ordinary counterparts, standing approximately 7 meters tall, only a mere 10 centimeters shorter than Qi Dong himself. An elite goblin. How could this occur? Just moments ago, through the peephole, he had observed 3 typical goblins. Could it be that one had evolved amidst the chaos of battle? Indeed, this goblin, possessing a pure bloodline, had directly evolved under the stimulation of the blood scent. What terrible luck! Encountering such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare. Only one elite goblin might emerge from 100 ordinary ones, and among those elites, a mere 1% would evolve during combat. The sheer improbability of this occurrence was profoundly tragic. Qi Dong's heart sank. Upon evolving, an ordinary goblin's strength ascended from the 0 tier of black iron to the first, boasting a physique 6 to 10 times that of an average human. In contrast, a human at the 0 tier of black iron already possessed a physique matching that of the elite goblin, indicating that human potential far exceeded that of goblins. However, high potential does not equate to current prowess. Qi Dong had yet to advance to the 0 tier of black iron, possessing only double the average physique. Although the elite goblin had recently leveled up, it likely boasted a physique 6 times greater, rendering their strengths vastly disparate. Regret coursed through Qi Dong. Had he known, he would not have provoked the subsequent goblins. Indeed, greed is the original sin. Yet, Lamentation served no purpose now. The paramount concern was how to contend with the formidable adversary before him. The claws of the elite goblin had evolved beyond those of an ordinary goblin, enabling it to grasp objects. Thus, elite goblins typically wield their own weapons. Fortunately, this particular goblin had just broken through and had yet to find a suitable weapon. A silver lining amidst the misfortune. Fatty, retreat to the inner room. Chi-Dong commanded. Fatty, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the menacing goblin, snapped back to reality at Chi-Dong's shout. However, instead of heeding the advice to hide, he tightened his grip on the curved blade in his hand. Chi-Dong could no longer concern himself with Fatty. As the goblin squeezed through the door, presenting its side to him, a prime opportunity arose. Summoning all his strength, Chi-Dong aimed a decisive strike at the neck of the elite goblin, striving for a single blow to vanquish the foe before it could react. Blood splattered. It was the goblin's blood, though not from the neck. Indeed, the elite goblin, a first-tier black iron level, truly lived up to its reputation, reacting instantaneously to deflect Chi-Dong's axe with its hand. Although it lost half of its palm, it preserved its life. With a pained cry, the goblin swung its remaining hand, sending the unprepared Chi-Dong flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing into the sofa, which toppled over as a result. Enraged, the goblin disregarded the fat man, focusing solely on Chi-Dong, who had severed a portion of its hand, and charged towards him with the intent to devour him whole. The goblin's strike was formidable. Fortunately, it collided with the sofa rather than a wall, mitigating the impact. Once on the ground, Chi-Dong quickly regained his composure. He seized a sealed barrel of purified water from beneath the water dispenser and hurled it at the approaching elite goblin, striking it squarely on the head. The blow momentarily dazed the goblin, halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Chi-Dong rushed forward, swinging his axe at the goblin's head, but in the chaos, he could not aim for its most vulnerable neck. The goblin, possessing the strength of a first-tier black iron, with a physique 6 times stronger than that of a regular human, recovered from the blow in less than half a second. When faced with Chi-Dong's fierce axe strike, it reacted swiftly, taking a significant step back just in time to evade the attack. "Oh no, I missed." Chi-Dong gasped in alarm. The goblin's eyes gleamed with a mocking glint, and as Chi-Dong's body remained momentarily rigid after the missed strike, the goblin lunged forward with its intact claw aimed at Chi-Dong's abdomen. Should that claw connect, Chi-Dong would surely be pierced through. Is this the end? No. A glimmer of hope remained. Just as the elite goblin was about to strike, the fat man unexpectedly appeared behind it. Raising the curved blade he had exchanged with Chi-Dong, he emulated the earlier actions of Chi-Dong as he had dispatched the 2 ordinary goblins, delivering a heavy blow to the elite goblin's neck. Ack! The goblin shrieked in agony. Its neck penetrated a third of the way by the fat man, whom it had previously deemed a non-threat. Although the neck was indeed the goblin's most vulnerable area, it was still an elite creature, while the fat man was merely an unenhanced ordinary human. Despite his utmost effort, he could only penetrate a third of its neck. The goblin's claw, which had been poised to attack Chi-Dong, instantly redirected to strike the fat man. With a resounding thud, the fat man was sent flying against the wall, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Die! Chi-Dong roared, seizing the precious moment the fat man had afforded him. He swung his axe, severing the goblin's neck from the opposite side. With a sharp crack, the goblin's head fell, its terrifying crimson eyes remaining wide open, refusing to close even in death. Panting heavily, Chi-Dong half-knelt after slaying the goblin. The confrontation had been brief but intensely tense. After catching his breath, he did not rest. Instead, he first secured the door and then approached the wall to assess the fat man's injuries. By all accounts, this was the second time the fat man had saved him. In truth, the hefty man could have easily retreated to the inner room or seized the opportunity to escape while he and the beastman were engaged in their fierce struggle. Yet, he chose to remain steadfast in the living room, ultimately saving Chi-Dong's life in a critical moment, though he himself sustained severe injuries from the beastman. Chi-Dong, having endured the apocalypse for many years, had witnessed the demise of numerous companions and friends. It had been a long time since he felt the warmth of camaraderie. This stout man, who had rescued him twice despite their brief acquaintance, bestowed upon him the feeling of companionship. Upon assessing the stout man's injuries, Chi-Dong recognized the dire nature of the situation. The man had suffered a grievous blow from the elite beastman, leaving a significant wound on his chest, displacing his internal organs, and plunging him into unconsciousness. If this continued, his life would be in jeopardy. The only hope lay in the evolution stones. They were the sole means to save him. Without hesitation, Chi-Dong ventured outside once more, rummaging through the corpses of the beastmen until he unearthed 4 evolution stones. One stone would suffice to heal the stout man's injuries, and the remaining energy would significantly enhance his physical prowess. It was not a matter of reluctance. Had it been necessary, Qi would have willingly given all 4 stones to the stout man, for he had saved him twice. Wasn't that worth a few evolution stones? However, he understood that enhancing his own physical abilities was paramount. In terms of physical prowess, 5 stout men combined would not rival him. After administering 1 evolution stone to the stout man, Qi observed the gradual improvement in his complexion and felt a sense of relief. Next, he approached the corpse of the elite beastman in the living room. The elite beastman, classified as Black Iron Tier 1, possessed evolution stones of a quality far superior to the first 2 he had consumed. Qi deftly sliced open the beastman's abdomen and discovered it, an evolution stone the size of a thumbnail, a true testament to its black iron status. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the stone whole. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the transformations occurring within his body. Moments later, he opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. He had hit the jackpot, experiencing a 1.2 times increase in his physical capabilities. His strength now stood at 3.2 times that of an ordinary person. With 3 evolution stones remaining to be consumed, he anticipated surpassing 4 times his original prowess. For now, however, his physical condition was sufficient. He planned to give 1 stone to his sister, keeping the remaining 2 in reserve for emergencies. Having sensed the changes in his body, Qi was about to check on the stout man's condition when he suddenly noticed something glimmering within the beastman's abdomen. Ah, is there still something there? Could it be? As fortune would have it, it was indeed the black iron card. Overjoyed, Qi gazed at the black card in his hand. Approximately the size of a playing card, its reverse side entirely black and the front depicting the image of the elite beastman he had slain. This was the black iron card, an exceptionally mysterious item formed within the bodies of the alien creatures. In his past life, humans had spent years studying this phenomenon, yet they had failed to uncover the reason behind its existence. They only knew that it occasionally manifested within a select few high-potential alien beings. The greater the individual's potential, the higher the likelihood of producing such a card. Theoretically, individuals capable of generating a black iron card could attain the strength of Black Iron Tier 9. Indeed, this is merely theoretical. In practice, among 1,000 individuals with potential, it is unlikely that even one will attain the formidable prowess of the Black Iron 9th tier. The Black Iron cards are exceedingly coveted items in the apocalypse. What accounts for this popularity? This is precisely where the value of the Black Iron cards lies. It has been discovered that upon the destruction of a card, one can obtain one of 2 categories of items, equipment or combat skills. The concept of equipment is well understood. One should not underestimate such gear. For even the most inferior equipment derived from the cards far surpasses that crafted by humanity in quality. Combat skills, akin to abilities, can significantly enhance combat effectiveness. Yet only those who have reached the Black Iron level can acquire them. When utilizing the combat skills obtained from Black Iron cards, one can instantly comprehend the associated technique. Upon reaching a certain level of proficiency, one may fully master the skill and impart it to others, though the latter must engage in rigorous practice to gradually acquire it. Both equipment and combat skills are stratified into tiers: low, medium, high, and top. Possessing equipment and skills of a sufficiently elevated grade enables one to triumph over stronger adversaries with relative ease. As for the enigmatic nature of the cards and their ability to yield equipment and skills, it remains an enigma that has yet to be unraveled. Most individuals are indifferent to such inquiries. As long as they recognize that Black Iron cards are invaluable tools for enhancing their strength, that knowledge suffices. At present, what I lack most is a fine weapon, although combat skills would be of no use to me now, as I have yet to reach the Black Iron level. Moreover, in my former life, as one of the 10 foremost masters of Huaxia, I am not bereft of combat techniques. Once I attain the Black Iron level and combine it with the skills I mastered in my previous life, my power will surge dramatically. I hope to acquire a battle knife. Qi cast the card onto the ground and struck it with a single blow, cleaving it in 2. The hardness of the Black Iron card is comparable to that of a metal sheet the thickness of a playing card, making it rather easy to destroy. Upon its destruction, a flash of black light ensued, and the severed card vanished, leaving behind a ring at its former location. Ah, a ring. This is quite rare. Qi picked up the ring, and a rush of information flooded his mind. Name: ice ring. Quality: low-level equipment. Description: a marvelous magical item. Do not be deceived by its low tier, for it may very well save your life in critical moments. Skill: Ice Arrow, a medium-range attack skill that launches an ice arrow at foes from the ring, usable once per day. Not bad. In certain situations, it could prove immensely beneficial, though I wonder about its potency. If its power is insufficient, it may be rather lackluster. Qi Dong slipped the ring onto his finger, preparing to seek an opportune moment to test its effectiveness. Although he did not obtain the battle knife he yearned for, if the ice arrow proves powerful enough, it could serve as a formidable trump card. Just then, the portly fellow finally regained consciousness. "Oh, am I still alive? Ha ha, I truly am fortunate," he exclaimed. "When that monster struck me, I thought my time had come. That claw was certainly fierce. Despite my nearly 200-pound weight, it sent me flying a considerable distance. It is quite peculiar. I now not only feel no pain, but rather an abundance of energy coursing through my entire being." The rotund figure waved his arms and leapt a few times, curiously examining his own physique. The grievous wound inflicted on his chest by the elite goblin had miraculously healed, leaving no trace of injury. However, the tattered clothing and the stains of blood attested to the severity of his earlier affliction. "Enough of this nonsense. Your strength, speed, and reflexes must have significantly enhanced," he was told. "Take a moment to assess how much you have improved compared to your previous condition." "Ah, leader, could it be that you not only healed my wounds, but also augmented my physical prowess? What extraordinary substance have you bestowed upon me? First, answer my question." "Oh, I would estimate that my physical attributes have improved by roughly 50%. Qi Dong nodded. That evolution stone has likely enhanced your physique by around 0.5 times. That's rather impressive. You now possess a constitution 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. Leader, you truly have saved me. From this moment forth, you are my leader. I shall entrust my nearly 200 pounds of flesh to you. When you instruct me to go east, I shall not venture west. When you command me to chase goblins, I shall not pursue chickens. Did you not call me leader the moment I entered? That was different. I referred to you as leader out of fear. Now, I genuinely acknowledge you as my leader. Although I, Hu Dawei, may not be a paragon of virtue, I am undeniably loyal. By the way, what exactly is this evolution stone you mentioned? Did you truly feed me that substance, enabling the healing of my wounds and the enhancement of my physique?" "Yes, indeed. I will elaborate on the evolution stone later. For now, we must vacate this dwelling. The stench of blood is overwhelming, and I fear it may attract more goblins. My home is on the 3rd floor. Let us hasten our descent. Also, be sure to gather some provisions. With your substantial appetite, I worry our supplies may be insufficient." "Goblins? You mean the monsters from earlier? Very well. Let us leave at once. I shall gather my belongings promptly." Upon hearing that the monsters might return, the rotund figure became anxious, hastily preparing to depart. Qi Dong observed him and nodded. Despite his incessant chatter, this fellow was genuinely decent and reliable in critical moments, as evidenced by his decision not to flee and instead rescue Qi Dong. He might prove to be a valuable companion in the future. Once the rotund figure had gathered his items, the two promptly exited his residence, opting for the stairs rather than the elevator as they returned to Qi Dong's home. "Oh, brother, your injuries," Qi Lingyun exclaimed upon opening the door to find Qi Dong drenched in blood, tears welling in her eyes. "Come in quickly. I shall tend to your wounds." Qi Dong smiled reassuringly at his sister. "Do not fret. I am fine. The wounds have already begun to scab and will heal completely within a couple of hours." Qi Lingyun shook her head in disbelief. "How can that be? Do you take me for a child? You have lost so much blood. The wounds must be quite deep." "Rest assured. I previously mentioned that the black crystals within the bodies of the otherworldly beings can enhance physical prowess. These crystals are known as evolution stones. In addition to augmenting strength, they also possess healing properties. I have already utilized an evolution stone, so my wounds are now inconsequential." "Oh, I see. How perilous. Did you not say that only a single goblin was involved, and that it would be an easy task?" Qi Dong managed a wry smile and replied, "I did not foresee this. I initially thought it would be a straightforward affair. After slaying that goblin, however, I was beset by 2 more waves of them, narrowly escaping with my life, which left me in this disheveled state." Qi Lingyun gazed at Qi Dong, observing the brother who had always shielded her from harm since childhood. The thought that he had nearly lost his life outside sent a chill through her. She could not bear the idea of losing him forever. Ignoring the blood that stained his clothes, she clutched her brother's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. Sensing his sister's concern, Qi Dong affectionately ruffled Qi Lingyun's hair and reassured her, "Fear not, for I have returned safely. By the way, allow me to introduce you to Hu Dawei. Had it not been for him earlier, your brother might not have survived." Qi Lingyun's cheeks flushed as she noticed another person behind Qi Dong. Feeling awkward, she greeted the stout man. "Hello, brother Hu. I am his sister, Qi Lingyun. Thank you for saving my brother's life." The stout man chuckled. "No need for such formality. Just call me Fatty. We are in this together, as your brother saved me as well. If he had not dragged me back into the house in time, I would have foolishly walked right into the mouths of those goblins." Qi Dong produced one of the 3 evolution stones he possessed and handed it to Qi Lingyun. Sister, this is an evolution stone. Please consume it. I will keep the remaining 2 for emergencies. Qi Lingyun accepted the evolution stone and, after a moment of curiosity, swallowed it. How marvelous. I can distinctly feel an enhancement in my physical constitution. I feel lighter and stronger, as if my abilities have increased by nearly 50%. Qi Dong nodded and said, please prepare some food. I will rest after eating. This afternoon, we must continue our hunt for monsters. He understood the urgency to bolster his strength swiftly, for he needed to determine his own fate. With less than 10 days remaining until the next appearance of the red mist and the opening of the spatial rift, the subsequent onslaught of otherworldly creatures would be far greater and more formidable than the current goblins. Drawing from his experiences in the past life, he had already devised a plan for the immediate future. I must break through to the black iron level within these few days, before the second red mist appears. I need to venture to the prehistoric ruins in the outskirts of Tai City to acquire what lies within. Only then will I possess the strength to confront the oncoming tide of otherworldly beings when the spatial rift opens. Before heading to the ruins, I must visit the school to rescue my comrades from the dormitory. And that individual, who I once considered a friend and even saved, betrayed me in my time of peril. Had it not been for my brothers in the dormitory sacrificing themselves to save me, I would have met my demise at the onset of the apocalypse due to your treachery. In the previous life, you escaped my grasp. In this one, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine, with interest. Qi Dong currently possesses a physique 2 times that of an ordinary person, and with the absorption of 3 to 4 evolution stones, he could enhance it to the maximum of 5 times. At that point, he would also need to gather more evolution stones in preparation for advancing to the black iron level. After dining, he indulged in a tower nap, fully restoring his energy and vitality. Upon waking, he instructed his sister and the chubby friend to remain at home while he ventured into the residential building to hunt down goblins once more. Throughout the afternoon, he successfully hunted 7 goblins, acquiring 7 evolution stones. This time, the endeavor was remarkably smooth, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. After all, the community was sparsely populated, preventing a large influx of goblins. The earlier appearance of 2 batches totaling 6 goblins in such a brief span was indeed a rarity. He also tested the ice ring obtained from defeating an elite goblin. The power of the ice arrows greatly satisfied him, as they could effortlessly pierce through the goblins' bodies, rendering their scaly hides utterly ineffective. Unfortunately, its usage was limited to once per day. Of the 8 evolution stones acquired, Qi Dong absorbed 4 for himself, thus reaching the limit of 5 times his original physique. The remaining 3 stones were insufficient for him to break through to the black iron level, so he generously bestowed them upon his sister and the chubby friend. Qi Lingyun reached a physique of 2 for times, while the chubby friend attained 2 times. As night enveloped the surroundings, the remaining human survivors refrained from turning on any lights, fearing it would attract the goblins' attention. Naturally, some areas were already devoid of power, rendering the act impossible. The following morning, Qi Dong hunted down 4 more goblins. Among the 4 evolution stones collected, he retained 2 for himself, bringing his total to 4 when combined with the 2 he had saved from the previous day. The other 2 stones were given to Qi Lingyun and the chubby friend. To ascend to the black iron level, he needed to absorb at least 20 evolution stones from 0-tier goblins or 5 to 6 from the first tier. Without reaching the black iron level, venturing outside would be perilous, and he could only continue hunting at a leisurely pace within the building. He contemplated temporarily enhancing the physiques of Lingyun and the chubby friend to ensure their self-defense capabilities. After absorbing the evolution stones provided by Qi Dong, Qi Lingyun achieved a physique of 8 times, while the chubby friend enhanced to 5 times. Their physiques were now comparable to that of ordinary goblins. Yet they lacked the courage and experience necessary for combat. During lunch, Qi Dong sensed an unusual atmosphere. His sister, unusually silent, merely ate her meal without uttering a word, which was quite uncharacteristic of her. However, he dismissed the thought, assuming she was feeling the weight of the apocalyptic pressure and would return to her usual self once she adapted. After finishing their meal, Qi Lingyun called out to her brother, who was preparing to head out for another goblin hunt. Brother, this afternoon, I want to accompany you in hunting goblins. Qi Dong was taken aback momentarily, then shook his head firmly. No, although your physique is no less than that of a goblin now, you lack any experience. And goblins are exceedingly vicious. What would happen if something were to go wrong? Qi Lingyun suddenly lifted her head, gazing intently at Qi Dong, and resolutely declared, No, I must go. If I do not venture forth, I shall forever lack experience. I refuse to remain perpetually in your shadow. After a brief pause, Qi Lingyun continued, Do you comprehend how deeply I worry each time I witness you battling those fiends? Each time you return, bloodied and battered, my heart aches for you. Just yesterday, I yearned to accompany you, but I recognized my frail constitution would merely hinder you. However, that is no longer the case. My physique has improved significantly. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She threw herself into Qi Dong's embrace, clutching his clothing tightly. From this moment forth, I wish to fight alongside you. I too desire to protect my brother. Qi Dong gazed at his sister in astonishment. Perhaps since his rebirth, he had solely focused on safeguarding her, neglecting her own feelings. Witnessing his loved one engage in battle, while he could only endure the torment of waiting, was an unbearable sensation. Qi Dong gently patted his sister's head and sighed. Very well, since you have made up your mind, join me this afternoon. However, you must heed my instructions and refrain from acting on your own accord. A realization dawned upon him. If he were absent from his sister's side or met his demise at the hands of the otherworldly, what would become of her? This merciless apocalypse held no guarantees for the next moment. If he merely focused on enhancing her physique without cultivating her combat experience, she would remain a mere ornament, devoid of self-defense capabilities. Upon hearing Qi Dong's consent, Qi Lingyun's eyes sparkled with joy, her tears transforming into laughter. Really? That is wonderful. Rest assured, brother. I will follow your lead and execute your every command without fail. Nearby, the rotund companion, having overheard their exchange, looked at Qi Dong with eager anticipation. Boss, take me along too. I've even struck a blow against an elite gnoll. I possess some experience. Qi Dong waved him off. Go away. You would only complicate matters. Your success was purely fortuitous. I can barely manage one person. Adding you to the mix would be overwhelming. If trouble arises, you won't have time to weep. Fear not. I will take Lingyun out today, and you shall accompany us tomorrow. Upon hearing Qi Dong's non-rejection, the rotund one beamed with delight. While he could not join today, tomorrow would suffice. In this apocalyptic world, everyone yearned for the strength to protect themselves. Qi Lingyun, in high spirits, felt no trepidation about facing the gnolls. Hee, rotund brother, let us compete to see who progresses faster. Please, I dare not. If you happen to lose, the boss's reputation will suffer, and I shall bear the brunt of it. He quickly protested, shaking his head. Humph, my brother is not that kind of person. All right, time is of the essence. We must depart. Lingyun, go change into some athletic wear. As for weapons, take my imitation Nepalese kukri. With your current physique, it should be quite manageable. Qi Lingyun agreed, and promptly retreated to her room to change. Rotund one, do not be idle at home. Make sure to train that bulk of yours. Even if your physique improves, that excess weight will still impede your agility. The portly fellow promptly nodded in agreement. Then let us depart. Qi Dong and Qi Lingyun exited the dwelling. The corridor permeated with a faint scent of blood. All the corpses of the goblins had been unceremoniously discarded by Qi Dong through the window. Armed with the outdoor camping axe of the portly man, Qi Dong led the way, while Qi Lingyun followed closely behind, mimicking his stance, with her makeshift Nepalese curved blade poised against her chest. When we encounter the first goblin, do not rush in. Observe closely how I deal with them. If we face 2 or 3, I can handle them all. However, should we encounter more than 3, exercise caution, for I may not be able to restrain them all, and one might evade me to attack you. Yet, do not be overly concerned. Your physique is comparable to that of a goblin. As long as you remain calm, self-preservation should not pose a problem. Understood. I will certainly heed your commands, brother. As Qi Dong guided Qi Lingyun through the building, they reached the 8th floor, where they fortuitously came face to face with a goblin. Watch closely, Qi Dong shouted, swiftly charging towards the goblin. For Qi Lingyun, this was the first time witnessing a goblin up close, and its grotesque visage and menacing expression caused her complexion to pale. Gripping her blade tightly, she chanted to herself, I am not afraid, I am not afraid. It is merely a dog, an ordinary dog. I possess a knife, and with one strike, I can slay it. She began to self-hypnotize. The encounter progressed smoothly. Qi Dong easily felled the goblin as if bullying a child. Yet, he refrained from delivering the final blow. The goblin, with half its face crushed by the axe's back, still clung to life, demonstrating remarkable vitality. Qi Dong approached and severed the goblin's limbs. Lingyun, come here and finish off this goblin. Strike its neck, the most vulnerable spot. Startled, Qi Lingyun had not anticipated her brother would require her assistance in slaying the creature. Observing the writhing goblin on the ground, blood pooling around it, her face turned pale, and her body began to tremble. If I am afraid of even this defenseless goblin, how can I assist my brother in the future? Realizing this, Qi Lingyun steeled herself and approached the goblin, whose breaths were dwindling, yet it glared at her with ferocity. She fought against the urge to shut her eyes and, with determination, brought down her blade with all her strength. With a sharp slice, the goblin's head rolled away, witnessing the blood spurt from the goblin's neck. Qi Lingyun felt a wave of nausea and leaned against the wall, retching. Observing his sister's reaction, Qi Dong nodded to himself. For a girl, achieving such a feat for the first time was commendable. As long as she had taken the first step, she would gradually acclimatize. He approached her gently, patting her back. After a moment, seeing that Qi Lingyun had regained her composure and her pallor had improved, he encouraged, "Well done. Now, your skin has softened. You must open its abdomen to find the evolution stone." Having resolved to toughen his sister, Qi Dong was determined to let her witness the brutality of their world. Qi Lingyun did not object. She had already made her decision. Having just slain the creature, it was not so difficult to accept the dissection of the dog-headed man in search of the evolutionary stone. Following Qi Dong's guidance, she successfully located the evolutionary stone of the dog-headed man. Observing her sister's hands stained with blood, yet her expression resolute, Qi Dong felt a surge of pride. His sister had grown. Let us continue the hunt for other dog-headed men. Qi Lingyun nodded, swiftly keeping pace with Qi Dong. As she walked behind him, gazing at his silhouette, Qi Lingyun felt an unfamiliarity in her brother. Once, he had been gentle, often bringing home stray cats and dogs, even hesitating to kill a mouse. The few times he had engaged in fights were solely for his own sake. Yet now, whether hunting or dissecting the dog-headed man, he seemed to exude an aura of indifference, as though the creatures were mere timber for him to fell. Moreover, he possessed an uncanny foresight regarding the impending apocalypse, aware of the weaknesses of various otherworldly beings. Is he truly my brother? A sense of confusion washed over Qi Lingyun, and at that moment, she recalled the faint smile her brother wore when he looked at her. Yes, he is my brother, even if he seems slightly unfamiliar. The way he gazes at me has never changed. He remains the brother who loves and protects me. This fact is unwavering. She shook her head, amused at her own sensitivity. Hadn't he promised to share everything with her in due time? There was no need for overthinking. All she had to do was trust him. The most important thing now was not to become a burden to her brother. Indeed, I must strive to improve. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Dong's calm demeanor was forged from 5 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Over those 5 years, he had lost all his friends and family, experienced confusion, sunk into despair, and faced betrayal. He had changed considerably. Yet, one thing remained constant: his deep affection for his parents and sister. After dispatching the dog-headed man, they searched the 16th floor, yet found no trace of further creatures. Descending to the 5th floor to await the dog-headed man, they found themselves waiting for over 2 hours without a single sighting. Strange, why haven't any dog-headed men come to our floor yet? They only arrived in this world yesterday. It's unlikely they would establish a territory so quickly. Qi Dong frowned. There was no choice but to abandon the fruitless wait. It was a waste of time. The unfortunate Sun Dinyang and her workers had perished on the 1st floor yesterday, their bodies likely consumed by the dog-headed men. Yet the scent of blood should still linger, perhaps drawing more of the creatures. Let us head down to the 1st floor. With this thought, Qi Dong led his sister downwards. Upon reaching the ground floor, a pungent scent of blood assailed them. Qi Dong glanced towards the room from which the odor emanated, cautiously approaching. As he neared the door, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart, as if something perilous lay hidden within. He hesitated, trusting his instinct, an intuition often honed by those who have danced on the precipice of death. It is imperative to confront the danger head-on rather than evade it. If there is indeed a threat lurking, it must be dealt with promptly, lest it pose a risk to my sister in the future. With a resolute determination, Qi Dong gestured for Qi Lingyun to return home. Observing the gravity etched on her brother's face, Qi Lingyun sensed the impending peril and recognized her temporary liability. Thus, she refrained from expressing any discontent and quietly retreated. Once assured that his sister had departed, Qi Dong cautiously approached the door, peering inside. What he beheld sent a chill coursing through him, as he comprehended why he and his sister had waited for over 2 hours without encountering a single gnoll. It became evident that this creature had claimed the space as its own. With its presence, no gnoll would dare approach this building. The creature was none other than the swift-blade tiger, a magnificent beast resembling a tiger but adorned with striking silvery fur and elongated fangs. Originating from the world of magical beasts, an adult specimen typically possesses strength exceeding that of a black iron level 5. In a previous life, Qi Dong had encountered a swift-blade tiger king, boasting a strength of black iron level 9. At that time, Qi Dong, also at black iron level 9, narrowly escaped with his life, as the king, having just feasted, showed no interest in him. As a high-level magical beast, the swift-blade tiger stands unmatched among its peers. A black iron level 5 swift-blade tiger possesses a physique approximately 70 times that of an average human, while a human at the same level generally has a physique ranging from 50 to 59 times that of a normal individual. Yet, the question arose, why was such a formidable creature present here? The initial emergence of the Crimson Mist and the opening of spatial rifts should have precluded the passage of such a powerful entity, allowing only those of black iron level 3 or below. Upon closer inspection, Qidong noted that the swift-blade tiger appeared considerably smaller than a fully grown specimen, resembling a South China tiger in size, indicating that it was a juvenile. Thus, its strength likely did not exceed black iron level 3, which explained its ability to traverse the initial spatial rift. Caught in a dilemma, Qidong pondered whether to slay the creature or not. The swift-blade tiger harbors immense potential, with most possessing black iron cards within them, and the juvenile would be no exception. Having already achieved a physique 5 times the human limit, Qidong required 20 to 30 black iron 0-level evolution stones to ascend to the black iron level. If he continued to hunt gnolls here, it would take at least 3 days to gather the necessary stones. However, with the swift-blade tiger occupying the space, no gnolls dared approach the building. Should he manage to slay the swift-blade tiger, the evolution stones it possessed might enable him to directly transcend to the black iron level, achieving a remarkable leap in power. After all, the swift-blade tiger's potential is exceptionally high, and the quality of its evolution stone surpasses those of other races at the same level. From birth, it possesses strength at black iron level 1, and as it matures, its power will escalate dramatically. If it were indeed black iron level 1, Qidong would feel somewhat confident, bolstered by his experience and the assistance of his low-level equipment, the ice ring. Yet, what if it were black iron level 2 or 3? Even the ice arrows from the ice ring would struggle to penetrate the defenses of a juvenile swift-blade tiger. As Qidong hesitated, he suddenly noticed the swift sword tiger, quietly lying on the floor, stir. It abruptly lifted its head, fixating its sharp gaze in his direction. This is bad. It has noticed me. Meeting the fierce glare of the swift sword tiger, Qidong, relying on his instincts and extensive combat experience, realized that this formidable creature was not merely of the black iron first tier, but rather the black iron second tier. Blood from both humans and goblins mingled on the ground and walls, bits of flesh interspersed with shattered bones littering the area. Qidong was not fazed by such a gruesome sight. He had encountered it far too many times before and had grown numb to it. The tiger's gaze became even more menacing, and Qidong understood that it was about to spring into action. He had no thoughts of fleeing, for he knew that escaping from a black iron second-tier swift sword tiger was utterly futile. Since there was no chance of retreat, he had no choice but to fight. With determination, Qidong sprang into action, not waiting for the tiger to make the first move. He stepped boldly into the room, executing a powerful kick that sent a shoe rack crashing towards the tiger. He could not allow the tiger to emerge into the hallway. Battling it there would be akin to courting death. The corridor was far too narrow, offering little room to evade. The only viable strategy was to utilize the room's terrain and obstacles to confront the swift sword tiger. As the shoe rack hurtled towards it, the tiger disdainfully glanced at Qidong and swatted the rack aside with its paw. Being a young beast not long since birthed, it was playful and had no immediate desire to kill its prey. Having already satisfied its hunger, it found amusement in toying with Qidong instead. Observing the tiger's nonchalant demeanor, Qidong realized it did not regard him as a serious threat. This was advantageous. Should it take him seriously, he would stand no chance. After kicking the shoe rack, Qidong did not hesitate for a moment. He surged forward several paces, and when he was within 5 or 6 meters of the tiger, he suddenly hurled an object from his hand. It was a packet of chili powder mixed with pepper, wrapped in a thin layer of cling film. He had brought it from home, intending to use it in case of an extraordinary situation. Just before charging into the room, he had taken it from his pocket and held it firmly in his grasp. The swift sword tiger did not flinch. In its estimation, this small object posed no threat to it. Just as it had swatted away the shoe rack, it attempted to strike the packet with its razor-sharp claws. Bang! Contrary to its expectation, the packet did not burst open but shattered, sending a cloud of red chili powder swirling into the air. Roar! The swift sword tiger let out a pained howl as the chili powder dispersed into its eyes. Despite its formidable nature, its eyes were a vulnerable spot, and it typically took great care to protect them. It had not anticipated being irritated by this seemingly inconsequential object. An opportunity. Seeing the tiger painfully shut its eyes, Qidong's eyes sparkled with determination. With a powerful push from his legs, he leapt into the air, wielding his axe, and aimed for the tiger's head, knowing that success hinged on this moment. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted. Had he missed? The axe came crashing down onto the floor instead, creating a large hole that revealed the underlying cement beneath. Qidong's hands trembled violently, blood staining his palms, as he realized the gravity of his situation. Just moments before, despite the searing pain in its eyes, the swift sword tiger had sensed the imminent threat posed by Qidong's axe. Had it struck true, it would have undoubtedly inflicted severe damage. In a desperate attempt to evade catastrophe, the swift sword tiger moved with astonishing reflexes and speed, narrowly escaping the blow. Standing before Qidong, its eyes were now wide open. Although the chili powder had stung its vision, the effect was merely a fleeting distraction. The pain lingered, yet it no longer hindered its ability to see. The swift sword tiger was enraged. This prey had dared to irritate its eyes with some peculiar substance. While the irritation was minimal, the axe strike had nearly wounded it grievously. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed its wrath. Qidong barely had time to react before he felt a tremendous impact to his chest, leaving him dazed and disoriented. He crashed against the wall, collapsing to the ground. Blood spilling from his lips, every part of his body aflame with pain, unable to rise again. The ferocity of the swift sword tiger's strike had sent him crashing into the living room wall, leaving cracks in its wake, a testament to the force behind the attack. The tiger slowly approached Qidong, who lay prostrate on the floor, gazing down at this diminutive prey that had nearly harmed it. With another powerful paw, Qidong was sent flying once more. The tiger repeated this brutal action over a dozen times, each blow leaving Qidong more disoriented, his bones feeling as though they were shattering. Am I to perish? As he fell once again, it felt as if his body were no longer his own. Yet, a flicker of hope remained. He could employ the battle techniques from his past life. However, not having yet reached the black iron rank meant that using these techniques would cost him precious years of life. To unleash a technique powerful enough to vanquish this black iron second-tier swift sword tiger would be to gamble with his very existence. The swift sword tiger sensed that its prey was on the brink of collapse. It intended to deliver the final blow, consuming Qidong piece by piece while he still drew breath. Where to begin? Perhaps with that very hand that had thrown the strange substance into its eyes. In a haze, Qidong felt his right arm being grasped by the tiger. What was it doing? Was it intending to devour his arm first? Without needing to look, Qidong knew that the swift sword tiger was beyond salvation. An ice arrow, if shot from the outside, would merely inflict superficial wounds. However, the ice arrow that had just pierced through the tiger's mouth and into its body had rendered it a mere mass of gore. Fortunately, the swift sword tiger's desire to torment Qidong had granted him a final opportunity. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to risk his life to forcibly employ his combat skills. Lying on the ground, Qidong's right hand, previously bitten by the swift sword tiger, bore deep gashes left by its teeth as the ice arrow sent the beast flying. His arm was now a bloody mess. In earlier times, such an injury would have rendered his arm useless. Not to mention, in a few minutes, his very life might have slipped away. Summoning all his strength, Qidong slowly lifted his left hand and retrieved an evolution stone from his pocket, placing it into his mouth. As the stone melted and absorbed into him, he felt his vitality gradually returning, and the bleeding from his wounds began to subside. Yet, the severity of his injuries meant he could not rise immediately. He remained calm, lying on the ground, attuning himself to the gradual healing of his body. He held no fear of kobolds intruding, despite the death of the swift sword tiger. Its scent lingered, deterring any kobold from daring to enter the building. At last, nearly 20 minutes passed before his wounds had mostly healed, and the fractured bones within him were nearly restored by the evolution stone. Qidong slowly stood up, managing a bitter smile. This time, he had truly been hanging by a thread, even with the experience of his previous life. The dangers he faced in these 2 days far surpassed those of the initial days of the apocalypse in his past existence. Let me see what you have brought me, Qidong exclaimed, as he searched through the kitchen of the residence for a knife to dissect the swift sword tiger. His axe had become utterly useless, the blade having completely curled after striking the ground. Though fraught with peril, the rewards were monumental. Even as a juvenile, the swift sword tiger was classified as a high-level magical beast. In his previous life, Qidong had only managed to hunt his first high-level magical beast 6 months after the apocalypse began, relying on the strength of a team. Yet now, on the second day of the apocalypse, he had already slain a high-level beast. The skin of the swift sword tiger was extraordinarily tough, far superior to the scaled hide of the kobolds. Its underbelly was the most vulnerable part of its body, and even so, Qidong exerted considerable effort to open its abdomen. The internal organs were already in a state of decay, having been directly penetrated by the ice arrow. Eureka! Qidong opened his hand to reveal an evolution stone, slightly larger than his thumb, radiating a deep, dark glow. Truly, the swift sword tiger was remarkable, although it was only of the second tier of black iron. The quality of this evolution stone might rival that of the evolution stone belonging to a third-tier black iron kobold chieftain. Holding the stone, Qidong couldn't help but marvel. The first appearance of the red mist brought forth creatures from the spatial rift, the most powerful of which were the rare third-tier black iron beings. The evolution stone acquired by Qidong is comparable in quality to that of the black iron tier 3 goblin chieftain, rendering it one of the finest evolution stones before the second emergence of the crimson mist. With this stone in hand, I can attempt to ascend to the black iron level. The early apocalypse is the most challenging period for breaking through to black iron. The vast majority of individuals only manage to transcend the initial tier after the second or third appearances of the crimson mist. Each emergence of the mist brings a wealth of natural energy to Earth, gradually altering the biological constitution of all life forms, thereby fostering species evolution. Not just humans, but all animals experience a slow evolution. Thus, the later stages make it increasingly easier to break through to the black iron level. Qidong meticulously secured this high-quality evolution stone. During the first emergence of the crimson mist, very few humans advanced to black iron. In my previous life, I only ascended to black iron after the second emergence of the mist. In this life, I am already far ahead of others, leading the way. Qidong's hand delved once more into the belly of the swift sword tiger, continuing his exploration. Indeed, there it was. Splendid. This time, a black card materialized in his grasp, a black iron card. As a high-tier magical beast, the swift sword tiger possesses exceptional qualities, with over half of its kind generating black iron cards. I hope this time it will yield a weapon. What I lack most at present is a reliable weapon. The camping axe has already been damaged, and the makeshift Nepalese curved knife has dulled slightly. An ordinary kitchen knife inflicts too little harm on the alien races. With a swift motion, the card was cleaved in two. As the card vanished, a softly glowing white orb, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, appeared before Qidong. The combat skill inheritance sphere. The card can yield equipment and combat skills, and within the inheritance sphere lies a combat skill that can be instantly mastered, significantly enhancing one's capabilities. However, only those who have attained black iron level can utilize the inheritance sphere. Qidong furrowed his brow. He urgently needed a weapon, not a combat skill. Once he ascends to black iron level, he would be able to employ the skills he mastered in his previous life. Therefore, the inheritance sphere holds limited value for him. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. After all, my previous life afforded me only a handful of low-level combat skills, and few are applicable at the initial black iron stage. Acquiring an additional skill equates to an increase in strength. The tiger meat must not go to waste, as it contains abundant energy. Consuming the entirety of the swift sword tiger's flesh is equivalent to assimilating the effects of over a dozen ordinary goblin evolution stones, sufficient to elevate Lingyun and Fatty's physical constitution to its maximum 5-fold capacity. This venture, though perilous, has yielded substantial rewards. The most pressing matter now is to return home and prepare for my ascension to black iron level. I can hardly contain my eagerness. As Qidong approached his front door, he had yet to grasp the handle when the door swung open. A figure suddenly burst forth from inside, tightly embracing Qidong. "Brother, you scared me to death just now. Are you all right?" Upon her return, Qi Lingyun and Fatty had heard the commotion from the first floor, the thunderous roar of the tiger and the sound of heavy objects crashing against the walls. The ruckus was enough to frighten both Qi Lingyun and Fatty considerably. Qi Lingyun was deeply concerned for her brother, and several times she almost rushed down to check on him, only to be pulled back by the portly companion. They remained vigilantly stationed behind the door, and upon seeing Qidong return through the peephole, her anxieties were finally assuaged. As soon as the door opened, she leaped into Qidong's embrace. "Do not worry, see, I have returned," he reassured her. "Come inside quickly. We do not want to attract the attention of the dog-headed men." Qidong smiled lightly. "Brother, your injuries are considerable. Why did you not use the evolution stone?" "It's nothing serious. I used one just a while ago. However, the wounds are severe and have yet to heal completely." "If you wish for me to recover swiftly, then prepare me something to eat, using the flesh of the swift sword tiger I brought back. Its meat is rich in nutrients and energy, and can also mimic the effects of an evolution stone. We have been feasting on tiger meat these past few days, which has significantly enhanced our physical condition." "All right, I shall begin immediately. Please wait a moment." Qi Lingyun responded eagerly. The portly companion helped her drag the swift sword tiger into the kitchen and emerged, exclaiming, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. What on earth was that creature? Did it come from another realm? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the saber-toothed tiger that once roamed Earth." The swift sword tiger is a high-level beast from the magical beast dimension. With your current strength, Encountering it would have resulted in instant annihilation. Escape would not have been an option. Huh, but we have you, boss. No matter how formidable that beast may be, it ultimately becomes our meal, the portly lad winked, refraining from questioning how his leader possessed such extensive knowledge. He understood what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Over the past few days, Qi Dong had left a profound impression on him. In his eyes, his leader was nothing short of omnipotent and all-knowing. After a while, Qi Lingyun finished preparing the meal. Following their consumption of the swift sword tiger's meat, Qi Dong's previously unhealed wounds were entirely restored. After dining, Qi Dong retreated to his room to rest for a spell. All right, my condition is now optimal. It is time to attempt a breakthrough. Qi Dong settled into a meditative position, retrieving the evolution stone from the swift sword tiger and examining it for a moment before tossing it into his mouth. The evolution stone melted upon contact. Yet unlike previous occasions, Qi Dong's body did not absorb it directly, for his physique had reached a quintuple state, the human limit, rendering him unable to further enhance his body through direct absorption of the evolution stone. The liquid essence from the melted stone circulated within him, and soon, Qi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, clarity of mind, and a buoyant sensation enveloping him. However, after a while, this sensation began to dissipate. Soon thereafter, a fiery, intense pain surged throughout his body, with his vital energy tumultuously rising. The pain was so excruciating that Qi Dong nearly lost consciousness. I cannot faint, otherwise I will fail. He gritted his teeth against the agony, and after several minutes, he felt a sharp pain intensifying in his abdomen, as if all discomfort had converged there. At this critical juncture, he sensed a vortex forming within his abdomen, spinning faster and faster until it reached a certain velocity and ceased to accelerate. This must be the maximum speed. I should be forming an internal elixir by now. Why has it not materialized? Alas, the energy of this evolution stone is insufficient. It still lacks a bit. With this thought in mind, Qi Dong swiftly retrieved the remaining 4 evolution stones from his possession, unhesitatingly consuming them all at once. As the 4 stones surged into his body and merged into the vortex within his abdomen, the vortex, which had begun to slow, suddenly accelerated with frenzied intensity. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated within him. Success. Qi Dong closed his eyes, focusing intently. He sensed a small, oval-shaped black object, the size of a fingernail, forming in the very spot where the vortex had been. This was none other than the evolution stone of humanity, referred to as the inner elixir. In his mind, the shape of the inner elixir became vividly clear. It continually emitted wisps of energy, which integrated into Qi Dong's being. Rising to his feet, he stretched his body, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. His muscles and organs felt remarkably fortified, while his hearing sharpened to an extraordinary clarity, alert to the slightest rustle. Akin to a vigilant mouse. Eightfold physique. Truly, the evolution stone of the swift sword tiger is remarkable, having just broken through to the black iron 0 stage. I have attained an eightfold physique. Now, I can almost effortlessly vanquish ordinary dog-headed men of the black iron 0 stage. And even if I were to encounter elite dog-headed men of the black iron 1st stage, I would still possess the strength to contend. At the black iron 0 stage, a human's physique ranges from 6 to 9 times, while at the black iron 1st stage, it spans from 10 to 19 times. Typically, those who have just broken through to the black iron 0 stage possess a 6-fold physique, yet Qi Dong, having just ascended, boasts an 8-fold physique, which is exhilarating. Upon forming the inner elixir, it generates vitality within the body. Possessing vitality enables the usage of combat techniques, akin to skills in a game. Finally, I have reached the black iron 0 stage. As long as I avoid provoking those of the black iron 3rd stage before the second arrival of the crimson mist, I should encounter no issues. With my experience and the combat techniques learned in my previous life, even if I cannot best the alien beings of black iron 2nd stage, I can certainly escape. Forming the inner elixir and successfully breaking through to the black iron 0 stage is the most challenging step. In the early days of the apocalypse, most individuals were trapped at this juncture. Once the inner elixir is formed, subsequent evolution becomes markedly smoother by continuously devouring the evolution stones of alien beings. One can elevate their level all the way to black iron 9th stage, with scarcely any bottlenecks. Alright, the combat technique inheritance orb obtained from defeating the swift sword tiger can now be utilized. Although I mastered numerous combat techniques in my previous life, having an abundance of skills is never burdensome. Let me see what techniques lie within this inheritance orb. If they prove useless to me, I shall reserve it for my sister or the rotund fellow. Qi Dong took out the combat technique inheritance orb, calming his mind, and channeled the newly generated vitality into the hand that touched the orb. Upon contact, a surge of information flooded his consciousness. Combat technique name. Eye of Insight. Combat technique quality. Low-level combat technique. Combat technique description. A reconnaissance skill. Upon utilizing the Eye of Insight, one can discern the racial information and strength of the opponent. How splendid. Unexpectedly, it is a special type skill. With this combat skill, future encounters will be considerably more convenient. When faced with high-level foes, one can evade or prepare in advance. Combat skills are categorized into ordinary and special skills. Ordinary skills, once mastered, can be verbally imparted to others. In contrast, special skills possess various unique effects, such as the Eye of Insight that Qi recently acquired, which typically cannot be taught to others but can only be learned through the inheritance orb of combat skills. Special combat skills are quite rare, yet not all of them are necessarily beneficial. In his previous life, Qi had encountered a rather unfortunate special skill called Captive of Culinary Delights, which allowed him to discern the ingredients and preparation methods of any dish with just a single bite. Among the special skills, those related to insight are some of the most practical, as they enable one to gather crucial intelligence on adversaries, significantly impacting battles. Upon realizing it was an insight skill, Qi wasted no time in activating it. As he completed his incantation, the crystal orb shattered, and simultaneously, a method for employing this combat skill materialized in his mind. After mastering the Eye of Insight, Qi first directed it towards himself, activating the Eye of Insight. Subsequently, information about himself appeared in his mind. Race, human strength, black iron level 0 evaluation, an average human with mediocre strength and frail constitution, yet possessing immense potential and exceptional learning aptitude. Note, this skill can only be used on non-humans and oneself, not on other humans. Indeed, being a low-level combat skill, it reveals only this limited information. Qi was not disheartened. This outcome was clearly within his expectations. Nonetheless, knowing the strength and race of his opponents proved to be immensely helpful. Chapter 12. Departure from the community and the rampaging giant ape-bang. A dog-headed creature collapsed, its neck nearly severed, its eyes wide open in death. Haha, boss. I've slain another. The rotund man triumphantly waved the fire axe in his hand. Hey, chubby brother, that one should have been mine. You snatched my prey. Qi Lingyun protested. Haha, my apologies. I got a bit carried away. The moment I saw the dog-headed creature, I charged in without thinking, he replied. Qi observed the interaction between Qi Lingyun and the rotund man, nodding to himself. This marked the 12th dog-headed creature they had slain together that afternoon in the community. Yesterday, Qi had achieved a breakthrough to the 0 stage of black iron. This morning, he visited the property management's fire control room in the community and acquired 3 fire axes, subsequently dispatching 4 more dog-headed creatures. He bestowed the evolution stones they had collected upon Qi Lingyun and the rotund man for absorption, coupled with the meat they had consumed from the swift-sword tiger. Both had exceeded a 4-fold enhancement of their physical constitution. Thus, Qi decided to take them out for training that afternoon. When encountering more than 2 dog-headed creatures, Qi would first engage to eliminate all but one, then instruct the rotund man and Qi Lingyun to confront the remaining creature. Initially inexperienced, despite their superior physiques, they sustained considerable injuries. Fortunately, the evolution stones possessed healing properties. As their victories over the dog-headed creatures accumulated, so did their combat experience. They now faced 2 or 3 at a time without sustaining injuries themselves, while vanquishing dog-headed creatures and absorbing evolution stones. Both the rotund man and Qi Lingyun had reached the human limit of 5-fold enhancement. They exhibited exceptional potential and strong learning abilities, maintaining composure even against multiple adversaries. With Qi guidance, their future achievements promised to be considerable, perhaps even surpassing those of his previous life. Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. All right, let us conclude for today. We've nearly cleared the dog-headed creatures from the community, and night is approaching. It's time to head home. This afternoon, Qi, along with his sister and the rotund man, had spent hours traversing the community, effectively cleansing it of threats. Their community was not extensive, and having previously eliminated numerous dog-headed creatures, only a few remained. All right, let us return, boss. Tomorrow, we shall continue hunting these dog-headed creatures. The rotund man exclaimed with excitement. Haha, today was exhilarating. Just days ago, these rascals were hunting us humans. Now the tables have turned. However, despite their efforts to rid the community of dog-headed creatures, Qi Lingyun felt disheartened. Yet, even though we've cleared most of them, the number of fallen humans is far greater. Her spirits dampened. She recalled the grim scenes witnessed that afternoon. At the onset of the apocalypse, those unable to escape their homes were mercilessly hunted by the dog-headed creatures. With every few steps, They encountered pools of blood mixed with bones and shredded flesh. While they fought in the community, many who had hidden indoors peered out through windows, silently cheering them on, albeit too fearful to venture outside. Upon returning home, the group indulged in a hearty meal. As their physical constitution continuously improved, their appetites grew significantly. Even the least voracious among them, Qi Lingyun, consumed no less than 2 pounds of the highly nutritious and energy-rich swift sword tiger meat. Had it been ordinary pork, she might have devoured around 5 pounds. Lingyun, please prepare the remaining swift sword tiger meat today. We shall depart from the community tomorrow, Qi Dong instructed after dinner. Brother, we are not staying in the community any longer? Where are we going tomorrow? Well, we have a destination in mind. However, before we proceed there, we must first visit Taichung University, as I have some matters to attend to. Qi Dong refrained from divulging the details about the prehistoric relics, trusting that they would eventually learn of it. Tomorrow would mark the 4th day since the apocalypse began. During this time in his previous life, he was at Taichung University. On the 5th day, they would encounter grave danger. Qi Dong was nearly killed by a friend, only to be saved by his roommate as sacrifice. Jiang Yunfei, it is time to settle the scores from our past life. Brothers from the dormitory, hold on. I am on my way. Early the next morning, Qi Dong cautioned. Stay close and act swiftly. It will take us approximately an hour and a half to reach Taichung University, and the journey is fraught with peril. Our adversaries are not limited to the ordinary low-tier goblins. We may encounter elite goblins of the 1st tier, or even massive goblins of the 2nd tier. There is also the possibility of encountering flying avian humanoids or various mid to low-level magical beasts. Thus, you must exercise utmost caution. Don't worry, boss. Indeed, brother, we shall heed your every instruction. By the way, can we drive there? If we take a car, we will arrive in mere minutes. Especially since I just obtained my driver's license. Oh, right. Even without a license, I doubt there are any traffic officers out checking for vehicles now. The stout one suggested. Absolutely not. Do you wish to become a living target? Driving out now would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous alien creatures. Many can run faster than a car, Qi Dong replied, shaking his head. The 3 each carried a large backpack, cautiously exiting the community. Their packs were laden with 20 to 30 pounds of cooked swift sword tiger meat, a weight that posed negligible strain on their current physical forms. They traversed a secluded street, encountering several goblins along the way, all of which were dispatched by Qi Lingyun and the stout one. Qi Dong refrained from intervening, only stepping in when faced with more than 6 goblins. Not long into their journey, Qi Dong noticed a young man in his 20s stealthily making his way along the wall, glancing left and right as he entered a nearby supermarket. Can you believe someone dares to venture out at this time? Qi Dong remarked. Given their enhanced physical capabilities, their vision had also significantly improved from a considerable distance. The young man remained unaware of their presence. It's already the 4th day since the apocalypse began. That fellow must be desperate with hunger. Unable to resist the urge to sneak out in search of food, the stout one surmised. They continued onward, disregarding the chaos behind them. For reaching Tai City University was of utmost importance. They hoped that the young man would be fortunate enough to evade the monsters lurking nearby. Today marked the 4th day of the apocalypse, and indeed, many who had not stocked up on supplies were pushed to the brink of starvation. If only they could endure one more day, by tomorrow, the 5th day of the apocalypse, the military would enter the city. Presently, the army was engaged in combat with several large tribes of goblins that had surrounded them, and by the morrow, those goblin tribes would be thoroughly dealt with. At that point, some within the ranks would discover the evolution stones within the bellies of the goblins, and the secrets of these stones would be unveiled, allowing a significant portion of the troops to become enhanced, greatly increasing their combat prowess. As they took a step forward, they witnessed the youth who had just entered the supermarket burst forth in a panic. With enhanced vision, they discerned the terror etched upon his face. After fleeing the supermarket, he dashed towards their direction in sheer fright. Something's amiss in the supermarket. We must hide. Qi Dong instantly realized the gravity of the situation. However, before he could finish his warning, a shadow leaped out from the supermarket. Its movements were swift, and before they could react, the shadow landed in front of the young man. With a resounding thud, a fist struck, shattering the young man's skull into fragments. After obliterating the youth, the shadow swiftly turned its attention towards Qi Dong and his companions. It has spotted us. What is that? A behemoth? As the shadow faced them, they finally beheld its true form. A colossal gorilla, towering nearly 2.5 meters, with a robust and powerful physique. Eye of investigation. Observing the speed with which the creature had dispatched the young man, Qi Dong doubted their ability to escape. They had no choice but to fight. Thus, He activated the Eye of Investigation skill to glean information about the imposing creature before them. Name: Rampaging Giant Ape. Power level: Black Iron Tier 1 evaluation. The Rampaging Giant Ape is a subspecies of the explosive behemoth, possessing innate strength and agility. While its power does not rival that of the king of the forest, the explosive behemoth, its temperament is even more volatile. Highly aggressive, it often engages in violent confrontations, even among its own kind. Danger level: 2 stars, moderately dangerous. Chapter 13, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Alas, it approaches. Retreat, for it is beyond your capacity to contend with. Through the probing eye, Qi discerned that this frenzied giant ape was ferocious and combative, and would undoubtedly not spare them. Thus, they had no choice but to engage in battle. In a series of tremendous leaps, the savage giant ape traversed the 100 meters in an instant, landing mere meters before Qi and his companions. It was at this moment that they truly beheld the visage of the colossal beast. Towering at 1.5 times a man's height, its body was cloaked in thick, jet-black fur, with a vague bulge resembling a fleshly orb atop its head. Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, with elongated fangs bared and hands graced with thick fingers. The muscles beneath its fur bulged like steel plates, radiating an aura of unbridled ferocity. Quickly, take cover. Before Qi could finish, the bloodthirsty giant ape roared fiercely, its form shifting with the swiftness of a cheetah. Arriving before Qi in the blink of an eye, its 5 fingers poised to strike. With a sudden whoosh, Qi, preoccupied with warning his sister and the rotund companion, was caught off guard by the creature's astonishing speed. In a heartbeat, his shoulder was raked. The fabric of his shirt torn as 5 deep gashes appeared, blood oozing forth. The fire axe he had clutched slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Had he not dodged in time, his skull would have been cleaved open, resulting in instant demise. Vile beast. Regaining his focus, disregarding his sister and the stout friend, Qi mind screamed, bloodthirsty frenzy. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue. Muscles swelling as his height surged from 1 meter 80 to nearly 2 meters. His physique seemed to double in size, though not as imposing as the frenzied giant ape. He was not far behind. Bloodthirsty frenzy was the only intermediate combat technique at his disposal. Currently, his strength was merely at the first tier of black iron, and the energy generated by the inner core was insufficient to support the employment of techniques of intermediate grade or higher. This technique could temporarily amplify his physical capabilities significantly by inducing a special flow of energy within. However, the enhancement was contingent upon his own strength. Yet, the effect of this skill could only be sustained for less than 10 minutes, after which his body would endure a period of extreme weakness, rendering even the absorption of evolution stones ineffective. If circumstances permitted, Qi would prefer to refrain from utilizing this skill, as the forthcoming challenges remained uncertain. Moreover, this technique bore a perilous side effect. Once employed, one would gradually lose rationality during combat. The longer the duration of its use, the more bloodthirsty one would become, akin to a frenzied beast devoid of reason. If he failed to maintain control, even friends and kin could be perceived as foes. Nevertheless, the pressure exerted by this frenzied giant ape was overwhelming. Though it was merely a tier higher in strength, possessing innate divine power, its combat prowess likely approached that of a second-tier black iron creature. Lower-tier techniques would prove ineffective against it, leaving Qi with no choice but to utilize his sole available intermediate combat technique. 15-fold enhancement of physical prowess. Excellent. The bloodthirsty frenzy remarkably augmented Qi physical prowess to an astonishing 15-fold. It is noteworthy that his original capacity was merely 8-fold. Thus, this singular skill has nearly doubled his physical attributes, truly deserving of its classification as an intermediate combat technique. Typically, a human at the lowest tier of black iron possesses a maximum of 9-fold physicality, while those at the first tier range from 10 to 19-fold. Presently, Qi strength has ascended to the first tier of black iron, albeit he can only maintain this state for less than 10 minutes. The rampaging giant ape hesitated momentarily, astonished by the sudden surge of Qi presence. However, it was unfazed. Everything that appeared before it was destined to be torn asunder. With a thunderous roar, the colossal creature lunged forward, its shadow racing as a massive fist cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Qi head. In this moment, Qi, bolstered by his newfound strength, felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. He summoned all his might and met the blow head-on. Bang! An explosion reverberated through the air as their fists collided, producing a shockwave. Qi felt as though he had been struck by a sledgehammer, the force rendering him breathless and on the verge of spewing blood as he staggered backward. The giant ape faltered for a brief instant, taken aback by the realization that this diminutive prey could withstand its punch and even reciprocate the shock. How formidable! The rampaging giant ape possessed an incredible strength equivalent to 20-fold physicality, comparable to a second-tier black iron human. No wonder it was blessed with innate power. Qidong was equally astonished. Yet, the giant ape quickly regained its composure and charged once more, for the concept of fear was alien to it. I shall not be intimidated. Qidong thought fiercely upon witnessing this. The side effects of bloodthirsty frenzy began to manifest. Initially, it would strip the user of their composure, gradually awakening the latent bloodlust within, leading to a loss of rationality. Taking advantage of the moment, he delivered a crushing blow to the giant ape's abdomen. Even as he received a punch to his own chest, Qidong was sent flying several meters, landing on the ground, while the giant ape staggered backward. Brother, boss, Qi Lingyun and the portly companion, hiding nearby, were engulfed in concern. In the next instant, Qidong executed a swift spring, leaping into the air with the grace of a tiger, and landed a kick squarely on the giant ape's head, all while enduring another punch from the beast. In that fleeting moment, man and beast collided with unyielding force. Qidong embodied an indomitable warrior, growing ever more invigorated and exhilarated as the effects of bloodthirsty frenzy intensified. Will he be all right? That massive creature is so robust. How can he dare to confront it head-on? Indeed, the boss was formidable, a true warrior. The giant ape unleashed 10 punches upon Qidong, who retaliated with 10 kicks. The giant ape was repeatedly knocked down, only to rise again. While Qidong too was toppled, yet he persevered. As they both fell once more, Qidong, rising first, his crimson eyes flickering with clarity, charged toward the giant ape, unleashing a devastating punch. In a rapid succession of movement, a fist, an explosion. The wind from his punch tore through the air, emitting a heart-wrenching sound, sharp and piercing. With momentum like a comet, at that moment, the giant ape had yet to fully rise, barely lifting itself. Bang! A violent punch struck the giant ape's head, scattering brain matter in all directions. The ferocious creature's skull was shattered by Qidong's blow. As it attempted to rise halfway, it collapsed once more. The low-level combat technique. Meteor Fist, one of the most powerful techniques mastered by Qidong in his previous life, was unleashed. When combined with the bloodthirsty frenzy technique, its power surged, nearing that of advanced techniques. Fortunately, he regained a sliver of awareness at the last moment and executed the Meteor Fist. Otherwise, had he continued to clash head-on with the raging gorilla, his demise would have been inevitable. After slaying the giant ape with a single strike, Qidong could no longer bear the strain and collapsed onto the ground, inwardly relieved. The influence of bloodthirsty frenzy was overwhelming, causing him to nearly lose all rationality. His current strength was only at the Iron Black Zero level, making it difficult to suppress such side effects. Not far away, Qi Lingyun and the plump companion rushed over upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle. Brother, are you all right? Qi Lingyun exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from her eyes as she promptly retrieved an evolution stone and placed it in Qidong's mouth. Boss, you were incredible, the plump friend exclaimed, panting. Quick, go collect the giant ape's evolution stone. Search carefully. This beast is extraordinary and may possess an iron black card within. After taking a few deep breaths, Qidong said, Lingyun, help me up. We must leave this place swiftly. The commotion we caused was significant, and I fear it may attract other creatures. I am in no condition to face another one. We could meet our end here. Though the absorption of the evolution stone had alleviated his injuries, the sensation of weakness lingered. This was a consequence of the bloodthirsty frenzy skill, a result of excessive consumption of his potential. Even the evolution stone had little effect, as his body could only recover on its own. Boss, I found it. In addition to the evolution stone, there's also an iron black card. The plump friend exclaimed excitedly as he hurried back, bringing along the fire axe Qidong had dropped during his encounter with the giant ape. Excellent. Let us depart at once. Chapter 14. Officer Lin Luo. After a vigorous run lasting over 10 minutes, Qidong and his companions paused, their breaths heavy in the air. Just moments after their departure, the cacophony of a fierce battle echoed from the direction of the raging giant ape. What transpired there? Fortunately, we fled swiftly. Judging by the sounds, it seems numerous alien creatures were drawn to the commotion. The stout companion expressed his trepidation, suggesting that the fray was likely over the giant ape's remains. Although we have already taken its evolution stone, the potency of its flesh and blood is hardly inferior. It is likely that the alien beings, lured by the tumult, are vying for the giant's body, Qidong mused, feeling the lingering weakness in his own body, as he had relied on the stout companion during their escape. By the way, boss, I wonder what treasures lie within the black iron card we acquired, equipment or combat techniques. Let us take a look. Qi Dong expressed his curiosity. The stout companion retrieved the card, and, with a swift chop, the card vanished, giving way to a white crystal sphere. A technique inheritance orb? Let me see what combat techniques it holds. Qi Dong grasped the crystal sphere and infused it with a faint surge of energy. Technique name: Chaotic Cloak Axe Technique. Technique quality: low-grade combat technique. Technique description: denies the enemy any chance to retaliate. Delivers 72 swift strikes from various angles. This axe technique requires a certain level of strength. Not bad at all. It stands out among low-grade skills, yet unfortunately, it holds no value for me. After perusing the information within the inheritance orb, Qi Dong smiled slightly. Fatty, this orb contains an axe technique. It's yours. You can learn it once you advance to the 0 tier of black iron. Really, boss? That is fantastic, the stout companion exclaimed, eagerly accepting the inheritance orb from Qi Dong. Earlier, Qi Dong had shared some foundational knowledge with Qi Lingyun and the stout companion, so they understood the significance of possessing combat techniques. Hey, brother, look. It seems someone is calling for help upstairs. Upon hearing Qi Lingyun's words, Qi Dong and the stout companion looked up. Indeed, on the opposing building, two individuals were waving a large sign that read SOS in vibrant colors. Seeing that they had garnered attention, the two individuals joyfully embraced each other. Qi Dong cast a glance at them and said, "Ignore them. We must move on. Brother, should we not help them? Help? How do we assist them? Shall we go up, bring them out, and have them follow us to Tai City University? They are safer in their homes for now. If they can hold on until tomorrow afternoon, the troops will enter the city. We can hardly ensure our own safety, let alone take them along." Qi Dong shook his head. "It is not that I lack the desire to save them. We simply do not possess the capability right now. Bringing them out could endanger their lives. Their physical condition has not been enhanced, and they cannot match our speed." Upon hearing this, Qi Lingyun fell silent, recognizing the truth in Qi Dong's words. They were not safe themselves, let alone capable of rescuing others. Let us proceed, striving to reach Tai City University swiftly. Lingering here could lead to unforeseen dangers. Qi Dong let out a sigh. After a brief respite, he felt less feeble. The after-effects of his bloodthirsty frenzy were gradually subsiding. However, he was still unable to engage in battle. The two individuals above, witnessing Qi Dong and his companions ignore their pleas for help, were immediately engulfed in despair. As the trio continued on their way, they encountered numerous goblins and several oddly shaped beasts, but they managed to evade them, only dispatching a few isolated goblins. They estimated that after another half-hour of travel, they would reach Tai City University. Given the dangers of the main road, they decided to take a shortcut through a nearby alley. Just as Qi Dong's group was about to venture onto the narrow path, a figure suddenly burst forth from a nearby supermarket, pursued by three goblins. Lin Luo felt exceedingly unfortunate. She was a newly graduated female police officer who, despite being a member of the force, was unarmed. When the apocalypse struck, she had been on her way to the police station but was fortunate to have stayed home, thus preserving her life. As a young woman, she lacked the habit of cooking and had no provisions at home, only a few snacks that had long been consumed. Today, her hunger became unbearable, prompting her to muster the courage to stealthily enter the supermarket downstairs. However, upon her arrival, she was startled to discover three goblins lurking within, prompting her to turn and flee. Just as she dashed out the door, she noticed three individuals standing nearby, seemingly oblivious to the three goblins in pursuit of her. Frantically, she shouted, "Run! There are monsters behind you." Yet, to her dismay, the trio appeared not to hear her, remaining motionless and staring at her and the creatures trailing behind. Damn it, they can't be paralyzed with fear. Lin Luo cursed internally as she rushed to Qi Dong and the others, grabbing Qi Dong's arm urgently. "Hurry, run. Don't just stand there." Seeing that Qi Dong and his companions remained unresponsive, she could not suppress her frustration. The goblins were closing in, now less than 10 meters away. Lin Luo weighed her options, torn between fleeing and standing her ground. To hell with it. As a public servant, how could I abandon them? After all, it was my presence that lured those monsters here. With determination, she turned back, raising the kitchen knife she held, confronting the goblins head-on. This knife was still brand new. Although she had purchased it over a month ago, she had never used it. To her surprise, her first encounter with it was not for culinary purposes but rather for slaying monsters. "Fatty, it's your turn." At that moment, she heard the voice of the man in the middle of the dazed trio. Immediately after he spoke, the stout man beside him brandished a fire axe and charged at the creatures. Oh no, he has lost his mind. Just as this thought crossed her mind, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes, nearly causing her to drop her gaze in disbelief. The seemingly crazed stout man moved with the agility of a tiger, swiftly closing the distance to the three monsters. With a series of swift strikes, he cleanly dispatched all three of the creatures in an instant. You all. Lin Luo was astonished, her mouth agape. These three monsters, though diminutive in stature, displayed remarkable agility and strength. How could you so effortlessly vanquish them? Are you, perchance, the legendary martial artists whispered of in folklore? Ha ha ha. Indeed, we are the fabled martial experts. The rotund man exclaimed with pride, his hands deftly slicing open the abdomen of the dog-headed creature, retrieving 3 evolution stones. Now, let us hasten our departure. Qi Dong, having seen the rotund man secure the evolution stones, called out and strode towards a nearby path. Beautiful lady, we are leaving. Do take care of yourself. He shouted to the attractive police officer. Despite her striking beauty, he felt little inclination to engage in flirtation. In this apocalyptic world, nothing was more vital than preserving one's own life. Qi Lingyun nodded at Lin Luo and quickly followed suit. Lin Luo, taken aback by their sudden decision to leave, hurried after them. Wait, where are you going? Take me with you. I am quite distant from home and dare not return alone. Upon hearing the police officer's words, Qi Lingyun tugged at Qi Dong's sleeve. Brother, shall we not take her along? It is perilous for her to remain outside alone. She had a favorable impression of the officer. Qi Dong, reflecting on Qi Lingyun's suggestion, hesitated. Judging from the officer's earlier conduct, her character seemed commendable. In such a dangerous situation, she had chosen to remain and confront the dog-headed creatures alongside them. Leaving her alone outside would indeed be hazardous. Very well. She may accompany us, but we cannot guarantee your safety. Thank you. I understand the circumstances. Lin Luo nodded earnestly. For being with these enigmatic martial artists was undeniably safer than venturing alone. My name is Lin Luo. May I inquire how you are addressed? The rotund man, in high spirits due to the inclusion of a beautiful police officer in their ranks, smiled. I am Hu Dawei, but you may call me Fatty. This is my leader, Qi Dong, and this is my leader's sister, Qi Lingyun. With the introductions complete, the group ventured forth into the narrow alleyway. Chapter 15. The escape. The group treaded cautiously through the narrow alley, fortunate that it was relatively secluded, allowing them to advance smoothly without encountering any hostile beings. Once we exit here, it will take us merely another 15 minutes to reach Tai City University, Qi Dong informed Qi Lingyun and the others. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Wonderful. At last, we are nearing our destination. This journey, which should have taken an hour and a half, feels as though it has spanned several days, the portly companion lamented. Ah, splendid. Finally, we see living souls. A voice suddenly echoed from above. Qi Dong and his companions looked up to discover a middle-aged man standing on the balcony of the 3rd floor of a nearby building. This structure belonged to a residential complex in the vicinity, and most of the windows above were shrouded with curtains, with occasional shadows flitting within. The middle-aged man, noticing their attention, leapt with excitement. He felt incredibly fortunate, having been overwhelmed by hunger. He had stepped onto the balcony in hopes of catching a few sparrows to quell his appetite, only to find 4 individuals passing below. There are numerous monsters in our community right now, and we dare not descend. Our phones have no signal, and the internet is down. Please, you must save us. He implored in a hushed tone. Qi Dong shook his head at the man, fully aware that the military would enter the city the following afternoon. Those who remained indoors typically faced little danger, provided they did not venture out. Of course, this was contingent upon not encountering 2nd or 3rd-tier orcs or magical beasts. The complex was sizable, likely harboring dozens of hostile creatures, and Qi Dong, still recovering, lacked the strength to purge them. Seeing Qi Dong's resolute refusal, the female officer Lin Luo opened her mouth to speak, but remained silent. She was uncertain of the group's capabilities. If the monsters within the complex were numerous, Qi Dong and his companions might not stand a chance, jeopardizing not only the trapped individuals, but also themselves. Although she longed to assist those inside, she was not inclined to undertake a futile endeavor. The middle-aged man, witnessing Qi Dong's firm dismissal, urgently shouted, If you want help, then go find the police. Let us go. Ignore him. Qi Dong instructed Qi Lingyun and the others. If the police could resolve the issue, he would have sought their aid long ago. He knew all too well that most officers had been cornered within their precincts by the hostile forces, and many smaller stations had been overrun. Their own survival was a challenge. How could they expect to rescue others? Hey, don't leave. The man called out in desperation. You must have food in your backpacks. Leave some for me. I have nothing to eat at home. I can pull it up with a rope. Seeing Qi Dong turn to depart, the middle-aged man grew frantic. Qi Dong and his companions chose to ignore him. While they wished to rescue those trapped within the complex, they were powerless and could only await the military's assistance. Frustrated by their indifference, the man abandoned his restraint, cursing loudly. "Damn it. You heartless bastards, if you want to help me, I want to let you off easily." With that, he seized a potted plant from the balcony and hurled it down toward Qi-Dong and his companions. Qi-Dong felt something falling from above and quickly pulled his sister to the side. Crash! A potted plant smashed to the ground, landing precisely where Qi Lingyun had just been. Had Qi-Dong not acted swiftly, it would have struck her head. "This is bad. We must flee. Such a loud noise will attract the otherworldly beings." Without a moment to confront the middle-aged man, Qi-Dong shouted hurriedly and led everyone towards the direction of Taichung University. Chirp, chirp, chirp. They had barely run a few meters when a series of strange cries echoed behind them. Turning back, Qi-Dong saw a group of small, dark green-skinned creatures emerging from the neighborhood. They stood about 1.30 meters to 40 meters tall, roughly the height of a dog-headed humanoid. With pointed ears, venomous fangs, and blood-red eyes, they possessed broad faces and flat noses. Armed with stone axes and clubs, these creatures numbered at least 40 to 50, wielding their crude weapons with an ease that belied their weight. The three creatures leading the pack were noticeably larger than their kin. "This is indeed a small goblin tribe. We stand no chance. We must run." As he sprinted, Qi-Dong did not forget to glance back with his probing eye. Name: Goblin Strength. Black Iron Level 0 Evaluation. Evil humanoid creatures, transformed from elves, primarily dwelling in the dark depths of the underground world. They are greedy and vile, with a malicious nature. Despite their small stature, they possess considerable strength. Danger Level: 1 star, somewhat dangerous. This refers to the most common type of goblin. Name: Great Goblin Strength. Black Iron Level 1 Evaluation. An evolved form of the small goblin, exhibiting greater brutality and danger with enhanced strength. Danger Level: 2 stars, relatively dangerous. This pertains to the 3 large goblins at the forefront of the goblin horde. In my previous life, I had no idea there was a small goblin tribe so close to the school. How peculiar. If they reside so near, why do they not attack the school instead? With so many people there, it would be their prime hunting ground. 40 to 50 of them. Even without the after effects of bloodthirsty frenzy, I would stand no chance against them. Just those 3 large goblins would be more than I could handle. The middle-aged man, seeing the chaos caused by the potted plant he had thrown, burst into joyous laughter. "Ha ha ha. Let this be a lesson to you for not coming to my aid. Now, you've led all the monsters from the neighborhood right to me. I shall be safe." Before he could fully indulge in his triumph, a shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky, landing before him. His expression of pride instantly morphed into one of terror as he beheld a massive black eagle descending upon him, its fearsome talons poised to strike. Before he could react, those talons plunged into his shoulder, seizing him and lifting him skyward. Help! A middle-aged man was firmly grasped by the formidable talons of a giant eagle. He struggled incessantly, yet his feeble strength was nearly inconsequential to the majestic creature. The eagle soared higher and higher, and the man's cries for help grew fainter. "We run east. Stay close to me," Qi-Dong shouted. Not far from the school stood a large supermarket, the contents of which were a mystery to him. Yet he instinctively sensed it was fraught with peril. In his past life, during the military's incursion to purge foreign entities from the city, fierce clashes had erupted at the supermarket's entrance with an unknown being inside. Ultimately, the military suffered heavy losses, with hundreds perishing before finally vanquishing the enigmatic entity. After slaying the foreign being, the military carried away its remains, leaving Qi-Dong in ignorance of what truly lay within that supermarket. Now, faced with the relentless goblins pursuing them, he contemplated the mysterious entity, hoping to lure the goblins into a fierce confrontation with it. Relations between different races of foreign beings were notoriously hostile. Often, upon encountering one another, they would abandon the hunt for humans to prioritize the extermination of their own kind. It was precisely this constant internal strife that allowed humanity to survive in the previous era. The supermarket's doors stood wide open, revealing an ominous silence within, shrouded in darkness and foreboding. Upon reaching the plaza in front of the supermarket, Qi-Dong abruptly hurled the fire axe he wielded at the glass windows. With a resounding crash, one of the panes shattered into a myriad of fragments. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed on, leading Qi Lingyun and the others away from the foreboding entrance. Suddenly, as they departed, an earth-shattering roar erupted from within the supermarket, followed by the emergence of a colossal shadow. At that moment, the pursuing goblins reached the plaza just as the shadow surged forth, landing squarely amidst the throng of goblins. It was a serpent. This immense shadow revealed itself to be a supermassive python, measuring a staggering 20 meters in length, its scales gleaming a resplendent gold in the sunlight. Crowned with a singular horn atop its head, the python's entrance incited sheer panic among the goblins, who momentarily froze before scattering in all directions. However, the mighty serpent offered them no respite. With a powerful flick of its tail, nearly 30 goblins were sent hurtling through the air, the force of the blow ensuring their demise. After dispatching the smaller goblins, the python shifted its focus to the 3 largest goblins that had been fleeing in the lead. These 3 large goblins, now utterly paralyzed by fear, dared not even glance back and fled with all their might. The horned python, agile and swift, swiftly caught up to one of the large goblins, and with another flick of its tail, sent it crashing violently against the supermarket wall, creating a thunderous hole upon impact. After dispatching this one, it employed the same method to eliminate the second large goblin. Meanwhile, the third large goblin had managed to escape over 50 meters away. The python, however, ceased its pursuit. Instead, its horn shimmered momentarily, and a beam of light, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, shot forth at an astonishing speed. The last goblin was pierced directly by a beam of light and fell to the ground. After this act, the giant python slowly approached the corpse of a goblin and swallowed it whole. Remarkably, after consuming the goblin, its body showed no signs of change. It did not swell up as if it had devoured a large prey, but rather as if it had ingested a mere ant. Following the consumption of this goblin, it refrained from feasting on the one it had slain with its beam, and instead leisurely returned to the supermarket. It seemed to regard that establishment as its lair. Qi Dong and his companions, hiding behind a building 100 meters away, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What kind of python is that? It's terrifying, capable of emitting a dreadful beam of light. If it sets its sights on you, there's no chance of escape. Thankfully, it did not discover us when it emerged. Fortunately, we fled swiftly. Otherwise, we would have met the same fate as those goblins. The group was understandably shaken. Even though the giant python had retreated into the supermarket, they dared not speak loudly. Qi Dong had activated his eye of insight to glean information about the python. Name: Unicorn Gold Python, Juvenile, Strength, Black Iron Level 4 Evaluation. A golden giant python with a trace of dragon blood, possessing immense potential. Its horn can emit beams of magic with formidable power. It starts with a strength equivalent to Black Iron Level 3 at birth, and advances 1 level every 7 days until it reaches Black Iron Level 9, after which its progression will slow. Upon maturation, it will surpass the Black Iron rank. Danger level: for stars, absolutely dangerous, Black Iron Level 4. How is that possible? The first spatial rift only allows entities of up to Black Iron Level 3 to pass. Did it level up after arriving in this world? Qi Dong was astounded. This is outrageous. A mere juvenile can achieve Black Iron Level 9. What strength will it possess when it matures into a fully developed form? The mere thought of having a trace of dragon blood is terrifying. In my previous life, during the latter stages of the apocalypse, I seldom encountered creatures with such high potential. Even if I had, my only option would have been to flee. If this unicorn python continues to thrive, who could possibly contend with it? Thankfully, in my previous life, it was discovered by the military, and they paid a heavy price to eliminate it before it could fully grow. Chapter 16. Preparing for the strike. Wait here. I shall retrieve the evolution stone from that gigantic goblin pierced by the beam. Brother, it is too perilous. It would be wise to refrain from going. Indeed, boss. That golden python was utterly terrifying. Fear not. I shall exercise caution. It has just fed and will likely remain dormant for a while. The goblin is a fair distance from the supermarket. I will ensure not to disturb the python within. With that, Qi Dong proceeded stealthily towards the slain goblin, his footsteps silent, a fundamental skill honed in his previous life. Upon reaching the massive creature, he knelt and reached into the gaping wound in its abdomen. Feeling around for a moment, found it. Thankfully, the light beam did not harm the fossil. It was merely 2 centimeters away from being melted. When Qi Dong returned safely with the evolution stone, Qi Lingyun and the others exhaled in relief. Boss, shall we enter Tai City University now? There are surely many aliens inside. No, we shall not enter just yet. We need to recuperate. I have yet to fully recover from the aftereffects of my battle with the giant ape, which may take over an hour. Qi Dong pointed to a nearby small diner. Let us go to that diner. I worked there previously and possessed the key. This diner, situated across from the school, was one of several establishments along the street. Before the apocalypse, Qi Dong often worked there and was quite familiar with the owner, thus acquiring the key. The diner did not open until late morning and was still closed when the apocalypse began. The area outside the school was remarkably tranquil. Following the commotion caused by the golden python, no alien dared linger nearby. Qi Dong and his companions entered the diner without incident. Once inside, Qi Dong meticulously calculated their spoils from the journey. They had collected a total of 20 evolution stones, including 2 from Black Iron first-tier aliens. one from a raging giant ape and one from the large goblin. Had they not been preoccupied with reaching Tai City University while evading threats along the way, their bounty would have been even greater. Fatty, this evolution stone from the raging giant ape is for you. You have now reached the limit of 5-fold physique. You may attempt to break through to Black Iron 0 tier. Chi-Dong handed the stone to Fatty. Really? Boss, can I do it? Yes. I have previously informed you of the precautions to take when forming your inner core. Remember not to lose consciousness. Should this stone prove insufficient, we have plenty here. Fear not about wastage. Strive for a successful core formation in one attempt. All right, watch me. I won't bring shame upon you, boss. Fatty swallowed the evolution stone, and after a minute, his entire body began to tremble. After enduring the pain, he bravely consumed 4 more evolution stones in quick succession. I did it. Suddenly, Chi-Dong sensed a shift in Fatty's aura. Boss, I have broken through. Indeed, I can see that. Tell me, what is your physique multiplier now? The rotund individual experienced a transformation, achieving an approximate 6-fold enhancement in physical prowess. This aligns with the typical outcome for those who have just broken through, as they usually attain a 6-fold constitution. In contrast, due to his absorption of the evolution stone from the second-tier Black Iron Swift Sword Tiger, Chi-Dong himself directly attained an 8-fold constitution. Next, Chi-Dong bestowed the recently acquired evolution stone from the first-tier goblin upon Chi Lingyun, encouraging her to attempt her own breakthrough. Having been informed of all pertinent issues by him and the rotund individual, and having observed the latter's breakthrough process, Chi Lingyun successfully advanced to the 0-tier Black Iron status. In addition to the goblin's evolution stone, she utilized 5 additional 0-tier evolution stones. Chi-Dong glanced at the newly joined female officer, Lin Luo, and remarked, I trust you are now aware of the significance of these evolution stones. We currently possess 11 in total. Let us reserve 1 for each as a backup for emergencies. The remaining 7 shall be entrusted to you. It is entirely your choice whether you wish to continue accompanying us or depart on your own. He held a favorable impression of this female officer. Thus he intended to allocate the remaining evolution stones to her for enhancement. Now that they had all ascended to the 0-tier Black Iron status, the efficacy of these evolution stones had diminished for them. A substantial quantity of 0-tier evolution stones would be necessary for further advancement. Utilizing these few stones on themselves would yield minimal improvement, making it more beneficial to bestow them upon this female officer. I will accompany you, Lin Luo asserted without hesitation. Having witnessed their remarkable abilities along the journey, she realized that her chances of survival would be significantly higher by staying with them. Understanding the value of the evolution stones, she was genuinely touched by Chi-Dong's willingness to share such precious resources. Indeed, Chi-Dong replied, nodding as he handed her 8 evolution stones. Consume 7 of these first, keeping the final 1 for emergencies, as the healing properties of the evolution stones are quite effective. After consuming 7 stones, Lin Luo's constitution surged to 3-fold. Rotund 1. Please learn the chaotic cloak axe technique battle skill first. I will require approximately an hour to fully recuperate. During this time, let us all rest and partake of some swift sword tiger meat to restore our energy. Be prepared for battle upon entering Tai City University, Chi-Dong instructed. Lingyun, please share some foundational knowledge and critical considerations with Lin Luo. 1 hour later, Chi-Dong had completely recovered. Is everyone rested? I shall lead shortly. Be ready to depart. Tai City University comprises 2 campuses, the main campus and the southern campus. The main campus, where Chi-Dong's major is located, spans over 800 acres. On the first day of the apocalypse in his previous life, they were attending classes in Building 2. A massive invasion of goblins besieged the school, resulting in over 500 casualties among the 2,000 students present before they finally expelled the goblins from the building. After driving out the goblins, they dared not return to their dormitories, as those had been nearly overrun. For several days, they remained confined within the teaching building. This afternoon, a second wave of goblin attacks was anticipated against this very structure. This assault was expected to be more perilous than the first, with the remaining 1,500 individuals suffering the loss of 800 lives before they could once again repel the goblins. Several of Chi-Dong's close companions are situated within this teaching building. In his previous life, they suffered grievous losses during the recent goblin assault. This time, Chi-Dong has come to Tai City University primarily to rescue his brothers. He is now in a state of anticipation, waiting for the impending goblin attack. Once it commences, he intends to lead Fatty and the others into the fray, seizing the chaos to eliminate the goblin leader, thwart their offensive, and ultimately save his brothers and classmates. Chapter 17. The Assault of the Dog-Headed Beings. The second building, where Chi-Dong's classmates were situated, was not far from the school's main entrance. given their current physical condition. They could reach it in less than 2 minutes. Qi was aware that there were 3 tribes of dog-headed beings within the school, each having staked its claim over specific territories. The second teaching building fell under the dominion of the weakest tribe among them. However, even this feeblest tribe possessed strength that Qi could not confront directly. Therefore, he planned to wait until the tribe launched an attack on the second building, seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos to eliminate their leader and subsequently clear out the scattered dog-headed beings within the structure. This diminutive tribe comprised over 100 dog-headed beings, including 5 elite dog-headed beings of Black Iron Rank 1, with the leader being a colossal dog-headed being of Black Iron Rank 2. In his previous life, this tribe had assaulted the second teaching building that very afternoon, nearly overwhelming it entirely. Ultimately, thanks to the desperate efforts of Qi and his companions, they managed to expel the intruding dog-headed beings, albeit at the cost of over half their number. The leader, the giant dog-headed being, had not engaged in the attack personally, merely stationed itself at the entrance to the building to prevent any escapes. By the following day, the giant would lead its subordinates in a direct assault. Had the military not arrived in time, it was likely that few would have survived the onslaught. Qi harbored no concerns about attracting the attention of the 2 larger tribes of dog-headed beings within the school while dismantling this weakest tribe. Earlier that afternoon, it seemed as though a tacit agreement had been made among the 3 tribes to simultaneously attack the teaching buildings or dormitories within their territories. As long as he could scatter this weakest tribe and hold out until the arrival of the military the next day, safety would be assured. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the direction of the school. The cries for help, shouts of anger, startled gasps, and the excited yelps of the dog-headed beings merged into a tumultuous chorus. The dog-headed beings had commenced their assault. "Arm yourselves. We must depart," Qi exclaimed, rising abruptly. During their brief respite, he had clearly outlined their forthcoming actions. Lin Luo, who had previously questioned Qi extensive knowledge of the school's situation and his prediction of an impending attack by the dog-headed tribe, no longer held any doubts upon hearing the commotion. She was now struck by the enigmatic aura surrounding this man, who seemed capable of foreseeing the future. As the 4 departed the restaurant and entered the chaotic school grounds, they found themselves amidst a scene of disarray, with human strongholds besieged by numerous dog-headed beings. Fortunately, the creatures were preoccupied with their assaults on various human positions and had yet to notice Qi and his companions. After turning left, we will reach the second building. Lin Luo, you must not advance. Stay hidden among the thicket here. Although your physique has been enhanced, you lack experience in direct combat with the dog-headed beings, and your presence would only hinder us, Qi instructed. Lin Luo nodded silently, reflecting that Qi had initially intended to leave her at the restaurant. Yet she had insisted on accompanying them. She yearned to integrate into the team and absorb the combat experience of Qi and the others. As they rounded the corner, the second teaching building loomed before them. At this moment, building number 2 was in utter chaos. The first and second floors had completely fallen, while the 5th and 6th floors were overcrowded with female students. Almost all the male students, alongside a few courageous females, had banded together on the 3rd floor to confront the dog-headed monsters. Occasionally, a few timid girls, fearing a gruesome fate at the jaws of the ferocious dog-headed creatures, chose to leap from the building in despair. Alas, the disorder was overwhelming. If someone could effectively organize the students, it would be entirely feasible to defend this building, thus preventing such severe casualties. Observing the current state of building number 2, Qi sighed. Although the boys managed to gather on the 3rd and 4th floors for defense, they lacked a leader, fighting independently and creating a disarray. With proper leadership, it wouldn't matter if there were 100 dog-headed monsters. Even with an additional 100, they could hold the fort. Building number 2 had 3 exits. At the main entrance stood a towering 2-meter-tall giant dog-headed monster, flanked by 2 elite dog-headed creatures, each about 1.7 meters tall. The 2 smaller exits, the east and west doors, were also guarded by an elite dog-headed monster each. Qi and his companions hid nearby, observing the scene. Through the eye of investigation, the intelligence on the giant and elite dog-headed monsters materialized in Qi mind. Name: Elite Dog-Headed Monster Strength. Black Iron Level 1 Evaluation. An evolved form of the ordinary dog-headed monster, with significant enhancements in both strength and agility. Danger Level: 1 star, somewhat dangerous. Name: Giant Dog-Headed Monster Strength. Black Iron Level 2 Evaluation. An evolved form of the elite dog-headed monster, with considerably heightened intelligence. Brutal and warlike. It often serves as a leader in smaller dog-headed tribes or as a bodyguard for leaders in larger tribes. Danger Level: 2 stars, quite dangerous. If the danger level of the Black Iron Level 2 giant dog-headed monster is comparable to that of the Black Iron Level 1 berserk giant ape, then I have a good chance of defeating it, Qidong pondered. Boss, should we attack now? One asked. Not yet. The timing is not right, Qidong replied, shaking his head. Look at the main entrance. In addition to their leader, the giant dog-headed monster, there are 2 elite dog-headed monsters. If they fail to breach our defenses, those 2 Black Iron Level 1 elites will likely be dispatched soon. Once they leave, that will be our moment to strike. I will go for the giant dog-headed monster. You two should keep your distance. After I use Bloodthirsty Frenzy, I will gradually lose my rationality, and I fear I may inadvertently harm you. If the elite guarding the east door notices our commotion and comes to support the giant dog-headed monster, you must hold it off. Remember, just hold it off. Do not take unnecessary risks to kill it. As for the one at the west door, do not concern yourselves with it. It is far enough away that it may not notice anything amiss. Brother, take my fire axe, Qi Lingyun insisted. You have no weapon. Facing the giant dog-headed monster alone is far too perilous. Qidong had previously used the fire axe to smash the glass of a large supermarket to attract a unicorn golden python and had not dared to retrieve it afterward. No need. With my current strength, a standard fire axe holds little utility for me. Indeed. Qidong's meteor fist technique now far surpassed the power of a full swing of the axe. The colossal knoll, flanked by 2 elite gnolls, stirred with agitation. Upon hearing the voice of the rotund figure, Qidong cast his gaze towards the main entrance of building number 2. Indeed, the giant gnoll, weary of its unrelenting siege, could no longer restrain itself and summoned the 2 elite gnolls to join the fray. With their participation, the situation on the 3rd and 4th floors deteriorated exponentially, as anguished cries echoed through the halls, and the students struggled to maintain their defenses. It is time for us to depart. Exercise caution and prioritize your safety above all else. Chapter 18. Danger, the Enchanted Knoll. After giving a brief instruction to Qi Lingyun and the chubby companion, Qidong charged towards the colossal knoll. As he closed in to approximately 50 meters from the creature, the knoll seemed to sense something amiss and turned its head in confusion. Huh, now you react, but it's too late. With a cold snort, Qidong summoned all his strength, executing a swift series of 7 steps to traverse the distance in an instant, launching a fierce kick aimed at the knoll's abdomen. The 7 stars moonwalk, revised. This technique was among Qidong's repertoire of intermediate movement arts, allowing one to traverse 100 meters in a mere second. However, being at the initial stage of the Black Iron rank, he lacked the internal energy generated by his core to perform an intermediate technique. Thus, he could only resort to the Bloodthirsty Frenzy, a technique fraught with severe side effects and repercussions. Hence, during his brief respite at the restaurant, he had meticulously revised this movement technique into a lower-level skill applicable at his current rank. Such adaptations of techniques can only be executed by those who have fully comprehended their principles. A novice who has merely grasped the technique through a legacy ball would find it impossible to make such alterations. Bang! A powerful strike. The gnoll staggered back several steps. Qidong leaped forward, denying the gnoll any chance to react. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of punches, each landing solidly on the gnoll's face, neck, chest, and abdomen. Each blow was infused with a unique energy, a diluted version of the meteor fist technique. The colossal gnoll was bewildered by the onslaught, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. This was precisely the effect Qidong desired. He would not afford the gnoll a moment to recover or call for assistance from its minions. He aimed to incapacitate and eliminate it swiftly. Meanwhile, the girls sheltered on the upper floors by the windows observed the unfolding scene below. Could it be that someone was daring enough to confront the monster directly? Wow, how impressive. Who is that person? Am I seeing things? Is he truly capable of overpowering the most fearsome creature without resistance? Surely, I must be dreaming. Yes, this must be a dream. Whether it's the monster or the one battling it, it's all part of my imagination. One girl was already retreating into denial. He is so handsome. He must have come to rescue us. In such a perilous situation, some girls were still caught up in infatuation. Wait, that person looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. It's Qidong. Yes, it's Qidong from our class. I can't believe how formidable he is. One girl who shared a class with Qidong recognized him. The girls upstairs began to chatter excitedly, their spirits lifted as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. If Qidong could contend with the mightiest of monsters, then those lesser creatures would pose no challenge for him. Die. After delivering hundreds of weakened meteor fists, Qidong found his stamina waning. For his final strike, he unleashed the full version of the meteor fist, delivering a devastating blow to the gnoll's face. Boom. This time, the dog-headed creature was hurled away, crashing heavily against the wall of the teaching building. Heaving and panting, Qi gasped for breath. The brief 2 to 3 minutes had drained him immensely. The dog-headed creature lay on the ground, twitching occasionally, its face smeared with blood. Wow, he has won. Surely, he will come to rescue us. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. As if, even if he were single, he wouldn't be interested in you. Upon witnessing Qi defeat the dog-headed creature, the girls upstairs erupted in excitement. Qi gazed at the colossal being sprawled on the ground, astonished at how smoothly the encounter had unfolded. After all, this was a creature of the Black Iron's 2nd tier, yet it had been vanquished by him. A mere human of the Black Iron 0 tier. Indeed, at this moment, Qi must be the human with the most combat techniques mastered and most adeptly employed, without question. With such an extensive repertoire of skills, combined with the element of surprise, slaying a Black Iron 2nd tier creature was not particularly far-fetched. It was time to deliver the final blow. The vitality of this creature was too formidable to linger. Qi caught his breath, regaining a modicum of strength, and stepped forward. Take this, Meteor Fist. He swung a punch. Just as his fist was about to strike the head of the downed dog-headed creature, it abruptly opened its eyes, filled with a bloodthirsty rage. Not good. Realizing the imminent danger, Qi saw the creature awaken. With a thunderous crash. It was not the creature's head that shattered beneath his blow, but rather Qi himself, who was sent flying backward. In that fleeting moment, just before Qi fist connected with the creature's face, it had moved with remarkable speed. From its position on the ground, it launched a punch that collided head-on with Qi Meteor Fist. He was propelled back more than 10 meters, his right hand tingling as if the very bones might shatter. How could this be? Even if it were a Black Iron 2nd tier giant. Having endured so many of my blows, it shouldn't he possess such power. Qi was taken aback. Oh whoa. At that moment, the rising dog-headed creature let out a howl to the heavens. Its form expanded from 2 meters to approximately 2.2 meters. Dark energy surged from its body, and its blood-red eyes were tinged with a hint of black. Its aura intensified, exuding a fierce malevolence. Damn it, it has transformed. How could this happen? In my previous life, this giant dog-headed creature never underwent such a transformation. Transformation is a unique skill, accessible only to a select few with extraordinary bloodlines. Moreover, it can only be triggered at the brink of death, though it does not always succeed in such moments. Once transformed, its wounds heal rapidly, and its power doubles, a decidedly unfair advantage. However, this transformation comes at a grave cost, consuming a portion of its lifespan. Each use of this skill deducts 10 years from its life. The transformed dog-headed creature fixed its furious gaze upon Qi, now seething with wrath. A low, guttural roar emanated from its mouth once again, starkly contrasting with the ordinary yelps of common goblin hounds, sending chills down the spine. Following this menacing growl, the corrupted goblin hound lunged ferociously at Qi. Upon reaching him, it swept its massive hand, and to Qi horror, elongated, razor-sharp claws sprouted from its fingers, glinting ominously with a cold sheen. How perilous these claws were. He could not afford to be grazed by them. Yet, instead of recoiling in fear, Qi leaned forward, daringly charging ahead. With a swift bend, he narrowly evaded the onslaught of claws, colliding directly into the goblin hound's embrace. Taste my fist, he cried out, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's abdomen. Thud. Using every ounce of his strength, his fist struck true. Yet the goblin hound merely staggered back 3 steps before regaining its balance. Impossible. A wave of disbelief washed over Qi as he struggled to accept this outcome. That had been his utmost effort, and yet it had only managed to push the creature back momentarily, yielding no further effect. The corrupted goblin hound, however, would not afford Qi a moment's respite. It surged forward once more. Just as Qi thoughts began to shift, he heard the air rip apart. A fierce wind tearing through, and a clawed hand materialized before his very eyes. Chapter 19. The Convergence of 3 Techniques. One punch to annihilate in a moment of haste, Qi executed the 7 stars treading the moon technique, evading the ferocious grasp of the monstrous dog-headed creature, which narrowly missed his shoulder. However, he was not entirely successful in his escape. A deep gash, over 10 centimeters long, was inflicted upon his shoulder by the creature's sharp claws. The dog-headed beast, realizing it had missed its target, let out a furious roar and pressed on with aggressive momentum, leaving no opportunity for Qi to react. How swift! Evading seems impossible. Transformed by dark magic, this creature moved with astonishing speed. The only option left was to confront it head-on. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Qi physical prowess surged from 8-fold to an astounding 15-fold. Initially, he had no intention of employing this technique due to its significant aftereffects. After all, there were still two elite dog-headed foes awaiting his attention, not far from his position. The elite dog-headed creature at the eastern gate had already sensed the commotion and was hastening towards him, but was momentarily halted by Qi Lingyun and the stout companion. The creature stationed at the western gate, still distant, remained unaware of the unfolding chaos. Should it arrive, Qi Dong would be left with no chance of survival. Qi Dong braced himself to absorb the weighty punch of his opponent. Bang! The two fists clashed, and Qi Dong felt an overwhelming force crash down upon him. As if struck by lightning, his wrist bones throbbed with a numbing ache. In contrast, the monstrous dog-headed creature was momentarily staggered, a flicker of surprise flashing in its fierce, wrathful eyes. It had not anticipated that this small prey would dare to confront it directly. Under the influence of dark magic, it felt a surge of power coursing through its body, eager for release. The sight of its prey standing firm against it only fueled its desire for confrontation. Bang! 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 The battle raged on between man and beast. A punch from Qi Dong. A kick from the creature. Had Qi Dong maintained his rationality and opted for a more evasive strategy after his power surge, he might have triumphed over the dog-headed monster. Yet, consumed by frenzy, he lost all semblance of reason, driven solely by the need to unleash every ounce of strength within him. Regrettably, while this tactic had proven effective against the frenzied giant ape previously, the might of the transformed giant dog-headed creature far surpassed that of the ape, and Qi Dong soon found himself at his limit. The monstrous dog-headed creature emitted a ferocious howl, then seized one of Qi Dong's arms. After a brief struggle, even with the effects of frenzy, Qi Dong was utterly spent. The creature lifted him effortlessly and smashed him down. Boom! Qi Dong crashed heavily to the ground. This impact shattered the effects of his bloodthirsty frenzy, restoring his clarity, yet he felt as though his entire body might fall apart, racked with pain in every conceivable place. The girls watching from above were instantly alarmed. Oh no, he has been knocked down. Surely he hasn't perished? I told you. How could a human possibly contend with such a terrifying monster? We're doomed. If that creature comes up here, the boys won't stand a chance. We are finished. Witnessing Qi Dong incapacitated on the ground, the glimmer of hope that had briefly ignited among the girls was extinguished, prompting many to break down in tears. Meanwhile, Qi Lingyun and her stout companion, engaged in a fierce struggle with the elite dog-headed creature at the eastern gate, also took notice of the dire situation unfolding. Brother, Qi Lingyun was taken aback. Brother Fatty, hold it off. I will assist my brother. No, you keep it occupied while I go. I possess a set of combat skills, you do not. It would be futile for you to intervene. Be cautious. After speaking, Brother Fatty swiftly dashed toward Qi Dong. The transformed gnoll, having just engaged in a fierce confrontation with Qi Dong, was panting slightly. Having expended considerable effort and sustained significant injuries, now that it had brought its prey to the ground, it merely needed one final blow to shatter the victim's skull. Damn it, move already. Qi Dong lay on the ground, frantic. His injuries were severe, and the aftermath of his berserk state rendered him momentarily immobile as the gnoll approached. Just then, Brother Fatty's voice rang out. Boss, I'm coming. Hang in there. The gnoll paused for a moment, surprised that someone would dare approach. Ah, you monstrous creature. Take this axe. Before the gnoll could strike Qi Dong, Brother Fatty arrived, shouting to bolster his courage as he swung his axe at the transformed creature. Having learned the chaotic axe technique, he wielded the fire axe with considerable effectiveness. Although Brother Fatty could easily contend with several ordinary gnolls, he was still vastly outmatched by this enormous, transformed one. The gnoll effortlessly dodged the swing, then raked its sharp claws across Brother Fatty's arm, causing blood to spatter everywhere. Instantly, Brother Fatty's arm was drenched in crimson, and he lost grip of the fire axe, which clattered to the ground. A deep, long wound appeared on his arm, stretching from his palm to his shoulder. Despite being disarmed, Brother Fatty did not retreat. Undaunted, he charged forward again, unable to lift his right arm. He resorted to a punch with his left. The gnoll grinned. It felt considerable pressure when facing Qi Dong, where a careless move could lead to dire consequences. Yet, before Brother Fatty, it felt no such burden. With a powerful charge, it knocked Brother Fatty to the ground, sending him flying back. It quickly followed up, seizing Brother Fatty by the head, lifting him off the ground effortlessly, as if he weighed nothing. Brother Fatty felt the gnoll's grip tightening, inflicting agonizing pressure on his skull. The creature aimed to crush his head. Boss, run. Remember to avenge me. Brother Fatty cried out, realizing he might not survive this encounter. Qi Dong, seizing the momentary delay provided by Brother Fatty, managed to prop himself up, only to witness this distressing scene. Not far away, Qi Lingyun was also on the brink of collapse, having just ascended to the rank of Black Iron 0 and lacking any combat skills. She was left to confront an elite Black Iron 1 gnoll alone. She had already been struck multiple times by the creature's spiked mace, her body stained with blood. Yet, She persevered, lacking the energy to observe Qi Dong's plight. Her sole focus was to hold the knoll at bay, preventing it from interfering with her brother. In that moment, Qi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even in this rebirth, could he not alter the course of tragedy? No. I refuse to believe it. I will change it all. Suddenly, Qi Dong felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. The demonized kobold remained frozen in the motion of grabbing the fat man, while the younger sister was caught mid-dodge from the kobold's spiked club. The girls upstairs stayed petrified with expressions of panic, and even the sounds of battle from the teaching building had ceased. Every facial expression, every blade of grass, even the motes of dust suspended in the air were vividly imprinted upon Qi Dong's perception. No, not before his eyes, but rather, the entire scene within a 100-meter radius seemed directly projected into the depths of his mind. Instinctively, Qi Dong moved. Bloodthirsty frenzy, 7-star footwork, meteor fist, 3 formidable techniques, unleashed in rapid succession, as if they were executed simultaneously. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Swift, exceedingly swift. In an instant, one finds oneself beside the colossal canine humanoid. A fist is unleashed, exuding an aura of dominance. The wind from the punch howls, and the air shatters. The momentum surges like a rainbow, the fist akin to a shooting star. Boom. It strikes like a thunderclap on a clear day. The chest of the demonized kobold exploded violently, scattering chunks of flesh in all directions. With a resounding thud, the creature collapsed to the ground, its eyes glazed with confusion. Utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. In that fleeting moment, Qi Dong had unleashed 3 combat techniques simultaneously. The combined force of this single strike far surpassed mere arithmetic addition. It was exponentially more devastating. Not even this demonized kobold could withstand such power, let alone a black iron tier 3 alien creature. In Qi Dong's previous life, executing 3 skills concurrently would have been effortless. Even 4 would have posed no challenge. After all, he had once ranked among the 10 great warriors of Huaxia, his body brimming with abundant qi, more than sufficient to sustain multiple techniques at once. Yet now, his strength barely reached black iron tier 0. Relying solely on his past experience and profound mastery of combat arts, simultaneously activating 2 techniques was already a strain. The thought of wielding 3 at once had never even crossed his mind, not until he reached black iron tier 5, at least. But just moments ago, he had done so effortlessly. After slaying the demonized kobold, Qi Dong swiftly maneuvered with a flicker of movement, traversing 100 meters in the blink of an eye to arrive by Qi Lingyun's side. His speed was so extraordinary that the elite kobold engaged in combat with Qi Lingyun remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon noticing another human approaching, it raised its spiked club and brought it down with a thunderous force. Boom. The explosion of thoughts left him bewildered as the canine-headed figure collapsed upright. Qi Dong retracted his fist, having not even grazed the creature with his spiked club. What had just transpired? The stout man gazed around in bewilderment. He had just thought he was on the brink of death. To his astonishment, the monstrous canine-headed creature had suddenly released its grip on his head, causing him to plummet to the ground. Qi Lingyun's eyes widened in shock as she had merely sensed a gust of wind, and in an instant, her brother appeared beside her, followed by the explosive demise of the dog-headed beast. Chapter 20. Awakening of Mental Power. The elite knoll stationed at the west gate finally took notice of the unfolding situation. It had barely taken 2 steps forward when it realized, with astonishing swiftness, that Qi Dong had vanquished both their leader and another elite knoll. Stunned, it hesitated, uncertain whether to advance. Just then, it caught Qi Dong's gaze, and a shiver ran down its spine. It dropped its spiked club and fled in terror. What just happened? Am I seeing things? It seemed as if I blinked, and that fearsome creature perished before my eyes. The girls on the 5th and 6th floors were equally astonished. Moments ago, the tide had turned against Qi Dong, who lay incapacitated by the enchanted knolls, and they had lost all hope. Yet, in a heartbeat, the situation shifted again. Before their eyes, 3 formidable monsters had been reduced to 2 dead and 1 fleeing, all at Qi Dong's hands. Not pursuing the escaping elite knoll, Qi Dong marveled within himself, I have awakened my mental power. I possess the rare talent for mental prowess? He could hardly believe he had unlocked such an extraordinary gift, one that had eluded him in his previous life. In that past existence, he had never awakened his mental faculties. Mental power is a mysterious, invisible force generated by the brain's tissues. It is said that only 1 in a million awakens such an ability, and Qi Dong had never delved into the study of mental power. In his former life, he had encountered only one powerful practitioner of mental arts, appear among the top 10 formidable figures of Huaxia, yet their paths had never crossed. It seems I must pay greater attention to the techniques of mental power in the future. However, information regarding such skills is exceedingly scarce. He had only witnessed one instance at an auction in the Spring City base during his previous life. Nevertheless, This is not the time for such musings. I must assess my current physical condition. When his mental power awakened, a surge of formidable strength coursed through Qi-Dong's mind, infusing every part of his being. Under this mysterious force's baptism, his bones, organs, blood, and muscles underwent drastic transformations. The injuries sustained during his battle with the monstrous gnoll had miraculously healed. Harnessing the residual strength of this mysterious force, Qi-Dong successfully unleashed 3 skills simultaneously, merging them to slay the enchanted gnoll. The aftereffects of his previous blood frenzy had also been astonishingly cured by this enigmatic energy. After dispatching the elite gnoll engaged in combat with Qi Lingyun, the divine energy receded, leaving him unpursued as he conserved his strength to clear the multitude of gnoll minions within the teaching building. 12-fold physical enhancement. After experiencing that surge of power, I have attained a 12-fold constitution. Qi-Dong rejoiced, marveling at the extent of his newfound strength. Yet, a realization washed over him. My inner core remains unchanged, indicating that I am still at the Black Iron Zero stage. However, the maximum physical enhancement at this stage is only 9-fold now, I understand. Typically, one's constitution is enhanced through the upgrading of one's inner core. Each increment in the core's strength corresponds directly to an increase in physical prowess. As I awakened my mental prowess moments ago, the enigmatic force that manifested merely augmented my physical form without influencing my inner elixir. Hence, the current predicament arose. After careful contemplation, I finally grasped the situation. As my inner elixir's quality improves, my physical constitution will also enhance, allowing me to maintain a superior physique compared to others of the same rank. Although the essence within may be identical, the elevated constitution alone suffices to set me apart from the multitude. Brother, are you all right? My sister's voice snapped me back to reality. Oh, I'm fine. Lingyun, quickly extract the evolution stone from this elite goblin and absorb it. It is of black iron rank. Even if you do not reach that level upon absorption, your physique will significantly strengthen. After advising my sister, I approached the hefty fellow. Hey, boss, what just happened? How did the giant goblin suddenly perish? The stout man appeared bewildered. I shook my head in resignation. Hurry and use the evolution stone you possess to heal your wounds. We must enter the building and clear out those minions. As I spoke, I began to search for the evolution stone within the giant goblin's abdomen. This creature, capable of demonic transformation, likely harbored considerable potential and might also possess a black iron card. Aha, I found it. Indeed, there it was. In one hand, I grasped an evolution stone, while the other held a card. First, let us absorb the evolution stone. I swallowed the goblin's evolution stone, and its power surged into my inner elixir. As my inner elixir expanded, my internal essence multiplied 5-fold. The essence circulated within me, each cycle fortifying my constitution. After a brief moment, I sensed the enhancement of my physique gradually cease. Black iron rank. 15-fold constitution. Having ascended to black iron rank, my physique, recently augmented by the mysterious force, had reached an impressive 15-fold. My current physical condition now rivaled that of my former state after employing bloodthirsty frenzy. Yet, my strength surpassed that of my prior frenzy-induced capabilities. For the essence within me was now several times greater, amplifying the potency of my combat techniques. I estimated that I could effortlessly challenge monsters of black iron second rank. Even that previously demonic giant goblin would find me a formidable opponent without the use of bloodthirsty frenzy. Brother, after absorbing the evolution stone from that elite goblin, my physique has increased to 9-fold, Lingyun announced as she approached, having finished absorbing the stone. Boss, I am fully restored. Excellent, let us proceed into the building. Follow closely behind me. Although their leader has fallen, nearly 100 ordinary goblins and 3 elites remain within, posing a considerable threat. By the way, stout fellow, you can forego your fire axe. Gift it to Lin Luo, who is hiding over there. We shall utilize the Wolf Fang clubs left behind by the 2 elite goblins. While these clubs are not low-tier equipment, they far exceed the fire axe in quality. The first and second floors lay in disarray, littered with the lifeless bodies of students. The corridors stained crimson. Occasionally, a few corpses of dog-headed creatures could be found, yet the total within the 2 floors would scarcely exceed 20. While the bodies of students numbered in the hundreds, Qi-Dong's complexion darkened. Despite having endured this scene in a previous life, he found himself unable to accept it anew. Indeed, that accursed vice Dean Liang must be hiding among the girls on the 6th floor, had he emerged to command, even if ineffectively. The situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. Infuriated by this thought, Qi-Dong pressed on without lingering on the 1st or 2nd floors. Nor did he search the classrooms for any remaining dog-headed creatures, as every moment wasted could mean another student lost. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a cacophony filled the air. The dog-headed creatures had breached this level, with most of them charging into the fourth floor. Numerous students remained, unable to retreat in time, and were now forced to battle the dog-headed creatures from within the confines of their classrooms. Ling Yun and Fatty, you clear the left row of classrooms, while I will handle the right. Exercise extreme caution. Once we finish on the third floor, we will regroup and head to the fourth, where the majority of the dog-headed creatures are located. Lu Xiaoming, a sophomore studying software engineering, found himself trapped in a classroom with over 10 classmates as 6 dog-headed creatures invaded their space. Though they fought back valiantly, lacking combat experience and suitable weapons, they suffered heavy casualties, losing half their number before managing to slay a single dog-headed creature. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoming was knocked to the ground by one of the creatures. Losing his grip on the bench he wielded. Before he could rise, a shadow loomed over him, and he beheld the sharp claws of the dog-headed creature poised to strike. This is the end for me. Lu Xiaoming closed his eyes. After several seconds passed, he felt an oddity. Why had he not yet felt pain? Had that dog-headed creature shown mercy and chosen not to kill him? Summoning his courage, he opened his eyes and was met with an astonishing sight, one that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. A person had firmly grasped the hand of the dog-headed creature, rendering it as helpless as an infant despite its formidable strength. In the other hand, this individual wielded a spiked club, a weapon he recognized as being used by 3 formidable dog-headed creatures, which had previously breached their defenses. With a disdainful glance at the creature he held, the person hurled it away, sending it crashing into another dog-headed creature that had been poised to attack, resulting in a chaotic tumble of the two. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the remaining students and dog-headed creatures in the classroom. The students were momentarily stunned, not expecting such a powerful ally. Enraged, several dog-headed creatures turned their ire towards the stranger, including the 2 that had just been sent sprawling, now rising with ferocious gazes fixed upon him. Lu Xiaoming observed as the one who had rescued him gave a cold smile, the corners of his mouth twitching. Filthy dog-headed creature, come and meet your demise. Chapter 21. Total annihilation. With a resounding crack, Qi Dong swung his club, sending the nearest goblin flying. He deftly evaded the next goblin's pounce, bringing his weapon down once more, claiming another life. The spiked club was now slick with goblin blood. In unison, the remaining 3 goblins lunged at him, cornering him with no room for retreat. Unfazed, Qi Dong did not flinch or step back. Just as their claws were about to graze him, he swung his club with force. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 goblins were sent sprawling against the wall, 2 of them clearly incapacitated, while one, against all odds, struggled to rise and attempted to flee the classroom. Realizing it was outmatched, it chose to escape. Think you can run? Not a chance. Qi Dong leaped into action, covering over 10 meters in a single bound, landing right behind the goblin as it was about to reach the doorway. With a swift motion, he seized the creature by its skull and slammed it against the wall, its face reduced to a grotesque mess. Astonishingly powerful, the remaining students in the classroom were left in stunned silence as they witnessed this newcomer effortlessly dispatch 5 goblins in under half a minute. They had lost 7 or 8 of their own just to defeat a single one. To Qi Dong, it seemed a trivial feat. He exchanged no words after eliminating the goblins and hastily exited the classroom, eager to cleanse the other rooms. Let's follow him. With him around, we will surely succeed. We can drive the goblin monsters out from the 3rd and 4th floors. The few remaining individuals in the classroom exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and quickly trailed behind Qi Dong. Once they caught up, Lu Xiaoming and the others noticed that, apart from this powerful and enigmatic figure, there was another duo in the adjacent classroom also engaged in eliminating goblins. This pair consisted of a striking young woman and a stout young man. The girl appeared to be no older than 16 or 17, while the boy seemed to be in his 20s. Behind this duo followed several students, likely those they had rescued. In just over 10 minutes, the entire 3rd floor had been cleared. The 2 groups converged at the staircase, with Qi Dong and the stout young man's team totaling nearly 100 students, all saved during the cleanup of the classrooms. Ah, Qi Dong, is that you? At that moment, one of the students recognized him. Qi Dong turned around. Fangzhua? You really are Qi Dong? Fangzhua trembled with excitement upon confirming that the formidable figure who saved them was indeed his classmate. He rushed to Qi Dong, pleading, you must save Xiao Lu, Dingping, and the others. They're upstairs. We don't know how they're faring. We've lost so many, De Fei, Zhao Quan, and others. Qi Dong sighed and gently patted Fangzhua's shoulder. Ling Yun, Fatty, once we ascend, stay behind me. I will take the lead in dispatching those minions. You 2 will protect the students from the rear. Any goblins I leave behind, it is your responsibility to deal with. Remember, not a single one must escape. Ling Yun and the stout fellow nodded, their eyes filled with resolve. Witnessing such a grim scene, their hearts brimmed with animosity towards the goblins, even without Qi-Dong's urging. They would not spare a single one. On the fourth floor, a throng of hundreds of boys was engaged in fierce combat with 70 to 80 goblins. The two staircases leading to the fourth level and the latter half of the corridor were crowded with students, while the front half of the corridor was occupied by goblins. A portion of the goblins, led by 2 elite goblins, charged frantically up the staircase, while another group, under the command of a single elite goblin, attacked the students in the back half of the corridor. With a resounding crack, Qi-Dong smashed a goblin's skull with his club. He plunged into the throng of goblins, wielding his spiked club with a ferocity that resembled a tiger among sheep. With each swing, he claimed the lives of 2 or more goblins. The battlefield was brutal. Within mere minutes, he had been bitten and clawed by goblins multiple times, his body drenched in blood, his own mingling indistinguishably with that of the goblins. For an ordinary person, even possessing Qi-Dong's strength, it would be unthinkable to engage in such slaughter amidst a horde of goblins. The peril was palpable. Any hesitation could lead to death. With no glimmer of luck to be found, lives vanished beneath the blows of Qi-Dong's spiked club, and he felt as though he had transformed into the Grim Reaper, harvesting souls. Just then, 2 clubs identical to his suddenly swung towards him. Clang! Qi-Dong parried with his own club, staggering back 3 steps from the force. He wondered if elite goblins had finally emerged. 2 had appeared, with yet another on the way. Focusing intently, he noticed he was surrounded by the corpses of goblins, with only a dozen remaining before him, 2 of which were elite goblins standing at the forefront. At that moment, a 3rd elite goblin arrived, bringing the total to 3. The 3 elite goblins glared at Qi-Dong, having just led the charge against the staircase and students. They were taken aback to find that Qi-Dong had cut down over 70 ordinary goblins, leaving only a few survivors. Silence enveloped the corridor as the remaining goblins, now powerless, dared not advance. The students watched in stunned disbelief, realizing that despite their losses, they had only slain a handful of goblins, while Qi-Dong alone had dispatched over 50. Gazing at the blood-soaked man, they saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Humph! 3 elites gathered together? How convenient. I shall vanquish you all at once. Though Qi-Dong was of the same black iron rank, his prowess was unmatched among his peers. Qi-Dong made his move, as did the 3 elite goblins. With a resounding crash, 1 elite goblin was sent flying by Qi-Dong's spiked club. Indeed, it was a collision. Qi-Dong thrust his club forward, employing the technique of 7 stars treading the moon, and before 1 elite goblin could react, he collided with it, sending both the goblin and the club crashing into the elite's abdomen, creating a gaping wound that signaled its imminent demise. The 2 elite creatures were momentarily taken aback. They had only witnessed Qi-Dong accelerate and collide with his companion. The proximity of Qi-Dong's approach left them no time to wield their mace-like weapons. Upon seeing Qi-Dong send his comrade flying, they howled in fury, flanking him with their maces poised to strike. Qi-Dong, executing his previous tactic, swiftly performed the 7 stars moon treading technique, directly colliding with the head of the elite creature on his left, sending both him and the beast tumbling away. This collision also allowed Qi-Dong to narrowly evade the attack from the elite creature on his right, though he sustained a minor wound, a scratch that drew blood along his back. As he fell, Qi-Dong had already prepared himself. The moment he hit the ground, his mace struck the head of the 2nd elite creature. The 2nd elite canine was dispatched. Before he could rise, the last elite creature charged at him, bringing its mace down. Qi-Dong rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow, relinquishing his mace as he lay on the ground and delivering a swift kick to the creature's abdomen, causing it to stagger back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Qi-Dong executed a nimble leap, launching himself forward. With a rapid flurry of punches, he struck the final elite creature repeatedly in the face and body. Each blow was infused with a modicum of power, a diluted version of the meteor fist technique. Blood splattered as the elite was mercilessly beaten to death. Witnessing the demise of all 3 elites, the remaining dozen or so canine creatures were seized by fear. They sought escape, yet found none, surrounded on all sides by humans. After dispatching the last elite creature, Qi-Dong casually picked up the fallen mace and plunged into the throng of remaining canine creatures, swinging it with precision. Their anguished cries echoed, and in mere moments, they all succumbed to the ground. All the canine creatures attacking the 2nd teaching building were obliterated. The students stared in shock at Qi-Dong, who stood amidst the corpses of the canine creatures, bloodied and wielding the mace. A surge of cheers erupted, resonating throughout the building. Some students rushed to Qi-Dong, others collapsed in exhaustion, while many broke down in tears. The pressure they had endured in recent days was overwhelming. At last, they glimpsed hope in the figure who could save them. Chapter 22. Past grudges, present retribution. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the crowd. rushing towards Qi and enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace. "What a relief. You are still alive," they exclaimed. "Since the day those monsters descended upon us, we had not seen you and feared the worst." The two individuals, speaking in excited unison, were none other than Qi roommates, the eldest, Pang Xing, and the second, Wu Qingji. Their dormitory comprised 4 members, and their bond was as strong as that of brothers. In their previous life, during the onslaught of the dog-headed creatures, the 3 had met tragic fates. Now, in this life, they had finally reunited. "By the way, how have you become so formidable? These creatures are terrifying. Countless lives have been lost, yet we have only managed to slay a mere handful," Pang Xing inquired, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, old four, you must have undergone some transformation. Perhaps bitten by a mutated beast like Spider-Man? Or are you secretly a martial arts master?" Wu Qingji added, "No, that can't be. You were never a martial artist. We've shared the same dormitory for nearly 3 years. You cannot hide that from us." Qi smiled wryly at the enthusiastic duo. "Eldest, second, please, do not rush me. I will explain everything shortly. But first, where's the third?" The third, named Meng Yi, was an enigma, often immersed in video games until the break of dawn. In their previous life, on the very first day of the apocalypse, he had skipped class to play games in their dormitory. After the military had cleared the school of the dog-headed monsters, they discovered the mutilated corpse of the third, his injuries not consistent with those inflicted by the creatures. Now, having been reborn, Qi wondered if he had again chosen to forego class for gaming on that fateful Monday. Upon hearing Qi mention the third, Pang Xing and Wu Qingji exchanged tense glances. "Old four, with your newfound strength, you must hurry to rescue the third." He was playing TOT in the dormitory when the apocalypse struck. Qi expression shifted. It seemed that nothing had changed. The third was still in the dormitory. He took a step forward, intent on investigating, but as he moved, he felt dizzy and nearly fell, only to be steadied by Pang Xing. "Old four, are you all right?" Pang Xing asked, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine. It's just that my stamina has been severely depleted," Qi replied, shaking his head. During the battle, he had felt little, but now, the exhaustion washed over him, leaving him utterly drained, devoid of any remaining strength. This sensation would render him incapable of fighting for at least an hour. "Eldest, I need to rest for a while. I'll recover my strength and then check on the third. Take your time. The area is swarming with those dog-headed monsters. If it proves too dangerous, we can abandon the search. We cannot risk losing you as well." "Huh. Eldest, you underestimate me. I will be cautious. For now, I shall rest a bit," Qi declared, plopping down onto the ground, indifferent to the corpses of dog-headed creatures surrounding him. As Qi caught up with his roommates, a throng of onlookers suddenly converged around them. "This student, you are truly remarkable. We owe much to you this time. Indeed, if it weren't for your timely arrival, we would have found ourselves in dire straits. You are so impressive. Why haven't we seen you in the past few days? Were you perhaps coming from outside the school?" "Outside. Are you aware of the current situation beyond the school's gates? Our mobile phones have lost signal, and our computers are devoid of internet access. Why have the authorities not yet come to our aid? How foolish you are. It has been several days, and with neither police nor military forces arriving, they must be encountering their own troubles. Perhaps the area outside the school is overrun with those monstrous beings. Wouldn't you agree, fellow student?" Amidst the cacophony of voices, Qi felt his head spin from the clamor. He had never realized that men could be so talkative. "Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me," Qi urged, raising his hand. The moment he spoke, all those on the 4th floor fell silent. The atmosphere instantly transformed into one of stillness. Indeed, as some students had surmised, the world outside our school is now teeming with monsters. The creatures that have emerged within our institution are referred to as dog-headed people. Beyond our school, there exists a multitude of other monstrous varieties, which could collectively be termed as the other races. In terms of sheer numbers, dog-headed people are the most prevalent among these other races, yet most of the other beings surpass them in individual strength, Qi explained to the assembly. "What? The outside is filled with monsters?" "Oh no, I mean other races. The dog-headed people, the ones who have put us in such a predicament, are the weakest." This revelation prompted a wave of panic among the students. "What about my parents? I want to go home." Upon hearing Qi words, the students immediately lost their composure. It was only natural. Anyone receiving such news would struggle to remain calm. Fortunately, they refrained from taking any drastic actions, having endured the siege of the dog-headed people for so long that they had developed some psychological resilience. Qi assessed the situation within the second teaching building, which was relatively stable. Beneath this building, there existed an underground cafeteria, allowing the students to procure food over the past few days. However, The supplies had been entirely consumed yesterday, leaving the students physically weakened and vulnerable to the relentless assaults of the dog-headed people. This underground cafeteria was unique to the second teaching building, and many students had previously criticized its design. Nevertheless, it was thanks to this facility that they had managed to endure thus far. The other teaching buildings had largely succumbed to the dog-headed people's onslaught. Such is the current state of affairs, pondering our circumstances yields little benefit. The paramount concern now is our survival. As long as we live, there remains hope. Should we perish, we would lose everything. Qidong quelled the ongoing discussions. For those who are able to move and possess sharp instruments, make incisions in the abdomens of the dog-headed people and retrieve a small black crystal within. Once you find it, gather around me, and I will instruct you on its use. Qidong had no intention of monopolizing the numerous evolution stones. After all, earlier, Qi Lingyun and the plump boy had already extracted a significant quantity under his subtle guidance, including the evolution stones from the 3 elite dog-headed people. He now intends to utilize this portion of evolutionary stones to arm a select group of trusted classmates, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. Upon hearing Qidong's words, a few remaining students with the strength to assist promptly rose to dissect the dog-headed creatures. Qidong refrained from elaborating too much. Those who followed his command would naturally reap greater benefits. Were he to disclose the function of the evolutionary stones at this moment, it was likely that everyone present would surge forward, frantically vying for them. Indeed, many would resort to violence over these precious stones. Boss, second, you too should seek out those black crystals. Remember, toil a bit more and gather as many as you can. These black crystals are crucial for your future physical enhancements. Qidong whispered to Pang Xing and Wu Qingji. The two exchanged a glance, nodded in silent understanding, and set off to search for the evolutionary stones. Qidong cast a glance at the chubby figure and Qi Lingyun. Each had already acquired over 10 pieces of evolutionary stones. Qidong, I never expected you to become this formidable in just a few days. Haha, you won't forget your old friends after growing stronger, will you? At that moment, someone emerged from the crowd behind, smiling as he approached Qidong. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Qidong's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes brimming with animosity. Zhang Yunfei. Qidong would never forget this individual, once regarded as a friend. Zhang Yunfei, the president of the student council at Taichung University, was charismatic and handsome, well-liked by the ladies. Initially, Zhang Yunfei had befriended Qidong in his pursuit of the university's belle, who happened to be Qidong's classmate and friend. Though Zhang Yunfei ultimately failed in his romantic endeavors, a camaraderie developed between him and Qidong. In a previous life, Qidong had saved Zhang Yunfei during a dog-headed creature attack on their classroom building. However, in his frantic bid for survival, Zhang Yunfei had inadvertently pushed himself toward the pursuing dog-headed creature. Had it not been for the valiant Pang Xing, who risked his life to return and save Qidong, he would have perished that day while Pang Xing fell victim to the creature. Since then, Qidong had sought opportunities to eliminate Zhang Yunfei. But Zhang was cunning and wary of Qidong's intentions. Upon arriving in Quanqing, Zhang had allied himself with a powerful figure, making it increasingly difficult for Qidong to strike. Ultimately, as Qidong ascended to become one of the 10 greatest masters in Huaxia, Zhang Yunfei also emerged as a prominent force, though his power was not quite on par with Qidong's. Defeating him would be straightforward, yet killing him posed a significant challenge. Zhang Yunfei, the grievances of our past life shall be repaid with your life in this one. Chapter 23. Escorting you to the underworld. Zhang Yunfei approached Qidong, flashed a smile, and whispered, Qidong, is the black crystal you had them excavate from the monster's body this? With that, he extended his hand, revealing a black crystal, the evolution stone. Qidong couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Zhang Yunfei was surprisingly quick on the uptake. He had hidden at the back of the crowd during the battle, but now that he felt safe, he was eager to buddy up to Qidong. It was evident he had deduced that Qidong's recent transformation was linked to the evolution stone and sought to extract information from him. Indeed, this black crystal is known as the evolution stone, and my newfound prowess is indeed tied to it. Upon hearing Qidong's words, Zhang Yunfei's eyes gleamed with interest. So how does one utilize this evolution stone? Are there any side effects? As good friends, if I use this, I can fight alongside you. Qidong thought to himself that he had been awaiting this very statement. There are no side effects to using the evolution stone, but the initial use can be somewhat cumbersome. He surveyed the crowd around them, signaling to Zhang Yunfei with a glance and lowering his voice. There are too many people here. It's not convenient. Though I will eventually inform everyone, revealing this now would lead to chaos. Oh, I see. Zhang Yunfei nodded eagerly, understanding that the evolution stone's capabilities, if known, could incite disorder. Shall we find a secluded spot? He presumed Qi Dong was merely being discreet to avoid drawing attention. Let us go to classroom 103 on the first floor. It's vacant now. Even if a dog-headed creature were to intrude, it wouldn't stand a chance against me. We'll take separate routes. You go down the eastern staircase, and I'll take the western staircase. Let us not draw attention. Although Qi Dong yearned to eliminate Jiang Yunfei immediately, he recognized that doing so in front of so many students would incite panic. All right, let us head there now. Jiang Yunfei had no doubts about Qi Dong's intentions, believing he understood him well. Engaging in cunning schemes and manipulations, he considered himself far more adept than Qi Dong. Previously, he had outmaneuvered Qi Dong, whom he had regarded as a close friend. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Dong was no longer the person he once knew. In classroom 103, Jiang Yunfei excitedly toyed with the evolution stone, envisioning himself becoming more powerful than Qi Dong, slaying monsters, leveling up, and building a harem. As Qi Dong entered the classroom, he immediately noticed Jiang Yunfei waiting there. This fellow was indeed impatient. It hadn't been apparent before, but it was understandable, after all. The allure of acquiring superhuman strength would surely be hard to resist. Qi Dong, you finally made it, Jiang Yunfei exclaimed, rising to his feet, seemingly unfazed by the corpses scattered around the classroom. How is the evolution stone to be used? Rest assured, I won't tell anyone once you explain. Hold on. I have a few more things to discuss with you. What is it? Speak quickly. Jiang Yunfei was taken aback. Jiang Yunfei, since our acquaintance, I have always regarded you as a friend and treated you well, have I not? Oh, of course, what brings this up so suddenly? So, when faced with danger, why would you push me toward the dog-headed man? Do you truly regard me as a friend, or is friendship so trivial in your eyes? Qi Dong let out a cold laugh. What? Pushing you toward the dog-headed man? What are you talking about? Huh, I understand now. Is it that you too harbor feelings for Shinchuru? You blame me for pursuing her, hence your words? Sigh, had you mentioned it earlier, we are brothers. If you like her, I shall cease my pursuit. Jiang Yunfei felt utterly bewildered, thinking Qi Dong was insinuating his chase of Shinchuru. Shinchuru, the belle of Taichung University, was indeed Qi Dong's classmate and had a good rapport with him. Qi Dong shook his head. I'm not speaking of her. Never mind. I can't be bothered to elaborate further. You should prepare yourself for the journey ahead. The journey? What journey? Jiang Yunfei's expression shifted as he sensed something amiss, slowly retreating away from Qi Dong. Of course, the road to the underworld. As soon as Qi Dong uttered this, he moved, his right hand forming a claw and lunging forward. With a sickening sound, Jiang Yunfei's chest was pierced by Qi Dong's arm. Instead of employing a weapon, Qi Dong chose to deliver the fatal blow with his own hand, believing this was the only way to alleviate the hatred he harbored for Jiang Yunfei. Jiang Yunfei weakly grasped the arm that had penetrated his chest, his face a mask of disbelief, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Because you owe me a debt from your past life. A monumental debt. Jiang Yunfei managed to utter a single word before a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, and he could no longer endure, collapsing limply. Qi Dong flung his hand, sending Jiang Yunfei's lifeless body flying. Clutched tightly in his hand was the evolution stone, his eyes wide open, unblinking in death. You cherished that evolution stone so dearly. I shall not take it away, but leave it with you on the road to the underworld. In your next life, remember to be a decent person. Having slain Jiang Yunfei, Qi Dong finally felt a weight lifted from his heart, wiping the blood from his hands. He chose not to attend to Jiang Yunfei's corpse. After all, with so many already dead, the addition of one more would hardly draw attention. Even if someone noticed, they would not know it was Qi Dong who was responsible. Upon returning to the third floor, Qi Dong discovered Lin Luo had also arrived. Hee, brother. I thought it was safe here, so I brought Sister Luo over. Qi Dong nodded. How many evolution stones have you collected? I gathered 15, and Fatty has 16. Hee. We also have the black iron first-level evolution stones from those 3 elite dog-headed men. Oh, and I found a black iron card as well. We collected all this on the first, second, and third floors. The bodies of the dog-headed men on the 4th floor were taken care of by your classmates. This is sufficient. It is enough for you, Fatty, and Lin Luo to advance to the black iron first level. I also possess a black iron card obtained from the giant dog-headed man. I hope it can unlock a set of combat skills for your use. At this moment, the students who had ventured to dissect the dog-headed creatures gradually gathered around, totaling 25 individuals. Those who had not participated were either lacking appropriate tools, too fatigued to rise, or simply shirking their duties, disregarding Qi Dong's words. Pangxing approached Qi Dong, stating, Old 4, we have completed our search. I just tallied the results. We collectively found 72 black crystals. In fact, under Qi Dong's subtle hint earlier, he and Old 2, Wu Qingji, had each discreetly concealed 3 crystals. Qi Dong nodded at them, saying, "Everyone, please keep 2 crystals for yourselves and hand the remainder to me." Upon hearing this, each student conscientiously complied. Although they were both hungry and exhausted, longing to collapse on the ground like others to rest, they followed Qi Dong's instructions to dissect the dog-headed creatures in search of evolution stones, demonstrating their considerable admiration and gratitude towards him. The significance of these evolution stones will be explained shortly. For now, it is crucial that you safeguard them, as they pertain to your future safety. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the staircase. A large group of girls rushed down from above, and several keen-eyed individuals quickly spotted Qi Dong, who was encircled by the others. "Ah, there he is," one girl exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing her call, the throng of girls surged toward Qi Dong, with many inadvertently stepping on classmates resting on the ground in their haste. Having witnessed an abundance of monsters and human corpses over the past few days, they were no longer as intimidated by the bodies lying on the ground. The boys surrounding Qi Dong, upon seeing the frenzied girls approaching, were startled and quickly made way for them. "Hello, you must be Qi Dong. Thank you for saving us. On behalf of everyone, I express our gratitude." One girl reached Qi Dong first, politely addressing him. However, before she could finish, she was abruptly shoved aside by another girl rushing in. "Qi Dong, I am Su Xiaoqian, a friend of Shinchuru from your class. You are incredibly handsome. Those terrifying monsters were like infants in your hands. How did you train to achieve such prowess?" "Qi Dong, I heard from the girls in your class that you are still single. How about I become your girlfriend? Although I may not compare to Shinchuru, I believe I am not far behind, and you would not be at a loss." "Huh, you? Comparing yourself to Shinchuru? I stand a better chance. Qi Dong should consider me first." Qi Dong, why are you so formidable? The martial arts masters from films pale in comparison to you. An increasing number of girls crowded around Qi Dong, chattering animatedly, each voicing their admiration. "Stop, stop, stop," Qi Dong shouted, overwhelmed by the noise. He would rather confront 100 dog-headed creatures than face such a throng of enthusiastic girls. Seeing that the girls finally began to quiet down, Qi Dong sighed in relief. "I understand that everyone is quite excited and has many questions. The cacophony of voices overwhelmed me, rendering it impossible to discern what was being said. Even if I could comprehend their words, I lacked the time to respond to each individual. Therefore, I propose we convene in the large conference room on the 6th floor. Although the crowd is considerable, we should be able to accommodate everyone with a little squeezing." Qi Dong intends to share pertinent information, particularly regarding the evolution stones. This knowledge could significantly enhance the survival odds for the faculty and students of Taichung University. In the previous life, they had discovered the evolution stones within the bodies of the dog-headed men, but were unaware of their significance, and no one dared to attempt ingesting them. Confronted with the dog-headed men, they had little means to defend themselves, suffering catastrophic losses. Out of the more than 2,000 individuals in Building 2, only around 700 remained by the time the military arrived. Following the military's intervention, fewer than 5,000 survived from nearly 20,000 faculty and students at Taichung University. The military had already understood the utility of the evolution stones, but kept this information from the public. All the evolution stones were confiscated by military personnel. During the mass exodus of Taichung's populace to Quancheng, they endured several assaults from foreign entities, resulting in over half of the civilians perishing en route, with the military also incurring severe losses. Ultimately, fewer than 2,000 faculty and students from Taichung University reached Quancheng alive. In this life, Qi Dong is determined to avert such a tragic outcome. Thus, he aims to disclose the information about the evolution stones to the faculty and students of Taichung University in advance, thereby increasing their chances of survival. He seeks to empower them with the motivation to eliminate the dog-headed men, instilling hope and illuminating their path. He harbors no concerns that this revelation might jeopardize his safety, as most students possess relatively straightforward intentions and lack ulterior motives. Furthermore, armed with ample experience and a wealth of intelligence and combat skills, he is confident that he will remain at the forefront of humanity's struggle in this life. Chapter 24. Vice Dean Liang. The large conference room on the 6th floor was currently overflowing with people. Nearly 1,200 individuals crammed into a space designed for only 600 seats, with many others standing outside the door. Qi Dong stood at the podium, surveying the sea of faces before him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had just commissioned a count. Approximately 1,200 people were present. In his previous life at this very moment, only a little over 700 souls had survived in Building 2. Now, thanks to his timely arrival, he had managed to save an additional 500 lives. "Is that really Qi Dong, the one who rescued everyone? He looks just like us. I thought he was some kind of deity," murmured a classmate. "Why not say he is a celestial being descended to Earth?" Another chimed in. I heard he is still single. Don't try to compete with me. A voice interjected. Wake up and look in the mirror. He has to find you appealing first. Look, there's Chi-dong. We used to attend classes together. I even spoke with him once, someone recalled. Uft, that is nothing to boast about. I've shared a meal with him. As the crowd below erupted into a cacophony of chatter, Chi-dong furrowed his brow and called for silence. After a moment, the room gradually quieted down. Many of you may already be aware that our school is under siege by a monstrous creature known as the dog-headed man. Beyond these creatures, there are numerous other types of monsters collectively referred to as the other races. The reason the police and military have yet to come to our aid is that they too are contending with these other races. You may wonder why the country hasn't dispatched a large force to assist Taichung. Regrettably, these other races are not confined to Taichung. They have emerged nationwide and globally. Thus, the nation is temporarily unable to prioritize our rescue. With Chi-dong's declaration, the crowd erupted into chaos. The boys, having previously heard him discuss the matter, remained relatively composed. However, many of the girls struggled to accept the grim news. For days, they had harbored hopes that the police or military would come to their rescue, and the notion that help was not forthcoming sent them into a panic. What are we going to do? If the military doesn't arrive, will we become fodder for those dog-headed beings? One girl sobbed. I don't want this. I want my parents. Observing the turmoil below, Chi-dong shook his head in resignation. The majority of the girls possessed fragile emotional resilience, yet reality remained unyielding. They must confront it, whether they were ready or not. Those unable to accept this truth would inevitably be cast aside in this merciless apocalypse. Raising his voice, he asserted, "This is the stark reality. No amount of tears will resolve our predicament. Although the military is facing challenges, I believe they will swiftly overcome them and come to our aid. The most pressing concern now is how we will survive until their arrival." His 15-fold physical prowess amplified his voice, overpowering the din. The audience fell silent, with only a few girls still quietly weeping. Indeed, this student speaks wisely. In these trying times, we must unite to confront our challenges. Suddenly, a voice broke through, and a portly middle-aged man ascended the podium to stand alongside Chi-dong. "This student, your name is Chi-dong, isn't it? I just heard your classmates mention you outside. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, and you have performed remarkably well. Once order is restored, I shall recommend you to the higher authorities. Oh, by the way, I can assist you in applying for integrated master's and doctoral programs, as well as scholarships. You should be familiar with me. I am Vice Dean Liang of your School of Information Engineering." "Hee, of course, I know you, Dean Liang. How could I not?" Chi-dong displayed a peculiar expression, realizing that this individual could not resist making an appearance. Liang Chung, the Vice Dean of the School of Information Engineering, where Chi-dong and his peers study, is not well regarded, often rumored to have dubious relationships with several female students. In a previous life, when the army came to cleanse the doghead men from Tai City University, the upper echelons of the institution were nearly eradicated, and Liang Chung seized the opportunity to consolidate power. As everyone fled to Spring City, he secured his safety through clandestine dealings with a local gang, trading many beautiful female students in exchange for their protection. Chi-dong stumbled upon this grim reality by chance. But at that time, he was merely an ordinary person, powerless against a gang. The army tasked with safeguarding them was preoccupied with the threat of foreign attacks and could not attend to such trivial matters. Eventually, after becoming sufficiently powerful, Chi-dong personally brought Liang Chung to his demise. In this lifetime, both Liang Chung and Jiang Yunfei are on his kill list. Chi-dong shall not allow such scum to harm others again. Haha, it's good that you know me. Student Chi-dong, I look forward to our future interactions. Liang Chung beamed at the recognition, believing that as long as they were acquainted, he could easily manage this student, despite his slight martial prowess. After speaking with Chi-dong, he turned his attention to the students below. As Chi-dong mentioned earlier, the situation we face is indeed dire. Therefore, unified leadership is essential. Among all the teachers present, my position is the highest, so I shall lead us henceforth. I trust there are no objections." Liang Chung felt a surge of pride, confident that no student would dare oppose him. However, the response from the audience was unexpectedly contrary. "Why should we follow you? It was student Chi-dong who saved us." "Indeed, Chi-dong saved us. Let him lead." "I'm fled." "You, Dean Liang, were hiding among the female students on the 5th or 6th floor during our battle with the doghead men. What qualifications do you have to lead us?" As these voices emerged, a chorus of dissent arose. Yes, I also believe he is unsuitable." Many who had initially been silent now shifted to opposition. The disapproval grew louder, until nearly all present rallied against Liang Cheng's leadership, favoring Chi-dong to guide them. Chi-dong observed this spectacle with a cold smile. It was all part of his meticulously crafted plan. He had anticipated Liang Cheng's attempt to seize the fruits of victory, and thus conspired with his supporters like Pang Xing to orchestrate this outcome. As soon as Liang Cheng stepped forward, they would lead the opposition from below. Once someone took the lead, many classmates would follow suit, given Liang Cheng's rather tarnished reputation. Seeing the overwhelming dissent beneath him, Liang Cheng's face turned ashen with rage. He attempted to shout a few times, but no one paid him any heed. With no other choice, he shot Qi Dong a venomous glare before slinking off the podium, already plotting his revenge against Qi Dong in his mind. Qi Dong, however, was indifferent to Liang Cheng's reaction. In his eyes, Liang Cheng was already a dead man, someone he could eliminate at any moment. Thank you all for your support. While I may be decent in combat, I truly lack the capability to lead everyone. Therefore, I recommend Professor Lin how to temporarily guide us. Qi Dong had no intention of staying as the student's leader, as he planned to head to the ancient ruins in the outskirts of Taichung after resolving matters at the school. The man he recommended, Lin Hao, was a lecturer at Taichung University in his 30s, well-liked among students. In Qi Dong's past life, this professor had shown great responsibility, aiding many students during the Great Exodus and ultimately sacrificing himself to save them. Qi Dong held him in high regard, hence the recommendation. Me? Lin Hao, standing below, seemed incredulous. He and Qi Dong had never been particularly close. Yes, Professor Lin. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Qi Dong descended from the podium and firmly pushed Lin Hao onto it. I'm not suited for this. I have no leadership experience. Professor Lin is far more qualified. Given his reputation, I doubt anyone would object. The students murmured among themselves. Though they had hoped Qi Dong would lead them, his refusal left them no choice. Compared to Vice Dean Liang Cheng, Lin Hao's reputation was undeniably better. Many even knew of his financial support for impoverished students. After some discussion, they reluctantly agreed and voiced their approval. Standing on the podium, Lin Hao could only offer a wry smile. Without even getting a word in, he had somehow become their leader. Well, if I must lead, then I'll do my best to protect these students. Once the decision was settled, Qi Dong pulled Lin Hao aside and handed him the 20-plus evolution stones collected by the students. He explained their function and instructed Lin Hao to distribute them strategically among the students. Lin Hao was stunned. He had never imagined these black crystals held such power. Now he understood why Qi Dong was unnaturally strong. After briefing Lin Hao, Qi Dong left the meeting room with his sister, Fatty, and the others. The rest was no longer his concern. Lin Hao would handle it. He was far more suited for management than Qi Dong. How Lin Hao explained the stones and allocated them was entirely up to him. Sigh. Finally, it's over. I'm really not cut out for this kind of thing. Qi Dong exhaled deeply once outside. Giggle. Big brother, why didn't you take charge? Everyone seemed to support you. Forget it. Your brother ISN leadership material. Besides, didn't I tell you? Once things here are settled, I'm taking you all somewhere. There is no surplus time to lead them. Chapter 25. Collective advancement. For the time being, they chose to disregard the meeting room. Qi Dong and his companions had amassed over 30 evolution stones, among which 3 were elite black iron first-tier goblins. They found an unoccupied classroom, eager to absorb these evolution stones and enhance their strength without delay. Qi Lingyun had previously consumed a black iron first-tier evolution stone, reaching the pinnacle of black iron 0 tier with a physique multiplier of 9. The plump one had also reached black iron 0 tier with a 6-fold physique. Lin Luo had yet to break through to black iron 0 tier, possessing only a 3-fold physique. After utilizing all 3 black iron first-tier evolution stones along with 25 black iron 0 tier stones, both Qi Lingyun and the plump one successfully advanced to black iron first tier, boasting an 11-fold physique. Lin Luo, meanwhile, broke through to black iron 0 tier, achieving a 9-fold physique and was not far from the first tier. The remaining 6 evolution stones were insufficient to propel Lin Luo to black iron first tier, so Qi Dong refrained from allowing her to waste them. He distributed the remaining 6 evolution stones, giving 2 to Qi Lingyun and the others, keeping none for himself, as he had faith in his own strength. Although Qi Lingyun and the plump one had now also advanced to black iron first tier, sharing the same level, the disparity in strength was considerable. Qi Dong could now defeat black iron second-tier foes, while they could barely defend themselves against black iron first-tier adversaries. Once they reached black iron first tier, the effectiveness of black iron 0 tier evolution stones diminished significantly. Even the healing properties were greatly reduced. Therefore, Qi Dong resolved to hunt more black iron first and second-tier foes in the future. His greatest desire was to hunt the black iron 4th-tier juvenile golden python residing in the large supermarket across from the school. This serpent possessed immense potential, and its evolution stones would undoubtedly far surpass those of other black iron 4th-tier creatures. securing its evolution stones. Even if they did not elevate Qi Dong to Black Iron 3rd tier, would certainly enable him to reach the pinnacle of Black Iron 2nd tier. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between him and the Golden Python was far too vast. No matter how formidable Qi Dong became, it was impossible for him to defeat a creature 3 tiers above him. If he did not confront it now, the Golden Python's strength would increase by 1 tier every 7 days, making it increasingly formidable. The opportunity would soon vanish. "Brother, I have a Black Iron card here," Qi Lingyun announced. This was something she had found while collecting evolution stones. I have one too. I hope it yields a weapon." Although the Wolf Fang Club is of decent quality, it cannot compare to the low-tier equipment one might obtain. What I need most now is a reliable weapon, as it would significantly enhance my strength. From Qi Lingyun's Black Iron card, Qi Dong unveiled a set of battle techniques. Celestial Net. Technique name: Celestial Net. Technique quality: low-tier battle technique. Technique description: a binding skill that temporarily restrains the enemy, rendering them immobile. The duration of the binding is contingent upon the user's energy level. Note: this skill consumes a considerable amount of energy and requires direct contact with the enemy to activate. The energy level is determined by the grade of the inner core, meaning that the higher the level, the longer the binding duration. An impressive battle technique. Though its high energy consumption renders it less useful for me. If I can ensnare my opponents and then deliver a fatal blow, that would indeed be quite splendid. In his previous life, Qi Dong had encountered this skill and possessed a certain understanding of it. This ability also has an upgraded version, which allows one to unleash it without physical contact, striking from a distance. As for Qi Lingyun, the stout fellow, and Lin Luo, to whom should this skill be entrusted? After some contemplation, Qi Dong ultimately decided it would be best bestowed upon Lin Luo. Both Peng Xing and Wu Qingji had yet to reach the initial stage of Black Iron, so they were not considered for the moment. The stout fellow, having acquired the Chaotic Wind Axe technique, had already established himself as a primary attacker, rendering further training in this skill unnecessary. The remaining candidates were Qi Lingyun and Lin Luo. However, the deployment of this skill necessitated direct contact with the adversary, and Qi Dong was reluctant to place his sister in such peril. Thus, he resolved to assign it to Lin Luo, whose character he trusted implicitly. As for Qi Lingyun, he could always provide her with a suitable combat technique in due course. "Lin Luo, this Heavenly Net combat skill is now yours," Qi Dong declared, handing over the skill inheritance orb and indicating that she should begin her training at once. "Ah, for me?" Lin Luo gasped in disbelief, having assumed that Qi Dong would surely pass it to his sister, especially since she knew Qi Lingyun lacked an appropriate combat technique. Indeed, Qi Dong affirmed succinctly, and then he unveiled the Black Iron card he had acquired. As the card vanished, a black orb resembling a glass bead materialized. "Is that?" Upon seeing the orb, Qi Dong's excitement surged. Name: Demonic Explosive Crystal Quality. Special Item: Low Tier. Description: a one-time use item. It possesses immense explosive power when deployed against an enemy. Please use with caution to avoid self-harm. Splendid. With this, I have gained a formidable trump card. Perhaps the Demonic Explosive Crystal could even defeat that Black Iron level 4 Golden Horn Python. Qi Dong exclaimed, exhilarated as he grasped the crystal. In his past life, he had employed the Demonic Explosive Crystal on numerous occasions. Although it was merely a low-tier disposable item, its value surpassed that of ordinary low-tier equipment. This crystal could potentially obliterate even Black Iron level 4 creatures. Yet, Qi Dong hesitated to test it on the Golden Horn Python, suspecting that while it was classified as Black Iron level 4, its strength might rival certain Black Iron level 5 entities. The explosive power of the crystal, although formidable, might not suffice to vanquish it. "Ah, there you are, old 4. By the way, why did you delegate the leadership position to teacher Lin Hao? I had thought you would take the reins." At that moment, Peng Xing, Wu Qingji, and several others entered, accompanied by more than 10 individuals, those whom Qi Dong and his companions had rescued from the 3rd floor. "Boss, have the meetings concluded?" one inquired. "Hee. I am not suited for that position, so I entrusted it to teacher Lin Hao," Qi Dong replied. "Yes, the meeting is over. I had no idea the evolution stones had such utility. We have all undergone enhancements already. As for that Black Iron card, I wonder when we shall encounter it again. By the way, regarding the evolution stones you provided to teacher Lin Hao, he allocated some to the severely injured students for their recovery, while the remainder was almost entirely distributed among us." As I observed Dean Liang's face turning an ashen green, I couldn't help but chuckle at his apparent envy for our evolution stones. Alas, he lacked the courage to confront us. Otherwise, we might have seized the opportunity to give him his comeuppance. Before departing the conference room, Lin Hao had already conveyed all pertinent information regarding the evolution stones and the black iron cards, requesting Lin how to relay this to the others, thus providing him an opportunity to bolster his popularity. While speaking, I discreetly gestured 3 fingers to Qidong. He understood that Pang Xing was indicating his attainment of a triple physique, and it was likely that Wu Qingji shared this trait. Previously, I had advised them to retain a few stones, and with Lin Hao's share, they now possessed sufficient resources to enhance their physiques to triple strength. At present, Pang Xing and Wu Qingji could be considered the most physically formidable among the students, excluding myself and a few others. Patience, you shall soon encounter the black iron cards. By the way, boss, and second, everything is arranged here. I intend to visit the dormitory. I wonder how the third is faring. Upon hearing this, Pang Xing and Wu Qingji exchanged worried glances. Let us accompany you. We have all undergone enhancements and shall not be as helpless against the kobolds as before. Indeed, we shall all go together. Our lives were saved by Qidong, and henceforth, we shall follow your lead, echoed those who had come with Pang Xing. I appreciated their sentiments, but insisted, it is better if I go alone. A larger group would attract too much attention. There are 2 even stronger kobold tribes within the school, and I fear we might provoke them. If I venture alone, they are less likely to notice me. Upon hearing my reasoning, Pang Xing and the others recognized the danger of a group outing and conceded that a solitary approach would be less conspicuous. Very well, but do exercise caution. Sigh, the third has been trapped in the dormitory for so many days. I wonder how he is managing. If the situation becomes too perilous, return immediately. We cannot afford to lose you. Rest assured, I understand. By the way, having absorbed the evolution stones, you may not feel overly hungry in the coming days. However, while you may endure, others may not. Everyone has been deprived of food for nearly 2 days now, and those with weaker physiques may not survive until tomorrow. Let us not waste the corpses of these kobolds. Inform Lin how to organize a meal from them. In exceptional circumstances, exceptional measures must be taken. The meat of the kobolds is quite palatable and can slightly enhance one's physique. As for the matter of the girls, I shall leave that headache to Lin Hao. Very well, we shall inform him at once. As for the girls, they certainly present a dilemma. There will undoubtedly be resistance to consuming these kobolds, especially raw. Pang Xing remarked with a wry smile. Fear not. When hunger becomes desperate, they will overlook their disgust. Rising to my feet, I grasped the spiked club. Well then, I must take my leave. I fear I may not return before dusk if I delay further. Be vigilant, and do not allow the kobolds to breach our defenses. Brother, do take care. We await your return, they assured me. Do not worry. The safety of this building rests in our hands, they echoed. As I prepared to depart, Qi Lingyun, the rotund fellow, and Lin Luo did not press to join me. They understood the current circumstances. Fewer individuals meant greater safety and less likelihood of detection. As Qidong emerged from the teaching building, he discerned the sounds of conflict resonating from several corners of the campus. It appeared that the 2 goblin tribes were launching assaults on certain areas. My fellow alumni, I apologize, but I must first visit the dormitory to check on my comrades' well-being. Upon my return, I shall assist you. Qidong had now attained the first level of black iron, boasting a 15-fold physical prowess, and had awakened his mental faculties. The rapid enhancement of his abilities exceeded even his own expectations, instilling him with a sense of confidence. While he could not confront the larger goblin tribes directly, he could certainly engage in covert operations, providing support from the shadows or targeting a few of their elite members for assassination. The dormitory, where Qidong and his companions resided, was not far from the second teaching building. Although he needed to tread cautiously to evade the goblin's notice, he arrived at the dormitory entrance in merely 10 minutes. Chapter 26. The perilous dormitory. Qidong furrowed his brow as he gazed at the 3 Knoll sentinels stationed before the dormitory, a single elite Knoll and 2 common ones. He could not fathom why they chose to guard the entrance rather than venture inside in search of prey. Typically, an elite Knoll of iron rank would wield a spiked club as its weapon, rendering the dormitory door utterly insufficient as a barrier. What was even more perplexing was their singular focus on the unit where Qidong resided, while other units in the same building remained unguarded. What could possibly have transpired within? After surveying his surroundings for a moment, Qidong detected nothing amiss. The Knoll tribe was engaged in an assault on another student's stronghold nearby. If he swiftly dealt with them, preventing any opportunity for a distress signal, he should not attract additional Knolls. Yet, he was uncertain whether there were more Knolls inside the building. He could not afford to delay. Every passing moment placed Meng Yi in greater peril, and he had no idea how the situation was unfolding for him. Aside from the small tribe of Knolls Qidong had vanquished, there were still 2 nearly medium-sized Knoll tribes within the school. Each tribe boasted a population exceeding 400 Knolls. Qidong surmised that the leaders of these tribes were authentic Knoll chieftains, existing at the third tier of iron rank. In addition to the chieftains, there would likely be at least 2 giant gnolls and 20 to 30 elite gnolls. Such foes were far beyond his current capabilities. The 3 gnolls stationed outside the dormitory seemed to be gripped by an unseen fear, unwilling to approach the entrance closely. Their attention wholly fixated on what lay beyond the door, as if something within instilled terror in them. Observing their demeanor, Qi Dong felt a stirring of apprehension, uncertain of what awaited him inside. However, he had no choice but to enter. Their complete focus on the doorway presented him with an opportunity. In a swift motion, Qi Dong dashed toward them, and before they could react, he struck with precision. 3 resounding blows, and all 3 gnolls, including the elite, fell lifelessly to the ground. Had their vigilance not been directed inward, they would not have been so easily dispatched by Qi Dong, particularly given that one was a third-tier elite. Extracting 3 evolution stones from their corpses, Qi Dong chose not to absorb them immediately to enhance his physique. With his current physique multiplied by 15, these 3 stones could at most augment it by a single fold, perhaps even less. It would be wiser to conserve them for when he was injured. Upon entering the dormitory, Qi Dong noted that several doors had been forcibly breached, indicating that indeed there were foreign entities within. However, he was certain they were not gnolls. What level of beings could they be? Surely, only creatures of at least the second tier of iron rank could instill such wariness in the 3 gnolls below. He hoped they were not of the third tier, otherwise he might not prevail against them. As for the 4th tier, that was inconceivable. Entities akin to the golden unicorn python were likely singular within Tai City. If such a creature were present in this dormitory, it would be a stroke of ill fortune. In his previous life, when the military had come to Tai City University to purge foreign beings, the fiercest battles had only erupted at the large supermarket outside the school. Thus, the entities within the dormitory could not be overly formidable. As he contemplated this, Qi Dong felt a slight sense of reassurance. He cautiously positioned his mace across his chest, advancing step by step. Given that the apocalypse erupted on a Monday morning, when most classes were in session, the dormitory was likely sparsely populated, with only a handful of students skipping class. Qi Dong estimated that no more than 100 individuals remained within this dormitory building. Upon reaching a door that had been forcefully broken open, he discovered a mangled corpse within. The remains had been brutally eviscerated, yet the flesh elsewhere remained untouched. This sight momentarily stunned Qi Dong. Such a gruesome demise. Yes, it mirrored the discovery of Meng Yi's body in his previous life. Indeed, there were other monstrous beings within this building. A dog-headed creature would never limit its consumption to just the entrails. How infuriating. He wondered if Meng Yi had met a similar fate. Anxious, Qi Dong quickly exited the room. Their dormitory was located on the 3rd floor, and he hastened his pace, eager to reach it and ascertain Meng Yi's safety. As he ascended to the 3rd floor, an instinctual sense of danger suddenly surged within him, prompting an immediate reflex to dodge sideways. Whoosh! A shadow abruptly descended onto the spot he had just vacated. The moment the shadow landed and realized it had missed its target, it nimbly leaped onto the wall, its limbs and palms adhering tightly to the surface. So swift. Qi Dong was taken aback. He had failed to catch the shadow's movement. This speed surpassed that of any creature he had previously encountered. After scaling the wall, the shadow did not attack right away, allowing Qi Dong to discern its form. The creature appeared humanoid, standing nearly as tall as an adult male. Its head was adorned with a contorted skull, and its mouth was enormous, occupying nearly half of its face. The jaw hung slightly ajar, revealing a multitude of razor-sharp teeth, while a long tongue, lined with menacing barbs, protruded from its mouth. Its limbs were elongated, ending in sharp claws, which seemed to possess suction capabilities, enabling it to cling securely to the wall. A tail, measuring at least 1.5 meters and armed with formidable spikes, swayed behind it. From its physique, Qi Dong deduced that this creature moved in a semi-upright manner. However, its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the monstrous beings depicted in films he had once viewed. Activating his discerning eye, he assessed the creature. Name: Lurker Strength. Iron Rank 2 Evaluation. A mysterious and terrifying race, renowned for their exceptional stealth capabilities. Their tail and tongue serve as their most dreaded weapons. Extremely swift, they are the most perilous assassins in the dark. Should you encounter one at night, flee without hesitation. Danger level: 3 stars, considerably dangerous. Upon observing this lurker, Qi Dong comprehended the reason behind the 3 dog-headed creatures' reluctance to enter. The presence of such a being in the building was indeed alarming. An Iron Rank 2 creature, yet rated at 3 stars for danger? Perhaps its proficiency in stealth and assassination warranted such a high evaluation. Thankfully, it was not nighttime, and he had already detected its presence. It could no longer conceal itself within the corridor, having lost its greatest advantage. I can handle this, Qi thought to himself. Whoosh. Yet another strike. Qi swung his mace. Thud. Alas, he had struck nothing but air. Qi left arm was nearly pierced through. Fortunately, he had swiftly repositioned himself after noticing the missed attack. Nonetheless, a significant gash had marred his arm. Had he not reacted promptly, he would have surely lost the limb. It was astonishingly fast, even quicker than during its previous ambush. It seemed that it had not utilized all its capabilities then. My vision struggles to keep pace with its movements. What should I do? Must I resort to bloodthirsty berserk? While I could indeed slay it in that state, the repercussions would be severe. How would I confront a goblin or other adversaries shortly thereafter in my weakened condition? I might find myself incapable of contending even with an elite goblin. Is there any solution? Despite the perilous situation, Qi remained composed. He understood that panic is the most perilous element in combat. Mental strength? Yes, mental strength. My eyes may falter in tracking its speed, but I possess mental prowess. How could I forget the recently awakened mental strength? Chapter 27. Encountering the golden python again, Qi was entirely focused, channeling his mental energy. In a fleeting moment, he sensed that the bones atop his head had become translucent, akin to crystal. The scenery within a 10-meter radius was vividly etched in his mind, devoid of any blind spots. Naturally, areas obstructed by walls remained impenetrable to his mental perception for the time being. Although he had not mastered any skills related to mental energy, this did not hinder his rudimentary application of it. As his mental prowess gradually expanded and he acquired relevant abilities, perhaps even walls would not impede his mental scans. During his initial awakening of mental energy, his scanning range had once reached 100 meters, a feat resulting from an explosive surge of mental power. However, under normal circumstances, his range now extended to a mere 10 meters. While modest, it sufficed in the current environment. The lurking creature moved, and even before it leaped, Qi sensed which direction it intended to bound. Actions imperceptible to the eye were not lost on his mental awareness. It aimed to strike at my head with the spines on its tail. As the creature stirred, Qi reacted swiftly, shifting his body to the side and swinging his wolf-toothed club with great force. Bang! It was as if the creature had intentionally collided with the club, being forcefully sent flying. As soon as it landed, the creature sprang back up, leaping onto the ceiling, emitting a series of menacing growls. It could not comprehend how this human had anticipated its movements, as though the instant it moved to leap, the human already knew its target. Unscathed? Qi was equally astonished. He had exerted 80% of his strength in that blow, yet the creature appeared relatively unharmed. This was far beyond his expectations. With its extraordinary speed, agility, and formidable defenses, how could such a freak exist among the second-tier black iron creatures? If one strike is insufficient, I shall strike multiple times. I refuse to believe you are invincible. The creature moved again, sensing that the human before it was of a lesser rank. Among its peers, it was nearly invincible, and it regarded this inferior human with disdain. The previous encounter had merely been a coincidence. Here it comes. Bang. Once more. Bang. Time and again. Qi accurately predicted the creature's attack trajectory, relentlessly driving it back with each strike. The creature was beginning to fear. It finally comprehended that this human possessed some method to foresee its attacks. Although its scaled armor offered substantial protection, after being struck by the club over a dozen times, it was nearing its limit, sustaining considerable injury. If this continued, it might soon lack the strength to flee. It resolved to escape. While the human could anticipate its movements, it was still far slower. It doubted the human could pursue it. Thinking of fleeing? Qi sensed the creature's intent through his mental awareness, instantly grasping its plan. He raised his right hand. Ice arrow. With a swift whoosh, an ice arrow shot forth from the frost ring on his hand, striking the creature just as it turned to flee on the ceiling. Bang! The infiltrator plummeted from the ceiling to the ground. The frost ring, merely a low-tier piece of equipment, possesses a rather modest attack power among its kind. While it can inflict damage on a second-tier black iron creature, it is unlikely to be fatal. The last time Qi employed the frost ring's ice arrow to slay the swift sword tiger, it was due to the direct penetration of the ice arrow into the creature's body, resulting in a decisive strike. As the infiltrator struggled to rise from the ground to continue its escape, Qi was unwilling to grant it such an opportunity. Upon releasing the ice arrow, he lunged towards the infiltrator. Just as the creature lifted its head, Qi spiked mace descended upon it. With a series of resounding impacts, Qi unleashed a barrage of strikes, leaving the infiltrator's head utterly shattered. No matter how resilient its scales, they could not withstand such relentless force. After dispatching the infiltrator, Qi Dong extracted its evolution stone, an impressive second-tier black iron evolution stone, though regrettably devoid of a black iron card. Upon absorbing this stone, Qi Dong's strength surged, elevating his physique from 15 times to over 17 times. He also absorbed 3 evolution stones from the dog-headed creatures he had defeated downstairs, pushing his physique to 18 times, drawing him nearer to the second-tier black iron threshold. Generally, humans who reach this tier possess a physique of only 20 times. Qi Dong, however, had undergone a metamorphosis of his physique when he awakened his mental powers. Thus, his physique surpassed that of the average individual at the same level. Fortunately, he had awakened his mental powers. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to bloodthirsty frenzy to contend with this infiltrator. Thankfully, the encounter occurred in the hallway, where the infiltrator's speed and formidable tail could not be fully unleashed, limiting its attack angles. This allowed Qi Dong to utilize his mental powers to detect and defend against its strikes in advance. Had this confrontation taken place outside, with the creature attacking using its claws or teeth in conjunction with its sweeping tail, it would have proven far more challenging to handle. Having dealt with the infiltrator, Qi Dong wasted no time and immediately headed towards his dormitory. Meng Yi, ranked 3rd among their dormitory members, had a relationship with Qi Dong that could be described as above average, though not particularly close, in contrast to the bonds Qi Dong shared with the dorm's leader, Peng Xing, and the second-in-command, Wu Qingji. Meng Yi was typically engrossed in gaming, while Qi Dong spent weekends at home with his sister, resulting in limited interaction between them. Despite their infrequent communication, Qi Dong valued their relationship greatly. In his previous life, he had nearly lost all his friends and family, making him cherish kinship and friendship all the more in this life. As he approached, the door to their dormitory came into view. Suddenly, a shattering sound of glass echoed through the air, followed by a scream. "Monster, stay away." Alarmingly, the voice originated from their dormitory. It was Meng Yi. Qi Dong rushed to the door, disregarding the need for keys, and kicked it open. "Help me." Unfortunately, he arrived a moment too late. Upon entering, he only caught a glimpse of Meng Yi's retreating form. A flying creature of the other race had its claws firmly embedded in his shoulder, dragging him through the shattered window of the balcony. The glass lay in shards, and the aluminum frame was utterly deformed. "Damn it, it's a Birdman." The Birdman, a humanoid entity of the other race, bore a resemblance to humans in stature. They possess no hands. Instead, their arms are replaced by 2 enormous wings. Their bodies are nearly identical to those of humans, entirely bare, with elongated legs and feet substituted by massive eagle talons. They are accustomed to capturing prey with their talons and transporting it back to their nests for sustenance. This avian human species exists within a matriarchal society, where the females venture out to forage while the males remain at the nests. Typically, the males possess a mere black iron 0-level strength, whereas the females boast a strength of black iron 1st or 2nd tier. It was a female avian human that abducted Meng Yi. With a power level of black iron 1st or 2nd tier, it is no wonder that the balcony window could not contain it. "Stop right there," Qi Dong roared, his body propelling him forward as he leaped from the balcony. With an 18-fold physique, the height of the 3rd floor posed no challenge for him. The avian human, clutching a person, may not ascend too high, yet it soared approximately 20 meters above the ground. Upon noticing Qi Dong pursuing from behind, it seemed to recognize him as a formidable adversary and chose to ignore him, focusing instead on transporting its captive back to its nest. Qi Dong pursued rapidly, his speed matching that of the avian human. However, the 20-meter height exceeded his attack range, leaving him with no recourse but to follow closely behind. "If I cannot strike you down, I shall follow you to your lair." At that moment, Meng Yi, ensnared beneath the avian human's grasp, spotted Qi Dong. "Lao Si, save me." Yet, before he could utter more, a gust of wind silenced him, rendering his cries inaudible. Upon hearing Meng Yi's plea, the avian human tightened its grip, its talons sinking deeper into Meng Yi's flesh. Having gone days without nourishment and now subjected to this torment, Meng Yi promptly lost consciousness. Qi Dong, helplessly observing from below, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The strange creature and the man soon sped beyond the confines of the school. Many goblins within the campus witnessed Qi Dong's swift departure, yet they could not react in time as he dashed past them. Noticing Qi Dong's remarkable speed, they refrained from pursuit, for the school was abundant with prey. Disaster struck. Shortly after exiting the school, Qi Dong noticed the avian human carrying Meng Yi was heading toward a large supermarket, the very establishment where the black iron 4-tiered unicorn golden python resided. A direct approach risked alerting the golden python, yet taking a detour posed the danger of losing track of the avian human. Before Qi Dong could make a decision, a sudden upheaval occurred. The golden python. The very unicorn golden python that occupied the supermarket detected the commotion above. Its colossal 20-meter form erupted from the supermarket. The single horn upon its head gleamed ominously, unleashing a terrifying beam of light directly toward the avian human above. No. Qi Dong watched helplessly as the beam pierced through the avian human, resulting in both it and Meng Yi plummeting to the ground. With a resounding crash, they landed upon the plaza in front of the supermarket. From such a height, with no cushioning in between, Meng Yi's already frail body, having sustained injuries, struck the ground headfirst, and survival was utterly impossible. The great python then slithered over to the avian human's side, swallowing it whole before gradually returning to the supermarket, oblivious to Qi Dong's presence nearby. It paid no heed to Meng Yi's lifeless form at its side. Qi Dong stood in stunned silence, gazing at Meng Yi's body not far away. In this life, Meng Yi's fate remained unaltered. Though he had evaded the hunter's pursuit, he ultimately met his demise here. Summoning his courage, he approached closer, clinging to a glimmer of hope that Meng Yi still drew breath. As long as there was life, the efficacy of the evolutionary stone could revive him. However, upon discerning the tragic state of Meng Yi's body, despair washed over him. Such grievous injuries were insurmountable. The horned golden python. Qi Dong seethed with rage. I shall not let you escape. He remained composed, fully aware that he was no match for the golden python at this moment. Yet, tomorrow the army would enter the city to eradicate the otherworldly beings. In that chaos, he resolved to personally slay the horned golden python and avenge Meng Yi. Chapter 28. The Kobold Chief, Meet Your Doom. After a while, Qi Dong estimated that the giant python had taken a sufficient rest and, summoning his courage, approached the corpse of Meng Yi. He activated his mental fortitude to remain alert to any disturbances within the supermarket, carefully transporting Meng Yi's remains. Not far away, he excavated a shallow grave within the greenery and laid Meng Yi to rest. I am sorry, old third. There is no better place available. So you must endure this humble burial in the greenery. It is certainly preferable to being devoured by the alien races. Having completed this task, Qi Dong did not linger and swiftly returned to the school. Upon entering the campus, he was met with the sounds of combat and roars emanating from the southern side. It originated from the first dining hall, if his memory served him correctly. The Kobold tribe that had seized control there was the most formidable among the 3 tribes at Taichung University. The student stronghold was fiercely resisting. Had it been the second teaching building under attack from this tribe, it would have likely succumbed within half an hour to their onslaught. Yet, those students had held out for nearly an entire afternoon, and he could only wonder who was orchestrating their defense. The outbreak of the apocalypse had commenced on a Monday morning during class hours. The dining hall would typically see few students at that time. Qi Dong speculated that someone was leading the students, carving a bloody path from the teaching building to seize the dining hall. With ample provisions within the hall, it was defensible yet difficult to assault. He marveled at the audacity of whoever had taken charge. In his previous life, when the army arrived to rescue Taichung University, only a scant 5,000 of the 20,000 faculty and students remained, and chaos ensued. At that time, Qi Dong had been too preoccupied with safeguarding his own life to inquire about other matters. Such a person had not surfaced in his past experiences. He presumed they had perished at the hands of the kobolds. He pondered whether that individual was still alive. If so, rescuing them now would allow them and Professor Lin how to lead the students of Taichung University, which would greatly ease his concerns. Qi Dong proceeded stealthily, evading several kobolds without wasting time, and soon found himself behind a teaching building opposite the first dining hall. The dining hall boasted 3 entrances, each now besieged by kobolds. At both side entrances, over 100 kobolds were engaged in the assault, while the central entrance faced an even graver situation, with more than 200 kobolds attacking. What astonished Qi Dong the most was the students within the dining hall, who were holding their ground with remarkable discipline. The kobolds were unable to breach their defenses. Particularly at the central entrance, despite the overwhelming number of attacking kobolds, the students' fortifications appeared most steadfast. Qi Dong surmised that the overall commander of the students was stationed there, personally directing their defensive efforts. Although the students displayed commendable resilience, Qi Dong remained skeptical of their chances. For not far from them, nearly 100 kobolds remained poised for action. Among these, 20 elite kobolds and 4 colossal kobolds surrounded a singular kobold wielding a staff, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. Though this kobold's height was comparable to that of the elites, it paled in stature compared to the giants. Yet, it was impossible to overlook it, overshadowing the surrounding colossal kobolds due to its commanding presence, which far surpassed that of the giants. The black iron-tiered kobold chief. Indeed, The presence of a dog-headed chieftain in this tribe is evident. Unlike the previous assault on the second teaching building by a smaller tribe that was merely composed of colossal dog-headed creatures. Although Qi Dong harbors the intention to rescue the students, he understands that opportunity must first present itself. Without the chance to act, he would not recklessly charge into combat. For such a move would only lead to his own demise. At present, his strength allows him to contend with 2 oversized dog-headed beings against 3. He could barely manage to defend himself, and facing 4 would surely result in his end, not to mention the multitude of minions and elites that accompany them. Even in a one-on-one confrontation with the dog-headed chieftain, he lacks confidence. The chieftain, a Black Iron Tier 3, is a spellcasting class capable of unleashing formidable spells. Its most potent incantation, the explosive fireball, is far from the trivial fireballs encountered in online games. Its power can rival that of high-explosive grenades. Even with Qi Dong's current physique multiplied 18-fold, he would not withstand such force. Their offensive is currently faltering, and it is inevitable that reinforcements will soon be deployed. While the students are holding their ground commendably, the moment those elite dog-headed creatures and colossal dog-headed beings join the fray, their defense will undoubtedly crumble, given the vast disparity in combat prowess. Nevertheless, the students are performing admirably. Had I been in command, I would have achieved no more than what they have done. Oh, it seems the dog-headed chieftain is on the verge of losing patience. It likely desires to capture this student stronghold before nightfall. After a short while, the chieftain could no longer contain itself, and with a sweeping motion, commanded a colossal doghead accompanied by 15 elite dog-headed warriors and all its minions to charge toward the central entrance of the cafeteria, immediately intensifying the pressure on the students guarding the entrance. The students began to retreat into the cafeteria, and their defensive line was on the verge of collapse. An opportunity has arisen. Qi Dong's eyes gleamed with determination. 3 colossal dog-headed creatures, 5 elite dog-headed warriors, and 1 Black Iron Tier 3 dog-headed chieftain. Under normal circumstances, even if Qi Dong activated his frenzy mode, he would not be able to endure for long against such adversaries. As long as the elites and colossal beings engaged him, the dog-headed chieftain could effortlessly eliminate him with a single explosive fireball. However, Qi Dong had recently acquired a magic explosive crystal, whose power could potentially overwhelm even Black Iron Tier 4 beings, let alone a Tier 3 dog-headed chieftain. Although the chieftain is classified as Tier 3, its physical prowess may not match that of the colossal dog-headed creatures, given its spellcasting nature. Thus, Qi Dong is confident that he can dispatch it with a single magic explosive crystal, along with several elites and colossal dog-headed beings nearby. Had he deployed the crystal amidst the 100 or so dog-headed creatures earlier, it would have likely only eliminated about 20, considering the limited explosive range of the crystal. The 5 elites and 3 colossal dog-headed beings are closely clustered around their chieftain. This proximity is perfect for ensnaring them all. They are precisely within the explosion radius of the magic explosive crystal. Activating the magic explosive crystal, once triggered by a violent disturbance, it will detonate. With the 7-star step technique, Qi Dong swiftly closed the distance to the chieftain, now less than 50 meters away. At this moment, the dog-headed chieftain has noticed him and hastily raised its staff to cast a spell. Qi Dong's eyes narrowed. It has only now recognized my presence. But it is too late. Dog-headed chieftain, prepare to meet your end. The magic explosion crystal was hurled forth with great force. Simultaneously, Qi Dong swiftly crouched down. With a whoosh, the crystal raced through the air. In the horrified gaze of the dog-headed tribe leader, it struck him with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The earth-shattering sound startled both the attacking dog-headed creatures and the defending students, causing them to momentarily forget their actions and turn their attention towards the commotion. As the smoke cleared, Qi Dong lifted his gaze to behold the devastation where the dog-headed leader had once stood. The ground was littered with dismembered flesh, with not a single intact corpse remaining. Truly, the magic explosion crystal lived up to its reputation for being capable of slaying even a Black Iron Tier 4 being. To perish beneath its power is indeed a privilege for you, though it seems a tad extravagant to employ it for your demise. Qi Dong swiftly rose to his feet and moved briskly to the site of the explosion. Activating his mental power, he searched through the remnants and soon located the Black Iron Tier 3 evolution stone of the dog-headed leader. There was no time to examine each fragment individually. He immediately harnessed his mental energy to retrieve the evolution stone from amidst the carnage and tossed it into his mouth. Absorb. Strengthen. The essence of the Black Iron Tier 3 evolution stone rapidly integrated into Qi Dong's inner core, causing it to swell significantly, now exceeding the size of a thumbnail. A Black Iron Tier 2 inner core. The energy released by the inner core circulated repeatedly within Qi Dong's body, swiftly augmenting his physical prowess. 19-fold strength, 20-fold strength, 21-fold strength, 23-fold strength. He had ascended to Black Iron Tier 2, boasting a 23-fold enhancement of his physique. Chapter 29. With one's own power. Repelling a clan having finally reached the second tier of Black Iron, I felt a surge in my physical prowess and strength, enabling me to utilize several skills that had previously eluded me. My power had significantly increased. The thunderous explosion of the magic crystal drew the attention of the goblins attacking the main entrance of the restaurant. Although the goblins assaulting the other two entrances heard the commotion, they were too far removed to discern its cause and momentarily halted their assault before resuming their attack on the restaurant. A lone giant goblin howled mournfully at the sky, consumed by despair. Their chieftain had been ruthlessly slain by this sudden human intruder. After its lamentation, it gestured forcefully, causing nearly 200 goblins assaulting the main door to abandon their attack and turn, howling furiously as they rushed towards me. The giant goblin, moving with astonishing speed, leaped forward like a massive grasshopper, brandishing a colossal single-headed axe, its eyes ablaze with vengeance, eager to reduce me to ashes. Following closely behind were a dozen elite goblins, with the common foot soldiers trailing behind. In a medium-sized goblin tribe, the chieftain's status is paramount. A Black Iron Tier 3 chieftain with magical aptitude emerges only from 1,000 ordinary goblins. Once a medium-sized tribe loses its chieftain, it swiftly declines into a small tribe. Thus, the goblins' fury upon witnessing their leader's demise at my hands is understandable. This giant goblin possessed remarkable leaping ability, soaring 4 to 5 meters high and 30 to 40 meters forward with each bound. Among its kind, its strength was among the best. With a few leaps, it closed the distance to me. I stood firm, raising my wolf-tooth club, charging forward instead of retreating, ready to confront the giant goblin. Prior to my ascension to Black Iron Tier 2, I would have dared to face 1 or 2 giant goblins, but never would I have confronted the charge of 200 goblins simultaneously. Even now, having reached this new tier, the prospect of facing such a multitude, especially with over a dozen armed elites among them, was daunting. However, it mattered not. My goal was not to slay them all, but to shatter their resolve. Goblins possess intelligence and can feel fear. The wisdom of their chieftain rivals that of humans, while the giant goblin's tactical acumen is somewhat lesser. And the intelligence of elite goblins is comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, with the common goblins akin to 4 or 5-year-olds. Where there is intelligence, there is fear. Where there is fear, there is the potential for flight. My task was to undermine their confidence. The giant goblin leaped before me, resembling a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, its axe descending towards me with lethal intent, its cold gleam foretelling the strength capable of cleaving a rhinoceros in two. Clang! I sidestepped, evading the goblin's mighty swing as its axe struck the ground with tremendous force. Remarkably, the axe remained undamaged, its blade unblemished, a testament to its status as a low-grade weapon, far superior to my own unremarkable wolf-tooth club. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Qi Dong's actions showed no signs of hesitation. With a swift kick, he sent the massive dog-headed creature stumbling backward. Following this, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, launching into the air with his spiked club poised to strike downwards, an overwhelming force, akin to a mountain crashing down or a meteorite striking the earth. With a resounding thud, he delivered a fatal blow to the creature's head. Despite sharing the same level of Black Iron rank, the gigantic dog-headed being was no match for Qi Dong. As long as he did not encounter an abnormal entity like the golden horned python, Qi Dong was virtually invincible among his peers. The cement ground where Qi Dong had previously pushed off bore a shallow imprint of his foot, a testament to the tremendous power and swiftness of his movement. In an instant, he had dispatched his foe and did not linger. Like a shooting star, he moved with lightning speed. The sound of his club striking echoed as several of them crashed down where he had just stood, as a throng of elite dog-headed creatures surged forward. They roared in fury, intent on cornering him. Qi Dong deftly evaded a swing from one elite creature, countering with a precise strike that once again shattered an opponent's skull. The heads of dog-headed beings were their most vulnerable point. Striking elsewhere would require a full-force blow to defeat an elite, which was much more taxing. Aiming for the head, however, demanded only half the effort, conserving his energy significantly. After dispatching this foe, Qi Dong swiftly darted away, all the while glancing back to fend off the elite pursuers. Determined not to allow them to encircle him, the elite dog-headed creatures, varying in speed, formed a rough line in their pursuit. It was akin to flying a kite, indeed. Qi Dong employed a strategy reminiscent of this. With every few strides he took, he would turn back to confront the closest pursuer, then dash away again, only to repeat the maneuver. The elite creatures found themselves trailing farther behind, while the lesser minions lagged even further behind. Moments later, the last remaining elite dog-headed creature stood in stunned disbelief, realizing it was the sole survivor among its comrades, all of whom had been slain by Qi-Dong. Faced with Qi-Dong's fierce demeanor, panic set in, and it let out a cry before opting to flee. Qi-Dong made no attempt to pursue. His strength was already waning, and he needed to conserve his energy for the 200 minions that still awaited him. The remaining 200 dog-headed minions were now less than 100 meters away. Although Qi-Dong was swift, the time spent dispatching the elites had cost him dearly. With a steely gaze and his spiked club in hand, he charged forth, his momentum fierce and unwavering. Many of the minions, having witnessed his earlier feats of strength against the giant and elite dog-headed creatures, began to falter in their resolve. They had initially believed that Qi-Dong had merely taken advantage of a surprise attack to slay their leader, convinced that they could easily tear apart this mere human who relied on stealth. But now it was clear that this human was formidable, far surpassing any of their kind. Kill! Qi-Dong roared, charging into the throng of 200 dog-headed minions like a tiger among sheep. With a powerful swing, he shattered the upper body of one hapless creature. The defenses of regular dog-headed beings paled in comparison to those of their elite and giant counterparts. Smaller in size and lacking strength, they posed little challenge. With a casual strike, he claimed one life, then another, and yet another. Qi-Dong relentlessly struck down the ordinary goblins, sustaining numerous blows himself, causing the fresh garments he had donned in the second teaching building to become utterly drenched in crimson blood. The vivid scarlet was indistinguishable, whether it belonged to him or the goblins. He was consumed by a fervor for battle. At last, one goblin could bear it no longer. Upon witnessing the ground strewn with the corpses of its kin, it let out a piercing cry and fled in terror. Once one had fled, a second followed. Then a third. The tide of battle turned, and moments later, nearly all the remaining goblins had made their escape. Heaving with exertion, Qi-Dong leaned on his spiked club, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the goblins had reached their limit. Had they persisted for a moment longer, he would have been the one to flee. The ground lay littered with nearly 100 goblin corpses. In this brief span, he had dispatched so many that it was no wonder they were struck with terror, collapsing and fleeing in disarray. This fierce clash had already drawn the attention of two groups of goblins attacking the restaurant from the other entrances. As they rushed over, they beheld the central forces utterly vanquished by Qi-Dong, with their chieftain, the colossal goblin, and the elites conspicuously absent. In light of this, fear gripped them. Without the guidance of their chieftain and the giant goblin, they were merely a disorganized rabble. Faced with the sight of that man, resembling a demon, standing amidst the remains of their kin, they too chose to flee. In this confrontation, Qi-Dong emerged victorious. Chapter 30. The Valkyrie of the Future. Upon witnessing the retreat of all the goblins, Qi-Dong exhaled a sigh of relief. Had they dared to advance, he would have been compelled to flee. Steeling his resolve, Qi-Dong commenced his search for evolution stones. The black iron zero-level stones had become nearly ineffective for him, and he sought the black iron first and second-level stones instead. As for the black iron zero-level stones, their utility would be far greater for the students. The first dining hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. After a considerable interval, a voice broke through the stillness. What did I just witness? Good heavens! A single individual managed to repel those goblin creatures. Impossible. I must be dreaming. If you are dreaming, then I must have shared the same dream with you. Ow! Why did you hit me? Were you not under the impression that this was a dream? I merely awakened you. Hey, what is he searching for? Who knows? The thoughts of such extraordinary individuals are beyond our comprehension. The discussions within the hall grew increasingly fervent as the students were left astounded. They conversed animatedly while observing the figure outside, who was diligently scouring for something. Although the goblins had fled, they dared not venture out of the dining hall, uncertain if the goblins might launch a surprise counterattack. At the forefront of the students, a striking girl with a single ponytail fixated her luminous gaze upon Qi-Dong, who was methodically dissecting the goblins in search of evolution stones. She wielded a makeshift weapon, a mop handle affixed with a watermelon knife. Her alabaster face and attire splattered with the blood of the goblins. How impressive! What martial art is he employing? No, that is not right. It is not martial arts. The girl, hailing from a family of martial artists, had trained since childhood and could discern that Qi-Dong's technique was distinct from traditional martial arts. As she observed him, she had initially believed that their demise was imminent. When the colossal goblins had charged, the pressure had intensified to a breaking point, and she had narrowly escaped death at their hands. Yet, at that critical moment, a tremendous noise erupted from behind the goblins. and their leader was inexplicably vanquished by the mysterious man. The goblins then seemed to succumb to madness, rushing toward him. She had anticipated that the enigmatic figure would flee, but to her astonishment, he not only stood his ground but confronted the frenzied goblins head-on. She expected him to be torn apart in an instant, yet astonishingly, the ferocious goblins were repelled by his singular prowess. He had slain over 100 goblins, including their leader and the giant goblin. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Qidong had just completed his collection of all the evolution stones above the black iron 0 level, amassing 19 black iron 1st level stones and 4 black iron 2nd level stones. Additionally, he had acquired 2 black iron cards and a low-grade equipment, a mountain cleaving axe, obtained from the giant goblin he had dispatched. Name: mountain cleaving axe. Quality: low-grade equipment. Description: a massive axe forged from fine iron, exceedingly heavy, meant for those of great strength to cleave stone and rock. Though not a magical artifact, its value is hardly inferior to that of magical equipment. Qidong swung the massive battle axe in his hands, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Although he had not wielded such an axe in his previous life, he was not unfamiliar with it. This battle axe weighed a staggering 150 pounds, yet in Qidong's hands, it felt as light as a feather. After securing the evolution stone, he grasped the axe and gazed at the nearby restaurant and the students within, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He found himself intrigued by the individual who had managed to lead this group of students so effectively. As he took a few steps forward, his attention was immediately drawn to a striking girl with a single ponytail standing at the forefront of all the students. It was her. The girl possessed an extraordinary aura, standing out like a crane among chickens. Qidong instantly recognized her as the leader of the students. Wait, could she be Valkyrie Meinshue? As he approached, he began to discern her features more clearly. In his past life, Valkyrie Meinshue had been ranked alongside Qidong as one of the top 10 formidable figures in Huaxia, her status only second to the 4 kings. The 4 kings were the most powerful individuals in all of Huaxia, their true strength a mystery to all. Beneath them were the 10 renowned powerhouses, of which Qidong and Valkyrie Meinshue were 2. However, something felt amiss. She could not be Meinshue. At this time, she should not be at Taichung University, but rather in the imperial capital. Upon closer inspection, he noticed subtle differences. Her skin was more radiant, and her gaze lacked the sharpness characteristic of Meinshue. It seemed he had heard Meinshue mention having a sister. Could this be her? In his previous life, Qidong had a slight acquaintance with Valkyrie Meinshue and recalled her mentioning that her sister had perished just days before the apocalypse. Her sister was said to possess even greater potential than her. Had she survived, her achievements would likely have surpassed Meinshue's. As Qidong approached, the girl took the initiative to step forward, exuding confidence. She extended her hand with a gentle smile. Hello, I am Mei Jiangxue, the president of the Martial Arts Club at Taichung University. I sincerely thank you for saving us. Upon hearing her name, Qidong felt almost certain that this girl, Mei Jiangxue, was indeed the sister of Valkyrie Meinshue from his past life. Returning her smile, he shook her hand and replied, Hello, we are classmates. There is no need for such formality. I am Qidong, majoring in computer science and technology. Wait, you're also a student at Taichung University? Mei Jiangxue exclaimed in disbelief. She had assumed he was sent by a national intelligence agency to rescue them. Do you have an older sister named Meinshue? You know my sister? Mei Jiangxue was taken aback. She had never mentioned her sister to any classmates, and yet this young man knew her name. This could only mean he had heard it from Meinshue herself. Her sister had high standards, rarely considering any man worthy of her attention. How could she have spoken of him? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. This classmate possessed extraordinary abilities, certainly qualifying him to be her sister's friend. Perhaps it was her sister who had reached for the stars. It was merely a slight acquaintance. Qidong chose not to elaborate, as he could not reveal that they had known each other in a previous life. Indeed, these students are all under your command. A remarkable feat to organize them so effectively. How many individuals do you have here? We have all transferred from the first teaching building, and along with the staff from the cafeteria, there are nearly 2,000 of us now. Alas, the recent assault by those dog-headed creatures has inflicted significant casualties upon us. The sheer number of nearly 2,000 individuals in this cafeteria astonished Qidong. The combined total of students from the first teaching building and cafeteria staff surely does not exceed 2,500. They charged out of the teaching building to seize the cafeteria and, despite the fierce onslaught, managed to endure for such an extended period, suffering only 500 or 600 casualties. Qidong increasingly esteemed the young lady before him. She truly deserves the title of the Valkyrie's sister. According to Valkyrie Meinshue, Her sister, Mei Jiangxue, possesses even greater potential, and coupled with her formidable command skills, Qi envisioned the gradual rise of another Valkyrie. As they walked and conversed, they entered the cafeteria. Although the students were watching Qi and whispering among themselves, none dared to intrude upon their discussion, a testament to Mei Jiangxue's esteemed status among these students. Mei Jiangxue invited Qi to stay, but upon learning that he needed to return to protect the students of the second teaching building, she relinquished her request. Qi shared information about the evolution stones, black iron cards, and some details regarding the alien races with Mei Jiangxue, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she finally comprehended why Qi was so extraordinarily powerful. After imparting this information, Qi engaged in further conversation with her before preparing to depart. Although Mei Jiangxue felt a pang of reluctance, she understood his need to return to safeguard his classmates and did not insist on his stay. She, too, needed to organize the students to dissect the dog-headed creatures and acquire evolution stones. The number of dog-headed corpses they had slain, along with those Qi had defeated, totaled 150, and obtaining these evolution stones would significantly enhance their strength. With so many dog-headed creatures, they might even procure a few black iron cards. As Qi made his way back to the second teaching building, twilight descended, and the campus fell into a serene silence. He chose not to pursue the last remaining dog-headed tribe, as that area had been silent the longest, indicating it was likely the first to be overrun. Even if Qi were to go there now, he could scarcely save anyone. Furthermore, without the magic explosion crystal, he could not confront the dog-headed chieftain and its guards. Even with a surprise attack, having rescued the students in the cafeteria and the Valkyrie's sister, Mei Jiangxue, he felt a sense of fulfillment. In his previous life, this cafeteria had succumbed to the dog-headed creatures, and Mei Jiangxue had perished within its confines. However, in this incarnation, he had altered the course of fate. In a couple of days, during the great evacuation to Tai City, should an alien assault occur, with Mei Jiangxue commanding the students of Tai City University in battle, Professor Lin Hao managing internal affairs, and the 2,000 remaining students from the cafeteria as a formidable force. He firmly believed that the faculty and students of Tai City University would not suffer the same heavy losses as in his past life. Moreover, there was still the matter of Vice Dean Liang. He must find an opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, with his scheming in the shadows, the rear of Tai City University would never be secure. Qi was not particularly worried that the last goblin tribe would attack Building Number 2 or the cafeteria today, as nightfall was imminent. According to the habits of goblins, they seldom ventured out at night. However, the nearly 300 goblins that had just fled would likely join that tribe, significantly enhancing its strength. Brother, you have finally returned. Why did you take so long? Where are the others? How are they? As Qi stepped into Building Number 2, he spotted his sister, along with Fatty and Pang Xing, waiting for him at the entrance. The moment they saw Qi returning alone, Pang Xing and Wu Qingji felt a pang of dread. Yet they still clung to a glimmer of hope as they inquired, "How is the third brother?" He hesitated for a moment before recounting Meng Ye's fate to them. After hearing the news, Pang Xing fell silent for a while, then sighed heavily and placed a reassuring hand on Qi shoulder, saying, "This is not your fault. We can only blame the third brother's unfortunate luck. After all, we are in the apocalypse. Who knows, we might one day." Upon hearing about Meng Ye, the group lost their desire for conversation, and after exchanging a few words, they gradually dispersed. As Pang Xing and Wu Qingji departed, Qi took out 4 black iron first-tier evolution stones and handed them to them, advising them to absorb them only after reaching 5 times their physical limit. 2 stones per person would nearly guarantee their successful breakthrough to the black iron 0 tier. "Brother, look who has come." Once the crowd dispersed, Qi Lingyun suddenly pulled a young girl over to Qi. "Shinchuru?" Before him stood a girl with skin like cream, arched brows resembling crescent moons, and an ethereal beauty that would outshine even the most renowned actresses. This young woman was none other than the campus belle, Shinchuru. Zhang Yunfei had initially befriended Qi in his pursuit of her. Shinchuru was not only popular at Taichung University, but also at several neighboring institutions. Boys would go to great lengths to approach her, yet she maintained a close relationship with Qi and remained indifferent towards other suitors. Even Zhang Yunfei, who possessed commendable qualities, found himself dismissed by her. In a previous life, during the great migration of Taichung's populace, Shinchuru mysteriously vanished, and Qi had merely assumed she had fallen victim to a foreign threat, which left him despondent for a time. Shinchuru smiled gently at Qi. "You truly are a busy person. I've been here for quite a while, and you didn't even notice me." "Hee, I was just..." Qi chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had been engrossed in conversation with Pang Xing and the others, neglecting Shinchuru's presence behind them. Their relationship was somewhat complex. Qi was Shun Churu's only male friend. Their bond surpassed that of ordinary friends. Yet there was no hint of romantic tension, though it was possible Qi was simply oblivious to any signs. Qi Lingyun had visited Qi school several times and was aware of the renowned beauty of Taichung University and her somewhat ambiguous relationship with her brother. After chatting with Qi for a while, Shinchuru recognized he had matters to attend to and did not wish to intrude further. Returning to her group of female friends. Despite her beauty, she possessed no arrogance and was remarkably understanding, making it comfortable for Qi to interact with her. Upon witnessing Shun Churu's departure, Qi Lingyun, along with the stout fellow and Lin Luo, approached. What? Not going to converse with Sister Shin any longer. Such a stunning beauty. Dear brother, you must exercise caution lest someone else snatch her away, Qi Lingyun teased. Qi chuckled and shook his head, offering no further explanation. He then presented 15 first-tier black iron evolution stones to Qi Lingyun and the others, while he retained 4 second-tier black iron evolution stones for himself. This outing had yielded far more than he had anticipated. Once they absorbed these evolution stones, the strength of their little team would see a significant enhancement. Chapter 31. The army enters the city having absorbed 4 second-tier black iron evolution stones. Qi physique has reached an impressive 26 times that of an ordinary person. Qi Lingyun, the portly fellow, and Lin Luo, after consuming 15 first-tier black iron evolution stones, have each attained a physique around 15 times. Together, the trio is now capable of confronting a second-tier black iron ogre head-on. Upon completing the absorption of the evolution stones, Qi was pleasantly surprised by 2 black iron cards, which yielded a piece of equipment and a set of combat skills. The equipment is a staff, named Starry Sky. Name, Starry Sky, Staff, Quality, Low-level equipment description, a remarkable magical artifact. The staff is adorned with countless gems that shimmer like the stars in the night sky. Casting spells with this staff amplifies the spell's power by 10%. The skill acquired is a ranged technique known as the Great Fireball Technique. Name, Great Fireball Technique Quality, Low-level combat skill description. It unleashes a formidable fireball. Its power and the number of times it can be cast daily depend on the user's internal energy. Although the Starry Sky Staff and the Great Fireball Technique do not directly benefit Qi he is quite satisfied, for these items are perfectly suited for Qi Lingyun, seemingly crafted just for her. With the addition of this fireball skill and staff, Qi Lingyun can assume the role of a mage. The portly fellow can tank the monsters. Lin Luo possesses the skill to control the battlefield, and Qi Lingyun can cast spells from the back, even in Qi absence. Their trio is sufficiently equipped to handle most dangers. Currently, among the second-tier alien races, barring certain exceptional entities, few pose a threat to their small team. That night, as Qi anticipated, the ogre head did not make any moves. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qi did not linger in the second teaching building awaiting the army's arrival. He was aware that the army would enter the city in the afternoon, and upon their arrival, all alien corpses would be taken away. Thus, he resolved to eliminate as many ogres as possible before the army's arrival, aiming to collect evolution stones to assist his fellow students in strengthening their bodies and enhancing their power. This preparation would increase their chances of survival should they encounter alien attacks during the citywide migration. After all, Qi would soon embark on a quest for prehistoric relics and could not continuously protect the students of Taichung University. Since the apocalypse, several large ogre tribes have emerged near the military district, leading to fierce clashes between the army and these creatures. Although the army has suffered considerable losses, they have also reaped significant rewards. After decisively vanquishing several large ogre tribes, the army acquired thousands of evolution stones, greatly bolstering their strength. On the very first day of the apocalypse, the soldiers devised methods for utilizing evolution stones. In addition to the stones, ogre meat can also slightly enhance physical attributes. Thousands of evolution stones combined with countless ogre carcasses are sufficient to reinforce every soldier in the army. Qi understands that the strong within the army have amassed considerable resources, likely augmenting their physiques even more than his own. However, their mastery of combat skills and battle experience cannot compare to Qi. His greatest advantage lies in his knowledge of the locations and activation methods of most prehistoric relics within the borders of China. Previously, in Taichung University, there existed 3 tribes of goblins. Following the defeat of 2 tribes by Qi, only 1 tribe remained. This tribe, initially comprising over 300 goblins, yesterday gathered the scattered members of the defeated tribes, leading to a significant increase in their numbers, now nearing 600. The goblins, known for their limited intelligence, caused considerable chaos when amassed in such numbers. Many members resorted to fighting over human prey, inciting the wrath of the tribe's leader. In response, the leader issued a command for the newly joined goblins to temporarily disperse and seek their own prey within the campus. After having decimated numerous student strongholds the previous day, the leader desired a respite. However, the original members of the tribe were not permitted to roam freely. They were instructed to remain close by. Aware that the other two tribes had collapsed, the leader recognized the presence of a formidable threat within the school. Although the ordinary goblins lacked the intellect to articulate their fears, from their accounts, the leader gleaned that a particularly fearsome human had been responsible for their downfall. Chidong, accompanied by Kalingian and others, departed from the teaching building, embarking on a hunt for goblins throughout the campus. The endeavor proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Upon investigating the situation of the goblin tribe, Chidong discovered that the original 300 members were congregated together. Choosing not to provoke them, he refrained from engaging. The four of them hunted goblins in areas distant from the tribe, successfully eliminating 200 of the over 300 scattered goblins encountered that morning. Chidong himself refrained from direct involvement, allowing Kalingian and the others to take the lead, as he focused on honing their teamwork. In slaying such a multitude of goblins, they acquired a black iron card, which yielded a low-level battle axe akin to Chidong's own mountain-cleaving axe, perfectly suited for Fatty's use. The only one lacking an appropriate weapon was Lin Luo. However, her unique skill, Heavenly Net, required direct contact with enemies to channel her energy and restrict their movements, making a weapon more of a hindrance than a help. By midday, they returned to the second teaching building. Chidong distributed the evolution stones to Lin Hao, Pang Xing, and others, instructing them to allocate them to suitable individuals. Both Pang Xing and Wu Qingji, having absorbed some black iron zero-level evolution stones to enhance their physical attributes to their limit, successfully broke through to the black iron zero level with the aid of 4 black iron first-level evolution stones provided by Chidong the previous day. Additionally, Chidong presented 50 evolution stones to Mei Jiangxue and her companions stationed at the first cafeteria, resulting in Mei Jiangxue's successful ascension to the black iron zero level. With her exceptional talent and background in martial arts, she could now contend against black iron first-level adversaries even alone. In the afternoon, Chidong and his companions chose not to pursue further goblin hunts, primarily due to the dwindling numbers of scattered goblins making their search cumbersome, and also because the military was soon to arrive. Indeed, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sound of gunfire resonated through the air, real gunfire, accompanied by the thunderous roar of cannons and tanks. A regiment of the 99 main battle tanks and armored vehicles advanced like a steel tide into the urban area of Taichung, with soldiers systematically eliminating hostile entities throughout the city. When confronted with formidable alien adversaries that a single platoon of soldiers cannot handle, tanks are dispatched to confront the threat. In that moment, the city of Tai rejoiced, with everyone believing that safety had been secured. The military engaged in the eradication of the extraterrestrial beings while also sending personnel to collect their remains. If immediate retrieval was not feasible, they would extract the evolution stones. Although the flesh of these beings does not enhance the human body as effectively as the evolution stones, it still possesses some fortifying properties. During this extensive campaign against the aliens, numerous black iron cards were also discovered. Despite the military suffering casualties, their strength continued to grow. After cleansing a region, the army would assign personnel to manage it, maintaining order and distributing provisions. There was no shortage of food. This was not a scenario akin to a biochemical crisis, and the food supply remained uncontaminated. Soldiers also arrived at Tai City University, a considerable contingent of over 500 troops, accompanied by 2 Type 99 main battle tanks. Ha! The army has arrived. We are saved. How wonderful, we are safe. Long live the soldiers. The cheers resonated throughout the second teaching building as the students, after enduring many days of anxious waiting, finally welcomed the military they had longed for. Observing the exuberant classmates, Chidong sighed inwardly, aware that they remained oblivious to the grave circumstances that lay ahead. Many among them might perish during the evacuation to the Spring City base. Teacher Lin Hao, you should prepare yourself. Once the army finishes clearing out the goblin tribe from our school, they will send someone to us. You will handle communication with the military, prioritizing our school's interests. Please organize some students to receive the emergency supplies the army will deliver. Chidong instructed Lin Hao. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Lin Hao replied with a nod, not declining the responsibility. Meanwhile, Liang Chung observed Chidong and Lin Hao from behind with malicious intent. He seethed with resentment. As the deputy dean of the School of Information Engineering, he had failed to seize control of the students after most senior leaders had perished, allowing 2 inexperienced youngsters to overshadow him. Although Lin Hao appeared to be in command, Liang Cheng had realized that something was amiss yesterday. The students who had opposed him were all connected to Qi Dong, undoubtedly having been instructed by him to create trouble. Indeed, the army is on its way. I can enlist their assistance, for I am currently the highest surviving authority in the school, and they will surely support me. He smirked, envisioning a scenario where, with the military's backing, he would command the entire school, with all faculty and students looking to him for leadership and female students and teachers casting him flirtatious glances. However, once the army arrived, Qi Dong would certainly prevent him from being the first to engage with them. If Lin Hao made contact first, what if the military only recognized him in the future? Yes, I must go out and establish contact with the military ahead of time, since the goblins in the school have been largely dealt with. Any remaining ones would surely be in hiding out of fear. I should not encounter them. With that thought, Liang Cheng suppressed his fear of the goblins. Noticing that no one was paying him any mind, and stealthily left the second teaching building, heading towards the direction from which the sounds of battle had emanated. The sounds of gunfire have now ceased in that direction. He understands that the battle has come to an end, and the dog-headed tribe has been eradicated, allowing him the audacity to venture out alone. Indeed, the action has commenced. Qi Dong, peering through the window, observes Vice Dean Liang Cheng emerging from the teaching building, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He had speculated that Liang Cheng might seek to make contact with military personnel ahead of time, and now his conjecture has proven true. How could I allow you to succeed? Qi Dong silently follows, departing the teaching building. With his speed, he catches up to Liang Cheng within half a minute. Trailing closely behind him, he notes the absence of onlookers, raises his right hand, and aims at the front of Liang Cheng. Ice arrow, with a soft whoosh. The ice arrow Qi Dong unleashed pierces Liang Cheng, who collapses to the ground, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence. In the realms of the underworld, may you offer your apologies to the girl you tormented in your past life, and to the many classmates who perished because of you. Having dealt with Liang Cheng, Qi Dong turns and retraces his steps back to the second teaching building, with no one the wiser about the events that transpired in those fleeting moments. Chapter 32, Fierce Battle with the Golden Python. Qi Dong, the military personnel have arrived. Would you care to accompany me outside for a look? Lin Hao inquired upon spotting a contingent of soldiers downstairs. Yes, I shall join you, Qi Dong replied. However, if any matters arise, feel free to take the lead. I will merely observe. Qi Dong harbored a curiosity about the capabilities of the military personnel, as he had only been an ordinary individual until he reached the base in Quan City during his previous life. He had started later than most, but ultimately ascended to become one of the top 10 strongest in Huaxia during the relocation to the Quan City base. His status as an ordinary person precluded him from discerning the true strength of the military, only acknowledging that they were formidable. Upon exiting the academic building, Qi Dong's gaze was immediately drawn to the central figure among the 5 soldiers outside, a major adorned with the insignia of his rank. This major wielded a military saber, while the other 4 soldiers carried automatic rifles. Impressive. He must be the commanding officer of the unit visiting our school, Qi Dong mused, recognizing the major's strength as that of a black iron second tier, even if his physique was inferior to Qi Dong's. The saber in his grasp was no ordinary weapon. Qi Dong surmised it was likely a low-tier piece of equipment derived from a black iron card. With his keen experience, Qi Dong quickly assessed not only the major's capabilities but also those of the 4 soldiers behind him, all of whom had undergone enhancements, with the weakest exhibiting double the average physique and the strongest nearing 5 times. Greetings, and thank you immensely for your assistance. I am Lin Hao, the representative for these students. Lin Hao promptly acknowledged the soldiers upon stepping outside. Hello, I am Zhou Xuejiang, the commanding officer of this unit. You may address me as Captain Zhou, the major responded with a salute, though internally he pondered the absence of the older leaders from Taichung University, noting the predominance of youth in leadership roles. Yet, he found Lin Hao to be commendable, exhibiting the demeanor of a teacher. Previously, the leadership of the student base at Dining Hall 1 had been perplexing, with a sophomore female student at its helm. We have already informed the other 2 student bases. You are the 3rd we have contacted. Our observations indicate that the largest student bases at Taichung University are your 3, with numerous faculty and students scattered in hiding. Listening intently, Qi Dong learned from Captain Zhou that aside from their base and the one at Dining Hall 1, there was also a refuge in the gymnasium, harboring approximately 3,000 individuals. They had sought refuge in the gym on the first day of the apocalypse, and the goblin tribe had yet to breach its defenses. However, Qi Dong speculated that the goblins were not unable to invade, but rather considered them as reserves, postponing their assault on the gymnasium. Collectively, the 3 student bases housed over 6,200 students, with additional faculty and students taking refuge in various locations around the campus. resulting in a survival tally of around 8,000, a significant increase of 3,000 compared to the same period in his previous life. Lin Hao stepped out without the massive axe obtained from the giant goblin, and Captain Zhou, lacking experience, assumed Lin Hao to be an ordinary student, thus neglecting to scrutinize him further. Subsequently, Captain Zhou conveyed essential information regarding the alien species and the weaknesses of the goblins to Lin Hao, details that Qi Dong had previously shared with his classmates. However, Commander Zhou did not inform Lin Hao about the evolution stones and the black iron cards, as it was evident that the military did not wish for the populace to possess such uncontrollable power. Once the necessary words were spoken, Commander Zhou instructed Lin Hao to take a group of students to collect the emergency supplies brought by the military. Qi Dong did not accompany them. Instead, he returned to the teaching building, knowing that during the military's search for food, they would soon discover the unicorn golden python in the large supermarket across the street. This battalion might not be a match for the golden python, yet these soldiers were enhanced and had 2 tanks at their disposal. Even if they could not kill the golden python, they would certainly inflict significant damage upon it. He sought an opportunity to personally slay the golden python and avenge Meng Yi. Ling Yun, the military will soon uncover that unicorn golden python. I will go and see if there is a chance to eliminate it. You all stay here and do not venture outside. That massive python is far too perilous. Qi Dong cautioned Qi Ling Yun and the others. Brother, you must be careful. If it becomes too dangerous, just let it be. The military will undoubtedly kill it. Qi Ling Yun expressed her concern. Boss, while I trust in your strength, that giant python is truly monstrous. Lin Luo, having witnessed the terror of that python, also doubted Qi Dong's chances. Do not worry, I understand. If the opportunity does not present itself, I will not act recklessly. After a while, a thunderous roar echoed from outside, followed by a barrage of gunfire. The military has discovered the giant python. Qi Dong seized his great axe and leaped through the window, making his way towards the large supermarket across the street. The square in front of the supermarket was in chaos. 500 soldiers were relentlessly firing at the colossal creature in the square, and the unicorn golden python cried out in pain. Haha, what splendid fortune to encounter a black iron 4th-tier exotic creature in such a place. After slaying it and obtaining the 4th-tier evolution stone, I will be able to enhance myself to the 3rd-tier black iron. Commander Li has absorbed numerous evolution stones and only reached the 3rd-tier black iron, while I merely need to eliminate this exotic creature before me to attain his level. No, perhaps I might even surpass Commander Li. Commander Zhou gazed at the formidable creature in the distance, feeling not fear, but exhilaration. He possessed a skill akin to an eye of exploration, which revealed the information about the unicorn golden python. The military had recently eradicated several large goblin tribes, amounting to 6,000 or 7,000 goblins, with the strongest among them being merely a 3rd-tier black iron goblin chieftain. Upon entering Tai City, they had encountered other 3rd-tier black iron exotics, all of which the military had easily dispatched. Now, encountering a 4th-tier black iron presence delighted him, for he understood that the stronger the exotic's power, the greater its inherent value. Even a 3rd-tier black iron exotic could be dispatched by a hail of gunfire. What was this giant python in comparison? Commander Zhou dismissed any concerns, for even if firearms proved ineffective, they still had tanks. Do not speak of 4th tier. Not even 5th or 6th tier could withstand a single strike from the 125mm tank gun of the Type 99 tank. Previously, the campaign against the foreign creatures had proceeded with such ease that Captain Zhou had momentarily forgotten their terrifying nature. However, the reality was far from his expectations. The unicorn golden python was initially caught off guard by the military, subjected to a relentless barrage of rifle fire from hundreds of soldiers. Despite its formidable scales, many were shattered under the assault. Infuriated, it prepared to retaliate. Passive defense would only lead to its demise. With a resounding roar, the golden python, disregarding its pain, charged headlong into the most concentrated cluster of soldiers. It rampaged with wild abandon, its tail thrashing violently. The troops were utterly unprepared for the agility and speed of such a massive creature, caught completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, over half of the 200 soldiers in that area were annihilated by the golden python. Quickly, where are the tanks? Prepare them for immediate engagement, Captain Zhou urged, astonished at the formidable presence of the giant python, which had withstood such concentrated fire. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Let the tanks handle it. Despite issuing the order to withdraw, the colossal serpent would not permit them to leave so easily. It charged toward the densest part of the military formation, sweeping through with each onslaught, claiming the lives of numerous soldiers nearby. The men were utterly helpless against its fury. Cursed beast, fire. Fire now. At this rate, we shall be obliterated. Captain Zhou, disregarding the risk of friendly fire, insisted upon firing, knowing that in mere minutes, his entire battalion would be extinguished. Not far away, two Type 99 tanks had already locked onto their target, and upon receiving the command, they unleashed their cannons. Boom, boom. The ground shook with the impact. Fortunately, Captain Zoe was at a safe distance from the Golden Python, only being knocked back by the shockwave, sustaining no serious injuries. Yet, the soldiers in proximity to the creature suffered greatly. Even if not killed by the tank shells, they would surely fall to the Python's wrath. Either way, the outcome was grim. I refuse to believe you can survive this. Captain Zoe rose to survey the location of the unicorn Golden Python. As the smoke cleared, its form became visible, and to his astonishment, it was still alive. However, its condition was dire. A third of its head had been obliterated, one eye was completely destroyed, and a quarter of its lower body had been severed. It lay there, bloodied and battered, no longer exuding its former might. The 125mm tank shells had not fully struck it. Otherwise, even its extraordinary defenses would have crumbled. Continue firing. Obliterate it. Captain Zoe, seeing a glimmer of hope for victory, believed that despite its resilience, it was still flesh and blood, unable to withstand the onslaught of artillery. But scarcely had he uttered these words when the Golden Python's horn shimmered, and a beam of light, 30 centimeters in diameter, shot forth from its singular horn. Boom. A thunderous explosion ensued as the beam struck the tank behind him. Chapter 33. Power levels struck head-on by the magical beam of the Golden Python. The upper section of the Type 99 tank was utterly reduced to a pile of scrap metal. It was glaringly evident that the occupants of the cabin could not have survived. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, another resounding boom echoed. A second beam was unleashed. The second tank was rendered inoperable. Captain Zoe was left dumbfounded. What manner of creature is this? His reconnaissance eye had clearly identified it as merely a fourth-tier black iron entity, yet it exhibited such overwhelming strength. 23rd-tier goblin leaders could not compete with this single fourth-tier entity. Its defenses were abominably robust, having withstood 2 cannon shots without succumbing, while also possessing formidable long-range attacks. Truly terrifying. Retreat. Quickly, disperse and withdraw. Seek out the main forces to annihilate it. Captain Zoe shouted as he fled. No one was foolish enough to remain, fully aware of the futility of their situation. With 500 men in the battalion and 2 tanks, only a little over 100 remained. The soldiers scattered in their escape. The Golden Python, having sustained severe injuries and expended considerable energy through its 2 powerful magical beams, was now left with little strength. It strained to maintain its position, and merely remaining upright was a feat in itself. Regrettably, Captain Zoe was unaware that the Golden Python was now a shadow of its former self. Had he known, he might have risked the lives of his remaining men to confront the creature, potentially exhausting it. However, it was equally plausible that it would be Captain Zoe and his men who would succumb first. Qi lay motionless on the ground. During the chaos of battle between the army and the Golden Python, he had stealthily infiltrated the fray. Now, he lay on the ground, feigning death among several fallen soldiers. Positioned less than 10 meters from the Golden Python, had the creature been in prime condition, it would undoubtedly have detected Qi presence. Yet, after the fierce battle, it was grievously wounded, its internal energy all but depleted, leaving it unable to pursue the fleeing soldiers or notice Qi ruse. Although Qi recognized that the Golden Python was at its most vulnerable state, he refrained from acting impulsively. A wounded creature, even one on the brink of death, could still pose a threat. Should he fail to deliver a fatal blow, he would find himself in peril. At that moment, the Golden Python stirred. It slithered slowly toward the corpse of a soldier, opening its maw wide in preparation to consume the body. Qi had previously witnessed its method of devouring other creatures, such as the goblin and bird people, which it ingested whole and digested instantaneously. Unlike the sluggish, prolonged digestion of large snakes on Earth after consuming substantial prey, there was no time to lose. If it consumed several bodies, its injuries would surely begin to mend. Now was the moment to strike, while it was at its weakest. The vitality of alien creatures is remarkably resilient, particularly those with immense potential like this one. With nearly a third of its head obliterated and a quarter of its body severed, it was still capable of unleashing devastating beams that destroyed 2 tanks. Had it been an Earth creature, it would have succumbed long ago. As the Golden Python prepared to swallow the soul as Qi mental prowess activated, the environment within a 10-meter radius was vividly reflected in his mind. He meticulously considered his approach, identifying potential obstacles, angles of attack, and vulnerable points. Before he struck, he had already simulated the scenario numerous times in his mind, selecting the most suitable and high-probability method of assault. Upon executing his strike, Qidong's focus was unprecedented. His spirit and essence unified. With a powerful swing of his axe, he unleashed a force akin to a mountain-splitting blow, exuding an aura of dominance. During his encounter at Tai City University, he had previously vanquished a demonic giant gnoll using a surge of mental energy, amalgamating 3 combat techniques into a single, devastating punch that obliterated the creature. However, this time, he did not employ any skills, yet even if he possessed the ability to deliver that fused punch again, its might could not surpass the force of this strike. Swift, fierce, and imposing. At the moment Qidong launched his attack, the golden python detected him. However, the proximity combined with the python's severe injuries rendered it unable to react in time. With a decisive chop, Qidong's axe cleaved through, targeting the injury on the python's head. The upper half of the serpent's massive body, spanning 4 to 5 meters, was nearly split in two. Had it not been for a thin layer of skin barely holding it together, it would have been severed completely. This was part of Qidong's strategy. The python's scales were exceedingly tough, so he chose to strike along the wound to minimize resistance. As Qidong's axe struck, it became lodged against the python's scales, unable to penetrate further. Nonetheless, he was satisfied. Such an injury ensured the serpent would not survive much longer. Without a moment's hesitation, Qidong employed the 7 stars moonwalking technique, moving with remarkable speed, and vanished from the plaza in the blink of an eye, taking refuge behind a nearby building. The golden python, nearly split in half, could no longer utter a sound. It felt its vitality rapidly ebbing away, unable even to heal itself by consuming other life forms. In a final frenzy, the python thrashed violently in the plaza, sending everything in its vicinity, soldiers' corpses, small trees, and even cars, flying with its immense strength. Qidong silently thanked his quick reflexes. Had he been caught in that onslaught, he would have faced grave injury, if not death. After a brief spell of rage, the python's movement slowed and eventually ceased, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. Qidong was certain that, given its injuries, even the golden python's formidable vitality could not sustain it for long. Previously, a quarter of its lower body had been obliterated by tank fire, and a third of its head had been shattered. Now, its upper half had been nearly cleaved in two by Qidong's strike. Not even a creature of the 9th tier of the Black Iron would survive such devastation. Though aware of the python's demise, Qidong did not approach recklessly. Instead, he walked over to a small tree that had been sent flying by the python's fury, grasped it with both hands, and hurled it towards the fallen beast. The tree struck the golden python, causing it to shudder slightly, yet it elicited no further reaction. It was truly dead. Qidong confirmed that the giant python was indeed dead, which brought him a sense of relief. He approached the immense creature, scrutinizing it up close. Even in death, the pressure it exerted upon him remained undiminished. Its hard, glimmering scales shimmered under the sunlight, and its 20-meter-long body was as thick as a barrel. Possessing a trace of dragon blood, it had the strength equivalent to a Black Iron Tier 3 upon birth, gaining a level every 7 days. This was the information Qidong had previously gleaned through his Eye of Insight. In just 63 days after its birth, it could achieve the prowess of a Black Iron Tier 9. This was still in its juvenile form. Once it matured, its level would surpass Black Iron Tier 9. Beyond Black Iron was the Bronze Tier 0. The tiers progressed from Black Iron, to Bronze, to Silver, and finally to Gold, each encompassing 10 sublevels. From Tier 0 to Tier 9. While it was not uncommon for beings or races to challenge opponents of a lower subtier, it was utterly impossible to do so across a major tier due to the vast disparity in power. In his previous life, Qidong had reached the Silver Tier. The top 10 strongest individuals in Huaxia all possessed Silver Tier strength, and the 4 most powerful kings of the entire region were also of Silver Tier. Although the existence of the Gold Tier was acknowledged, no one had ever attained it, at least not before Qidong's reincarnation. It was fortunate that he had eliminated this unique golden python early on. Had it eluded capture for 2 more months, reaching Black Iron Tier 9. No one in the early apocalypse would have been capable of subduing it. Qidong extracted his mountain-cleaving axe from the python's body. Typically, the evolution stone of snake-like entities is found in conjunction with their gallbladder, and he successfully located the evolution stone, also retrieving the golden python's gallbladder. To his surprise, he discovered a bronze card, a slate of a bluish-gray hue. The card's tier within an alien creature is determined by its strength and potential. The higher the strength and potential, the greater the card's tier. This golden python, despite possessing only Black Iron Tier 4 strength, contained a bronze card, indicating its remarkable standing. Black Iron cards yield low to mid-tier equipment or skills, while bronze cards provide mid to high-tier equipment or skills. Silver cards grant access to high and top-tier equipment or skills. As for gold cards, Qi Dong had neither seen nor heard of anyone encountering such a rarity. Besides the evolution stone, gallbladder, and card, the giant python's body itself was a valuable asset. With a trace of dragon blood, its flesh and blood were highly nourishing. If he could transport its body back to the school for the students, it could potentially create 200 to 300 Black Iron Tier 0 warriors. However, Qi Dong merely entertained the thought, for the military had already engaged with the giant python. They were undoubtedly aware of its value and would soon dispatch personnel. If they discovered that he had brought the python back to the school for distribution among the students, they would certainly not take it lightly, especially since the military had lost an entire battalion's strength to this unique golden python. Although it was impossible to bring the entire python back, transporting some of its blood would suffice. This precious liquid could cultivate numerous experts at Taichung University. Without hesitation, Qi Dong dashed to a nearby large supermarket, procured 2 oversized buckets, and filled them to the brim with the python's blood. After filling the buckets, he himself reclined upon the great serpent and eagerly drank a significant amount of its golden blood. The urgency is palpable. I must depart swiftly, lest I be discovered and find myself in a precarious situation. Qi Dong heard the distant sounds of footsteps and the rumble of tanks approaching. In a brief moment, after consuming the python's blood, his physical prowess had notably increased. His original strength of 26-fold had now risen to 27-fold. He was aware that the python's more than half-meter-long horn was also a valuable asset, worth as much as the evolutionary stones and bronze cards contained within the serpent. However, he chose not to take it. After all, the military personnel had incurred significant costs, and it was only fair to leave them with some treasures. Otherwise, they might become frantic. With the 2 buckets filled with the python's blood in hand, Qi Dong moved swiftly, departing the scene before the military could spot him, and returned to the university. Chapter 34. Departure from School. End of Volume 1. Qi Lingyun and Lin Luo, along with others, waited eagerly at the foot of Building 2 for Qi Dong's return. Upon seeing him arrive safely, they rushed forward with joy. "Brother, are you all right?" "Qi Dong, what happened to the golden python? We heard gunfire outside just a moment ago, but it only lasted a short while. Could it be that the military has subdued the lone-horned golden python? It's good to see you safe, boss. What are those 2 barrels you're carrying? Blood? Haha. Could it be the blood of that terrifying golden python? Did you manage to take it down?" Qi Dong nodded at them. "Let's discuss this inside." As they entered the building, Qi Dong encountered Pang Xing and Wu Qingji. "Fourth, we heard that you went to confront the giant python that killed Third. How could you be so reckless? The military was already handling it." "Boss, it's fine. I returned safely, didn't I? Come on, let's talk in the empty classroom over there." Once in the classroom, Qi Dong recounted the events that had transpired. The group listened in astonishment, realizing that a battalion of soldiers, along with 2 tanks, had failed to subdue the golden python. It was only through Qi Dong's stealthy intervention that they ultimately succeeded. "Are you saying that the flesh and blood of the horned golden python also have the ability to enhance the human body? Could these 2 barrels of python blood serve as evolution stones?" Pang Xing inquired. "Indeed, the potency of this python blood is remarkable. You should all drink a bit here. Since you have recently strengthened your physiques, be cautious not to consume too much. Ling Yun, Lin Luo, and Fatty, you are currently at the 1st level of Black Iron, with 15 times the physical capacity. Take small sips. You might enhance yourselves to 19 times your capacity, reaching the peak of the 1st level of Black Iron. As for you, boss, having just broken through to the 0 level of Black Iron, drinking the python blood to elevate your physique to 9 times is sufficient to reach the pinnacle of that level. The enhancement of one's physique should not be pursued too aggressively in a short span. The body requires an adaptation period. If the enhancement occurs too rapidly, the body may not cope, leading to collapse. Compared to the average person, Qi Dong possesses greater physical potential and resilience due to the mysterious transformation he underwent while awakening his mental powers, allowing for a slightly faster enhancement without issue. In the early stages of the apocalypse, many were unaware of these phenomena, resulting in numerous cases of bodily collapse due to excessive reinforcement. After their enhancement, a remaining barrel and a half of python blood was left. Qi Dong instructed Pang Xing to deliver a barrel to Lin Hao, so he could arrange for suitable individuals to undergo reinforcement. This python blood would not only create several students at the 0 level of Black Iron, but would also leave ample supply for others. Qi Dong himself decided to refrain from absorbing the evolution stone from the horned golden python of the 4th level of Black Iron for the time being. Although his physical attributes were considerably superior, he had only recently undergone enhancement. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to wait before absorption. Despite being a 4th level Black Iron evolution stone, its effects would undoubtedly rival those of a 5th level stone. The remaining half-barrel of python blood was intended for Mei Jiangxue and her students, who possessed considerable combat experience and synergy, allowing them to exert far greater strength at the same level compared to their peers in Building 2. And I still have this bronze card. Let us see what it can unlock. As the card unfurled, a blood-red blade manifested before Qi Dong's eyes. The length of the blade, including the hilt, measured approximately 120 centimeters. Occasionally, a glimmer of crimson light flickered across the blade's surface, and upon closer inspection, it appeared as if a sanguine liquid flowed within, reminiscent of blood. This was Qi Dong's initial impression of the insatiably bloodthirsty weapon. Upon grasping the blade, a surge of information flooded into Qi Dong's mind. Name, blood blade quality, intermediate equipment description, a crimson edge, a sanguine glow, cleansing the world with blood. Special effect, bloodthirsty. When wielded to inflict wounds or slay foes, the blade randomly absorbs the opponent's blood. The more blood absorbed within a short span, the sharper the blade becomes. Furthermore, when the absorption reaches a certain threshold, the blade converts the blood into vigor, channeling it to the wielder, thereby enhancing their strength. After absorbing this information, Qi Dong gazed at the blade, named Blood Blade, with eyes alight with joy. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment for not obtaining high-level equipment from the bronze card, this weapon, in some respects, surpassed higher-tier gear. It was undoubtedly a formidable tool for group battles. With the aid of this blade, he could grow increasingly powerful in combat without worrying about depleting his internal energy reserves necessary for utilizing combat techniques. The more enemies he vanquished, the more vigor he could harness, allowing him to wield his skills with confidence. Despite being classified as intermediate equipment, the quality of this blade, birthed from a bronze card, was remarkably close to that of high-level gear, far exceeding ordinary intermediate items. More importantly, in his previous life, Qi Dong had excelled in wielding blades, mastering an array of techniques predominantly centered around them. With this suitable weapon in hand, his confidence in his abilities soared. Naturally, the combat skills he had acquired were largely unexecutable due to their level restrictions. The mountain-cleaving axe had become obsolete, and Qi Dong promptly gifted it to Lin Luo, who had reached the pinnacle of the first tier of black iron. She had no trouble handling the hefty axe. Peng Xing and Wu Qingji were also well-equipped, having procured several wolf fawn clubs from the goblins that besieged the teaching building. Later, when Qi Dong ventured out, he assisted them in finding an array of suitable weapons. While they lacked magical equipment, their current arsenal sufficed for the time being. After acquiring the blood blade, Qi Dong's spirits lifted. He made his way to the first dining hall, delivering half a bucket of snake blood and a snake gallbladder obtained from a golden python to Mei Jiangxue. Though the gallbladder's effects might not rival the black iron 4th-tier evolution stone of the golden python he possessed, it was still comparable to that of a typical 4th-tier evolution stone from other species. However, given Mei Jiangxue's current constitution, it was unsuitable for her at the moment. Qi Dong advised her to wait until her strength increased before consuming it. He chose to give it to her because he believed that the stronger she became, the safer their classmates at Tai City University would be. As for Qi Lingyun and the others, they would remain by his side and would not lack for evolution stones in the future. When Mei Jiangxue received the snake gallbladder from Qi Dong, her gaze towards him transformed, and when their eyes accidentally met, her fair face flushed with a delicate rosy hue. It was no surprise, as Qi Dong had first rescued her and then bestowed upon her several evolution stones. Now, having presented her with the perilous gifts of snake blood and gall, it is no wonder she harbored misunderstandings. However, Qi Dong remained oblivious to these nuances and, after a brief conversation with Mei Jiaoxue, took his leave. Watching Qi Dong's retreating figure, Mei Jiaoxue felt a twinge of disappointment, as she had hoped he would linger a while longer. Upon returning to the academic building, Qi Dong summoned Peng Xing and Wu Qingji. "Brothers, we are preparing to depart from Tai City University. You should join us," Qi Dong stated. "What? You intend to leave? Where are you going? Why not stay with us at school?" they exclaimed, visibly astonished. Although the military had conducted sweeps, many foreign entities surely remained at large, rendering the environment perilous. Peng Xing hastily urged him against it. Shaking his head, Qi Dong replied, "I must go to a location in the suburbs of Tai City. It holds great significance for me." The gravity in his tone rendered them silent. After a moment, Peng Xing spoke. "It appears that place is indeed of utmost importance to you, and we shall refrain from probing further. However, Old Fourth, we truly regret that we cannot accompany you. You know our girlfriends are here. We cannot abandon them. The suburbs are fraught with foreign threats, and the military has scarcely secured that area. Bringing along so many, including 2 vulnerable women, would be untenable, even for you." Qi Dong fell into contemplation. realizing he had overlooked the presence of Pang Xing's girlfriend. While he could manage to protect Pang Xing and Wu Qingji, accommodating their girlfriends would compromise their safety. If anything were to befall them, he would never forgive himself. Very well, I shall not insist, he conceded. It is not as if we are parting for eternity. Once you have concluded your affairs, do return to us post-haste. Accompanying me would only serve as a burden. With a sigh, Qi mused inwardly that it could very well be a matter of life and death. After some deliberation, he resolved to inform them about the forthcoming mass relocation to Quancheng, albeit vaguely, stating it was a possibility. Pang Xing and Wu Qingji did not express disbelief. They had witnessed too much in recent days and recognized Qi enigmatic nature, aware he possessed vast knowledge. They solemnly committed each of his words to memory. Additionally, Qi gifted Pang Xing the low-level magical item, the ice ring, which had ceased to be of significant use to him, but could potentially save their lives in a critical moment. Having conveyed all he deemed necessary, Qi still felt a sense of unease. He called upon Lin Hao and took all three to meet Mei Jiaoshui, facilitating introductions among them. He urged them to collaborate effectively during the relocation and shared valuable information regarding foreign entities, encounters he had faced during the last great exodus in his previous life. Upon hearing that Qi was leaving, Mei Jiaoshui felt a profound sense of loss. However, when informed that he would reunite with them in Quancheng after completing his tasks, she felt reassured. By the way, if the military inquires about the golden horned python, you should inform them that I ambushed and killed it. As I entered with 2 buckets of snake blood, numerous students bore witness, rendering any attempt at concealment futile. Regardless, my departure was imminent, and they would be unable to track me down. The snake blood had already been consumed by my classmates, and there was no reclaiming it. Qi remarked to Pang Xing and the others, expressing his estimation that military personnel would soon arrive. He had no desire to engage with them and intended to leave forthwith. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Mei Jiaoshui and Pang Xing, Qi, accompanied by Qi Lingyun and 2 others, took his leave. Upon stepping out of the school, he observed a group of soldiers gathered around the corpse of a unicorn golden python, seemingly preparing to transport it elsewhere. Some soldiers noticed Qi and his companions, scrutinizing them as they brandished an assortment of weapons. However, the soldiers were not particularly astonished. During their incursion into the city to eliminate the alien threat, they had encountered a handful of fortunate civilians who had inadvertently absorbed evolution stones, thereby enhancing their physical capabilities. A select few had even acquired weapons from the Black Iron cards. The soldiers were merely intrigued by the fact that all 4 of Qi group possessed arms. During their 2 days at the school, they had consumed the last of the swift sword tiger meat that Qi had previously hunted. Yet they harbored no concerns regarding sustenance. The alien presence was abundant, with numerous magical beasts among them. As long as they managed to hunt a single large magical creature, it would suffice to sustain them for several days. Moreover, Qi Lingyun had recently mastered the Great Fireball technique, eliminating the need for raw consumption. After departing from the school, they journeyed northward, heading straight for the outskirts of Tai City. There, a mysterious prehistoric ruin awaited their arrival. Volume 2. The Prehistoric Ruins, Chapter 35. Prehistoric relics in the northern outskirts of Taichung. Qi and his companions journeyed onward with little resistance. Any encounters with alien races were swiftly and effortlessly dealt with. As they ventured further from the city center, the frequency of these encounters increased. For the military's purview was limited to urban areas, lacking the manpower to extend their efforts into the suburbs. Brother, we have reached the eastern outskirts. It cannot be far from your destination, can it? Qi Lingyun exclaimed, waving her staff as a massive fireball soared forth, striking a goblin squarely. It had no chance to struggle, instantly incinerated by the blazing orb. Indeed, it is not far. However, let us first find a place to rest and recuperate overnight. We shall proceed at dawn, Qi replied, observing Qi Lingyun's adeptness with the fireball technique, silently acknowledging her mastery. Boss, may I inquire what destination awaits us? Lin Luo asked, having begun to refer to Qi as boss after learning he was 2 years her junior. A shift from her initial intention to call him Big Brother Qi. Prehistoric relics. Qi declared. What? Prehistoric relics? Qi Lingyun and the others echoed in unison, this being their first revelation of such ancient artifacts from Qi. Indeed, prehistoric relics, remnants of civilizations that predate our current human society. Before the emergence of our contemporary civilization, Earth was home to numerous other civilizations. Among these was an earlier human civilization, Atlantis, which you may be familiar with. Besides human civilizations, there existed others, such as those of the dinosaurs and giants. Earth has existed for approximately 4.55 billion years, during which countless brilliant civilizations have arisen. In my previous life, explorations of various prehistoric relics revealed numerous civilizations distinct from our current human society. For instance, the dinosaurs, once thought mere beasts, were discovered to have formed societies and civilizations that far surpassed our own in development. Beyond dinosaurs, civilizations of dragons, magical beasts, giants, and elves, among others, were also uncovered. Remarkably, these races, often depicted in films, novels, or games, truly existed on Earth. Even more astonishing is the notion that, with the increasing emergence of spatial rifts, these races may once again descend upon our planet. Some speculate that all races capable of manifesting on Earth through these rifts are remnants of the ancient civilizations that once thrived here. Though direct evidence remains elusive, the majority accept this theory, as many discovered prehistoric relics correlate with the alien races that have reappeared on Earth. No one knows why these alien beings departed from Earth in the past, nor do they understand the reasons for their current resurgence. Not only do they pose a threat to humanity, but they also engage in conflict among themselves. Each prehistoric relic represents a vast treasure. The reason why no one discovered the prehistoric relics before the apocalypse is that they do not exist on the surface of the Earth, but rather in an alternate space. Beneath the infamous Bermuda Triangle lies an enormous prehistoric relic. Prior to Qi Dong's rebirth, neither humanity nor any extraterrestrial race had the capability to penetrate the Bermuda relic. All those who attempted to explore it met with certain demise. Over the course of 4.55 billion years, countless civilizations have emerged on Earth, yet only those capable of manifesting alternate spaces have left behind relics. These civilizations, without exception, were immensely powerful, possessing the ability to independently create alternate dimensions. Ancient Chinese Taoists, sword immortals, Japanese onmiji, shamans, and Western magicians are all descendants who likely inherited remnants of a bygone human civilization. However, the legacies they received were incomplete, compounded by the depletion of spiritual energy on Earth, rendering their knowledge less effective. Yet, with the emergence of the Crimson Mist and the opening of spatial rifts, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has gradually begun to return to the planet. Although their inheritances are fragmented, these practitioners have gained an advantage in the face of the impending apocalypse. They can not only seize evolution stones from other races, but also possess their own cultivation methods, allowing them to advance at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Qi Dong conveyed a select amount of information to Qi Lingyun and the others, leaving them utterly astonished. "Boss, these relics are extraordinary. There must be countless treasures within. I wonder what they contain." The rotund companion nearly salivated at the thought of the powerful relics from ancient civilizations they would soon explore. Not necessarily. It depends on luck. Some relics may have been uncovered and emptied by civilizations millions or even billions of years ago, Qi Dong replied with a faint smile. However, there is no need for concern, as most relics remain undiscovered. The one I intend to take you to has never been found before. I cannot say for certain what lies within, but surely there will be some advanced equipment, cultivation elixirs, or combat techniques among the treasures. Qi Lingyun and her companions were taken aback. Combat techniques, equipment, elixirs? Not just one or two, but several, with quality unlikely to be subpar. They felt as though they were on the verge of transforming from ordinary citizens into billionaires. Nonetheless, prehistoric relics are not devoid of danger. Much relies on fortune. Some relics are exceedingly perilous, while the one we are venturing to is merely a minor relic and poses a lower level of risk. However, caution is still warranted. So I plan to find a place nearby to rest for the night and adjust our conditions before embarking on our expedition tomorrow. You should do the same and get a good night's rest. Prehistoric relics are categorized by value, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. 5-star relics hold the highest value and are the most dangerous, while 1-star relics may present no danger at all or only slight peril. The relic Qi Dong intends to visit falls into the 1-star category. He had been there in a previous life, but at that time, the relic had already been discovered. The mechanisms within had been dismantled, and all the treasures had been removed. He had heard from a friend that many valuable items had once been discovered here. Unsure of the extent of the mechanisms within this relic, he decided to wait until tomorrow to fully adjust before proceeding. However, given that it was merely a 1-star relic, their current strength should suffice. "Brother, there is a budget hotel ahead. Shall we rest there for the night?" That sounds good. But let us not be careless. Observe carefully to see if there are any inhabitants or foreign entities inside. The group of 4 arrived at the hotel entrance, only to find the tempered glass door securely shut. The door had been remotely closed from within. The intelligence of the foreign entities that had descended was too low to execute such a feat. There must be survivors inside. Fatty, why don't you call out to them? If no one comes out, we shall find another place, Chi Dong suggested. Hey, is anyone in there? We would like to spend the night, Fatty shouted. They were not concerned about attracting nearby foreign entities, as they had already cleared most of them from the vicinity. They had even hunted down a Kodo porcupine, a level 2 magical beast, whose exquisite meat was now safely stored in their backpack, ensuring their meals for the next few days were secure. After Fatty's call, Chi Dong noticed someone peering out from a second-floor window. At that moment, in one of the rooms on the second floor, 2 young men in their 20s, flamboyantly dressed with dyed yellow hair, resembled a couple of ruffians. Upon hearing the shouts from outside, one of them turned to the other and said, "Damn, more survivors have arrived. Xiao Wu, go take a look. If there are any beauties, let them in. If not, tell them to scram." "All right, Chenggu," replied the youth named Xiao Wu, as he leaned slightly out of the window. Upon spotting Chi Dong and his companions below, his eyes lit up. "Chenggu, come look. There are 2 beauties among the 4, and they are both stunning, absolutely exquisite." Chenggu, upon hearing this, rushed to the window to observe. Haha, indeed they are exquisite. Who would have thought we would encounter such beauties, let alone 2? Xiao Wu, go downstairs and open the door for them. Black Gu will surely appreciate them. Perhaps after he tires of them, he might allow us to have our turn. But Chenggu, they are armed. Anyone who dares to remain outside in such times must not be ordinary folk. Xiao Wu hesitated. What is there to fear? No matter how formidable they are, they cannot compare to Black Gu. Not even a couple of goblins stand a chance against him. With Cheng Ji's words, Xiao Wu felt reassured. Right, even if they are strong, can they surpass Black Gu? I have witnessed him dispatch 2 goblins with my own eyes. With that thought, he hurried downstairs to open the door for the 4 outside, already envisioning the scenario where Black Gu, having grown weary of the 2 exquisite beauties, would graciously offer them to him. "Ah, welcome. Come in quickly. It's dangerous outside." Xiao Wu greeted enthusiastically as he opened the door for Chi Dong and the others. Chi Dong exchanged glances with Fatty and the others. Upon seeing this youth, he sensed something was amiss. In this apocalyptic world, how could someone be so welcoming? If they were to open the door, it should be with trepidation, fearing the foreign entities would discover their presence. "Where do you hail from? How long do you intend to stay here?" Xiao Wu engaged in a warm conversation with Chi Dong, while Chenggu had already ascended the stairs to find He Gu. He himself was merely an ordinary person, unable to manage the 4 individuals before him. Thus he sought to buy time, awaiting He Ji's descent. "We reside nearby. Alas, our previous accommodation was discovered by a monster. Fortunately, we managed to escape. We happened upon your budget hotel, and, with a glimmer of hope, inquired, only to find that there were indeed people here. What extraordinary luck." The portly man, noticing Chi Dong's subtle signal, quickly grasped the situation and approached Xiao Wu. Upon hearing the portly man's words, Xiao Wu felt a surge of satisfaction within. It appeared they were but ordinary folk, which was reassuring. Even if they possessed weapons, they could hardly contend with He Gu. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Wu, I heard we have guests." At that moment, a gruff voice echoed from within, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Chapter 36, The Mysterious Hospital. As the voice faded, several men approached. The leader, a tall and bald man, stood bare-chested, adorned with a fierce tiger tattoo, exuding a formidable aura. He was followed by 3 lackeys. A 5-fold enhancement of physical strength. Such individuals exist among the populace? Impressive. However, it is regrettable. Judging by their demeanor, they do not appear to be virtuous individuals. Upon seeing this man, Chi Dong immediately assessed his level of physical enhancement. As the bald man drew near, his gaze fell upon Chi Dong's companions, Qi Lingyun and Lin Luo, instantly brightening. "Excellent. Xiao Wu, Chung, you've done well. These 2 are exquisite beauties. Rest assured, I will reward you handsomely." "Thank you, Brother He. Thank you, Brother He," Xiao Wu and Chung exclaimed, their excitement palpable. They were aware that their leader possessed a mysterious substance capable of augmenting human capabilities. It was precisely due to consuming such enigmatic substances that he had attained his formidable strength, rendering mere thugs no match for him. The bald man glanced at Chi Dong and his companions, puzzled as to why they had shown no reaction to his earlier words. Were they stunned into silence, or simply unable to comprehend? "You must be refugees, having stumbled in here. Remember, I am the boss here. You may call me Brother He. Once inside this hotel, all must heed my command. As for you 2 lovely ladies, you shall henceforth be mine." He plopped onto a nearby sofa, beckoning Qi Lingyun and Lin Luo with a flick of his fingers. "Come, my 2 enchanting beauties, sit beside me." "Ah, how can you say that? We refuse to stay," the plump man shouted in a panic upon hearing the bald man's declaration. "Ha ha ha, if you wish to leave, that is permissible. However, you and that fellow beside you may depart. But these two beauties must remain. Haha, you wish to keep them? We might not even want to stay. It was evident that he was a glutton, a waste of their provisions. Let us go, let us go. We are grateful to you both for bringing us these lovely ladies. Witnessing the plump man's distress, the bald man's lackeys erupted into laughter. You are bullying us. Beware, we shall report you to the authorities. The plump man retreated a few steps, his voice considerably diminished, as if cowed by the thugs. Report? If you dare. Go ahead. I must inform you that the local police station has already been devoured by the thugs. If you wish to go, then by all means. One of the thugs jeered, laughing heartily. The bald leader sat with his legs spread, silently observing his underlings as they toyed with the young men and women before them. He relished this sensation. The apocalypse was indeed a delightful era. He thrived in it. The constraints he once feared had vanished. And now he could engage in actions previously unthinkable, free from any oversight or fear of reprisal. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been a common thug leader in the area. However, by a stroke of fortune in the aftermath, he had acquired mysterious black crystals. These crystals enhanced physical strength, elevating his capabilities to 5 times that of an ordinary person. In the 5 days since the apocalypse began, he had leveraged his newfound prowess to seize numerous women, holding over a dozen beautiful captives in this hotel, including 2 daughters of affluent families from the vicinity. In the past, even though he was one of the underground forces here, he never dared to provoke those wealthy families. Suddenly, with a chuckle, Qi Lingyun, who had been feigning panic alongside the rotund man, held her belly and burst into laughter. Her laughter was infectious, and Lin Luo, who had been trying to contain herself, could no longer hold back and joined in the mirth. The bald leader and his underlings were taken aback. What was wrong with these individuals? Were they truly so psychologically fragile that they had been rendered speechless? It seemed improbable. Qi Dong shook his head, exasperated. At this age, they should have outgrown such childish antics. Let us deal with them quickly. We need a good rest tonight, he urged. The bald leader finally sensed something amiss. Were these individuals merely pretending to be inept? Suddenly, he stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, it was merely a jest. Please do not take it to heart. You wish to rest? I shall have someone escort you to your rooms. He was uncertain whether the individuals before him were genuine experts or merely posing as such, and he resolved to observe further. Just my foot, the rotund man bellowed, springing into action. With a resounding crash, the bald leader had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when he felt himself propelled backward, searing pain erupting in his chest. He flew several meters before crashing against the wall. His underlings were left dumbfounded. What had just transpired? The rotund man had suddenly appeared in their leader's place, and now their leader was sent flying? They had encountered true prowess. The underlings' legs began to tremble. Even the dimmest among them grasped the gravity of the situation. Without affording the underlings a moment to escape, the rotund man launched a series of strikes, sending the group sprawling. Leave the rest to me, Lin Luo declared as she stepped forward once the rotund man ceased his assault. She approached the bald leader and his subordinates, lightly tapping each of them. To her astonishment, a net appeared around those she touched, ensnaring them firmly. This net was woven from the energy emanating from Lin Luo herself. Heavenly Net, a technique of Lin Luo's combat repertoire. Any being ensnared by this skill would be immobilized, with the duration of confinement dependent on the disparity in strength between Lin Luo and her adversary. If their power was comparable, the entrapment would last merely a few seconds. Conversely, if their strength vastly exceeded hers, they might escape even before a second had elapsed. However, for those weaker than Lin Luo, the confinement would be significantly prolonged. The ruffians before her were not even at the lowest tier of strength, rendering them vulnerable to the heavenly net's grasp for an entire night. This skill proved immensely convenient, eliminating the need to bind them with ropes. Rotund man, you and Lin Luo should search each room. There are likely more of their associates. Once located, find them as well. We shall depart at dawn, and shortly after our exit, the heavenly net will begin to unravel. Upon hearing Qi Dong's instructions, the rotund man and Lin Luo commenced their search for the remaining ruffians. Qi Dong and Lin Luo took their time, settling into the hotel lobby's sofas to await their return. After a while, the rotund man and Lin Luo returned, their expressions dark and filled with fury. What happened? What transpired? Qi Dong inquired. Boss, we discovered numerous young girls upstairs. Some were bound in a room, having been violated by them. Upon our arrival, we even witnessed one girl being assaulted by a group of thugs. The fat man seethed with indignation, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the scoundrels on the floor. I apologize, boss. I momentarily lost control and dealt a harsher blow than intended, resulting in the demise of those ruffians above. Lin Luo trembled with rage, seemingly unable to contain her emotions. It was hardly surprising, as a young woman. How could she endure such a sight? Since they are nothing but scum, there is no need to spare their lives. Eliminate them all, but do so without excessive bloodshed. After all, we must spend the night here, Qi remarked coolly. In his previous life, after the collapse of social order, the darkness within humanity had been fully unveiled. He had encountered too many of such individuals, and since acquiring strength, he had always dealt with them directly upon discovery. Upon hearing Qi consent, the fat man's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He set aside his spiked club, approaching the thugs, preparing to strangle them one by one. Only in this manner could he quench his thirst for vengeance. No, please, spare me. I will never do it again. I beg you, let me live. I am willing to serve you. The thugs, immobilized, cried out for mercy. The fat man showed no compassion, and within minutes, only the bald leader of the thugs remained alive in the hotel lobby. Please don't kill me. I swear I will cease all wrongdoing. Under the threat of death, he lost all semblance of bravado, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Seeing that the fat man showed no signs of relenting, as he was about to grasp his neck, desperation surged through him. Don't kill me. I am willing to trade a secret for my life. Oh, a secret? How intriguing. What kind of secret do you believe could secure your survival? Qi queried, causing the fat man to halt his actions. I truly possess a secret that would pique your interest. However, you must guarantee that I will not be killed once I reveal it, the bald leader hastily replied. Sensing a glimmer of hope. Humph, you lack the standing to bargain with us. Speak, or face death. Qi maintained his indifferent demeanor. I will speak. I will speak. The bald leader, left with no choice, death was certain if he remained silent, thought that perhaps revealing the information might earn him mercy. I know of a place where a mysterious black crystal can be obtained. This black crystal has the power to enhance our physical capabilities. You are powerful. You must have encountered this black crystal before and are aware of its value. Ah, evolution stones. Fascinating. Are they not found within the bodies of other races? How did you come by them? Qi mused, puzzled by the bald leader's demeanor, which was clearly misleading. How could such a cowardly individual have vanquished so many adversaries and enhanced his physique to 5 times the human limit? Once I reveal this, you must spare my life. If I divulge, we cannot ascertain the truth of my words without first investigating. After exiting the hotel and walking a few hundred meters to the east, one encounters a place known as the Love and Hospital. Each day, peculiar black crystals appear around the vicinity of this hospital, seemingly discarded from its windows, which I collect from beneath the hospital every day. Finding evolution stones beneath a hospital? How strange. What secrets lie within that establishment? I cannot say, for I have never dared to enter. Since the apocalypse descended, the hospital has taken on an eerie and terrifying aura, rendering me too frightened to step inside. I have conveyed all I know. Surely, you can spare me now. Heh, when did I ever suggest I would let you go? The plump man exchanged a glance with Qi. Understanding the unspoken command, the plump man bent down, grasping the bald leader's neck with both hands and exerting tremendous force. You. The bald leader was rendered speechless as the plump man tightened his grip, and moments later, he drew his last breath. A mysterious hospital indeed, Qi murmured. Boss, shall we investigate? The plump man inquired after returning from washing his hands. I will go alone. You all stay here and tend to the unfortunate women upstairs. Heh, I can surmise what awaits me within. However, it raises a curious question. Why would such phenomena manifest in Tai City? Chapter 37. The Necromancer Iha Hospital is a modest private establishment, comprising a single building that houses both the outpatient and inpatient departments. The hour has grown late, past 7 o'clock, and the twilight descends gradually. Qi finds himself alone beneath the edifice of Iha Hospital. Indeed, there are evolution stones. After a meticulous search in the vicinity, he discovers several evolution stones, albeit merely of the black iron 0 tier, rendering them of little significance to him. Qi does not feel disheartened. His purpose for visiting was not primarily to seek evolution stones, but rather to investigate the enigmatic presence within the hospital. The automatic glass doors of the hospital lie shattered. Shards of glass strewn across the ground, crunching underfoot with each step. The interior is enveloped in darkness, devoid of any illumination. Gazing through the entrance, the hospital resembles a monstrous creature, its gaping maw inviting unsuspecting prey to enter. Upon stepping inside, an eerie silence reigns. Aside from the sound of Qi own breathing and footsteps, there is no other noise. The lobby is in disarray, medical records scattered haphazardly across the floor, which is slick with a layer of blood. The glass of the registration and pharmacy windows is also stained with blood, a sight that would likely induce terror in an ordinary person. Something feels amiss. Qi remains unaffected by the foreboding atmosphere. He simply senses that the environment is not right. The ground is soaked in blood, yet no bodies are to be found, not even remnants of flesh. Could it be that ghouls are lurking within? Qi Dong hesitates, contemplating whether to venture further. If it is not the ghouls he suspects, then what lies within? The hospital is shrouded in uncertainty, and he questions the necessity of continuing his exploration. Ghouls are creatures of the necromantic realm, primarily feasting upon the corpses of various beings. Their intelligence is not to be underestimated. In a previous life, Qi Dong had encountered ghouls residing in a hospital, casting out evolution stones to lure passers-by, humans or other races, into their lair, only to slay them and preserve their remains for later consumption. As the bodies rotted, the ghouls would then partake of the carrion. Therefore, upon hearing the ruffian leader recount this tale, Qi Dong's immediate thought was that this hospital might harbor ghouls. The strength of ghouls varies significantly. The weakest may possess black iron tier 1 or 2 capabilities, while the more formidable could reach bronze or even silver tier strengths. Their potential for growth is substantial. The more corpses they consume, particularly those of greater power, the quicker their abilities evolve. Qi Dong initially surmised that a ghoul resided here, one he could potentially subdue. After all, ghouls can attain strength rapidly, making them formidable allies in the future. In a previous life, he had acquired a secret technique from a higher order of the undead, which granted him a chance to subjugate ghouls weaker than himself. However, something seems off. He cannot recall ghouls being so meticulous. They are typically wasteful, leaving remnants of bones scattered about. Generally, ghouls feast on flesh, discarding bones. And they are known for their messiness, often splattering meat everywhere. Therefore, upon observing the ground, merely blood without any flesh or bones, Qi Dong concludes that no ghouls inhabit this place. Well, regardless of what it may be, I shall continue my investigation. The hospital lies in close proximity to the budget hotel where we reside. If it harbors any perilous entities, our repose within the hotel may not be secure. With my formidable strength, equivalent to a second-tier black iron and a physique 28 times that of an average individual, I may not prevail in combat, yet I can certainly flee. Qi Dong pressed onward, each step echoing with a distinct sound in the desolate corridor. This passage appeared akin to a gateway to the netherworld, the scent of blood incessantly assaulting his senses. He remained in a heightened state of concentration, his mental acuity fully engaged, scanning everything within a 10-meter radius. While the oppressive darkness might disconcert others, for Qi Dong, who had awakened his mental prowess, it bore no distinction from daylight. Under the scrutiny of his mental scans, not a whisper of movement could elude his perception. Methodically inspecting each chamber, he was acutely aware that this enigmatic presence lurked within one of the rooms. Suddenly, a footstep reverberated through the silence. Who could it be? Qi Dong's mental scanning only extended 10 meters, and the source of the sound lay beyond his perceptive reach. The hospital was engulfed in darkness, and his vision paled in comparison to his mental acuity. The footfalls multiplied, echoing louder and louder. With his blood blade in hand, Qi Dong stood poised in the direction of the approaching sounds. Drawing nearer, he finally discerned through his mental faculties a horde of skeletons. Indeed, a veritable throng of skeletons was advancing toward him. Their movements were rigid, their eye sockets glowing faintly. In the desolate, darkened hospital, the sudden emergence of such a macabre sight would likely terrify an individual of lesser fortitude. Yet Qi Dong exhaled in relief. These are not ghouls, but rather necromancers. Which is more plausible? I find myself intrigued by your arrival. There should be no spatial rifts connecting this realm to the world of the undead in Tai City. Nevertheless, it matters not. Once I shatter your skeletal minions, I shall see what prowess you possess. The second wave of crimson mist has yet to descend, and the most formidable beings currently present are merely of the third-tier black iron rank. I refuse to believe that I might encounter beings as aberrant as the golden unicorn python. If such an entity existed, it would have directly annihilated me. Why would it dispatch mere skeletons to instill fear? Contemplating this, Qi Dong surged forward, plunging into the throng of skeletons. His battle blade whirled. The blood blade danced, glimmering with flashes of crimson light. Against the skeletons, the blade's most grotesque sanguinary effect could not manifest. Yet, it was inconsequential. These skeletal warriors were nothing more than first-tier black iron entities, thus requiring no special skills to vanquish. These skeletal soldiers possessed a strength and speed that surpassed that of ordinary humans, yet their vitality was even more remarkable. As long as the flame of life within their skulls flickered, they would struggle to attack, even if dismembered. However, despite this tenacity, they stood no chance against Qi Dong. With each strike, he cleaved through their skulls, extinguishing one skeletal warrior with each decisive blow. In less than 2 minutes, A horde of skeletal warriors was thoroughly vanquished by Qi Dong. These skeletons must have once belonged to the doctors, nurses, and patients of this very hospital. Through the assault of these undead, Qi Dong surmised that the necromancer behind this onslaught was likely not exceedingly powerful, prompting him to hasten his search. On the 4th floor, within the hospital's lounge, a mysterious figure cloaked in gray roared in a hoarse voice. "Damn it! How dare you, human, slay so many of my skeletal minions? I will not let this transgression go unpunished." The expansive lounge, spanning several hundred square meters, was stained with blood that formed a vast and intricate magical array. At the center of this array lay a large corpse. It won't be long now. Once I bestow it with life, I shall walk this world with impunity. With a strength between the 6th and 7th ranks of black iron, I will be capable of crushing anything in this realm. With a clang, Qi Dong pushed open the grand door and stepped into the lounge. The moment he entered, he beheld the enigmatic figure. A necromancer? His attention swiftly shifted to the enormous corpse at the heart of the magical array. Upon sighting it, Qi Dong's calm demeanor was abruptly shattered. Abomination! He soared into the air, charging towards the gray-robed figure who was casting a spell nearby. Stop! Abominations are a terrifying breed within the realm of the undead. Composed of many fragmented corpses, these vile creatures revel in tearing their enemies apart, emanating a repugnant stench as they ooze blood. Armed with massive iron hooks and sickles as they advance into battle, they serve as formidable ground forces and are elite tanks among the undead. The strength and composition of an abomination are closely tied to the quality of the corpses that constitute it. Qi Dong was uncertain of the strength of this impending abomination, but he instinctively knew it would be beyond his capacity to confront. The multitude of bodies, possibly including several outsiders lured by the evolution stones, were likely part of this abomination's makeup. An abomination composed of so many corpses would surely possess at least the strength of 6th or 7th rank in black iron. He dared not gamble on the prowess of this abomination. He needed to thwart the gray-robed individual. Human, you are too late. My abomination is on the verge of awakening. The cloaked figure chuckled triumphantly, his voice raspy. With a wave of his staff, a sphere of green luminescence began to coalesce, preparing to launch towards the abomination in the center of the magical array. Not on my watch. Qi Dong, with no time to spare, hurled his blood blade with fierce determination. Crack! The blood blade struck the mysterious figure's staff, rendering it fragile under the blade's sharpness, and it shattered into 2 pieces. The green orb of light dissipated as well. The mysterious figure stood frozen, staring blankly at the half of the staff remaining in his hand. Oh no! Cursed humanity, you have shattered my necromancer's staff and disrupted my ritual to resurrect the abomination. I shall end your life and meld your body with that of the abomination, rendering you. The mysterious figure cried out in exasperation, his voice gradually diminishing until it vanished completely. He recalled that all his skeletal minions had been annihilated. His staff lay in ruins, and his abomination was devoid of life. Now, faced with this detestable human, he found himself utterly powerless. Oh, you intend to fuse me with the abomination? Do you possess such capability? Qi Dongxia smirked, discerning that the enigmatic figure was bereft of options. His curiosity towards this mysterious individual deepened. Initially, he had presumed this figure was not a ghoul, but rather an apprentice necromancer. However, he quickly realized his misjudgment. How could a mere apprentice necromancer possess the prowess to create an abomination? Necromancers of the black iron tier, whether at the 1st or 9th level, were all designated as apprentice necromancers. They represent one of the ruling classes of the realm of the undead. It was evident that the mysterious figure before him lacked significant power. Yet, the fact that someone of such lowly strength could create an abomination and bestow it with life was remarkable, truly remarkable.